where you go talk to the coach, then starts the preparation proper for pram. You dey talk to the coach, what be in targets for this AFCON with the goal?
I think for the uninitiated, somebody know Desmond, if he come, the brains he gets give footballer. Yeah. I go talk say he be tactically astute. He know his stuff. Okay. But you see, football no be about.
I know my
talking.
stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Make the talking reflect on the pitch. And like y'all talk, he's a proven winner. Proven winner in the sense he win with gold fan games. Yeah. He goes second for the WAFU Championship. We lose to Cote d'Ivoire. One thing where I figure say they on the downside give with regards to the squad we assemble, we say the squad we take win the African games, 9 to 10 players. No day this team inside.
What's that they mean?
What's that they mean? We say when we played the African games last year, right? March.
Yeah.
So the past month be exactly 1 year. In that space, he sang create literally a new team again. Okay. But he blend one thing he do way be smart. Be say he blend them with 2 players way then win the last AFCON with Zito for Mauritania in 2021. Experience wise, it makes sense. That be before Makati.
So those players could do 20.
Yes.
So probably
and
before.
Then be 20. Yeah, you know that. 20. Okay. Make you no go for that.
No, they can't. Charlie, you fine. They can't.
Then Aaron Isso.
Okay.
Yeah. So these be 2 experienced players for the squad inside. Another thing I read be say. In as much as say he lose 9 to 10 players, he say the pool of players used for the African games then it big. I think it'll be about 24, 25 players. Okay. So he still managed to keep some. If you watch in the Kamal Din Sulemana in broad day inside. Okay. Yeah. He day inside, he can't pass not too long. Yeah. Some of the players too are sports for the African games still day inside. So I'm not sure say
of course President in brother in Santo come.
Good. That be Ibrahim Mahama.
Yeah.
Michael Ama, he day inside. He sports number 10 jersey. Yeah. I'm not sure say
the next day they are you.
Oh really? Yeah. Okay. You talk. I'm not sure say
I for watch and play.
Okay. I'm not sure say go worry the team that much. Yeah, but because look, I think then give him one of the best preparations. Okay. If you ask me, because he be smart man. Then start camping chair. Okay. Yeah, start camping chair. See the time we started chase them.
It be like camping and Casa this year. Yeah. It be like camping and sorry to catch you back. Yeah. It be like camping and Casa camping and Casa no. This year for the national teams then they have time. You know, I speak to the one under 15 coach no. Yeah. Kojo Danso. Kojo Danso.
It be Kojo right, okay. Yeah, Kojo. K the inside. So.
Yeah. Where you say they have time do a lot of campaign because of how they start the school, you know, gathering of the talents and then so I feel say this time around and actually they talk from where they begin from for Pram, then camp really long.
It not be something before they worry one I heard about for this country. Okay. How many times we talk about good preparations given a national team, and I think right now it is set down well with the FA and the handlers of the national team, and that be one thing then do. What I want to be say, he gets enough time prepare this team. From Pram, then go Morocco, go play some 4 Nations tournament games. But then again, it'll be friendly games. He just fine-tune the team. Then come back to Ghana, then come do residential campaign, then play a number of the GPL teams. Of course, the level of the GPL team is not go be that of like Zambia or Morocco or something. But all be say you will get your team at some level where if the AFCON starter, then no go have a poor start again in your first game. Yeah. Then move go Suez in Egypt early. The tournament they start April 27. Today be April 23rd. Yeah. Then move go April 21st. So then get what? I think make us 6 days or 1 week to prepare, acclimatize, make the Egypt weather enter them a bones inside. So the first game against DR Congo, they're not going to start at a slow pace. So me, I like the preparations. You understand? Right now, what everybody they look out for, be say, he go fit get a good blend of the experienced players and the players he call. Because the first 11 against DR Congo will be crucial. That first 11 way, it will give you that momentum with the need. Yeah. Go on a second game against Senegal, and then on a last game against Central African Republic. If you get it wrong, your first 11 for the Congo. First game, it go trickle down to the other players. You get a point how they try and make. You put up a very good 11. Maybe we beat Congo 1-0 or 1-1. So like if they play for be good, You understand? Because you've been able to put this team together, then
for a longer period. Yeah.
So me, I like the preparation so far. I just hope say, then go start well. I don't know if then go play any other friendly because I think today be 23rd, then get 4 days, right? Yeah. 4 days. I not be sure say then go play any other because right now the other teams too then they the Egypt there then go like keep them players in shape. No be now you they go bring some injury to your key players then. So
talk about that. Now, why we don't know one our finalist?
I don't know bring that up because we they speak positivity right now.
That want to be positive. We could talk about that.
You see, these be the things where one of people they do it just they bring about like negative talk
make you give them the benefit of your doubts.
No, but it don't be professional.
Don't forget.
Like it don't be professional. How say we dey go tournaments? You dey go tournaments.
Yeah.
But the list of the players we go use for the tournament inside full list no come. We just know a couple of players within the inside.
And even that one said, we know them because we they follow them.
Yeah.
Like,
so for the ordinary Ghanaian or for the viewer they watch right now,
absolutely.
You don't know who be the final 25 man squad for the.
How many people before today be Wednesday?
Yeah.
Last week, early part of last week, the Friday. Now how many people know say Ibrahim, Mahama and Kidi the team in the inside? Now how many people they know?
It be individuals, people them carry them out.
If we go like Mr. Osnata go tell you people they like on concern. When we go capture the picture when we can put for a social media top see this be Ibrahim, Mahama and Kidi. He did the Black Satellites team inside.
Some way. How
say they go international tournament?
Yeah.
The FIFA tournament too. This will not be some private tournament like the Unity Cup, we go play for England with the Black Stars.
Absolutely.
No.
Yeah.
This be FIFA tournament, CAF tournament.
Yeah. For records, you win from here, you go World Cup.
You
get into the final four. If
you go to the final four, no, you go World Cup. So how say a week before, 4 days before the tournament, we don't know the full list of the players.
It will affect we so we.
Oh no, not going affect we. But all of the talk be say
the team no go be well known.
It no be professional.
Yeah.
And the look out there, one, it no be professional. Two, but
they submit to CAF.
They submit to CAF. Oh, I be football there. It be inside job.
If you got the FA, they care about we.
They don't. We never. Wait, I talk say. They don't post.
No, they FA they care about.
I talk say one. It no be professional. Two, for the optics, it no be good look.
Okay.
And three, like when honorable minority leader always they talk. When they deal with the public, they deal with human being. Yes, he go tell you say the job they do where they project to the public. It be perception driven issue. So if they hide the name of the players days before the tournament, what way perception they create to the public? Clearly, they mean say they do some kind of movement.
Oh, Charlie.
Clearly.
Listen, like I know.
They do some kind of movement.
Listen, like I know make you talk about the way that thing happened. I don't know.
It will be good look. It will be good look for the team because if you be Desmond Affair.
If you say they don't want to make we know say plenty of the people left the team when new boys come on.
Oh, he give you the numbers.
Yeah.
9, 10 to 11 players left the team.
But we will do what our job where we know. But Ghana people.
But the thing be say, if we day to that extent, if we reach that extent, no, not for reach that extent. And what then they do be say, then they smell the credibility of my own people, the coaches. How say you be coach of a team, a national team? You dey go international tournaments like this one, but your players. The full list of your players, of the team members, we don't know.
This coach follow instruction. What you go tell him say make you do, you go do. If he say make you no do, they come. So if he say he give you the squad list, put up on the way you know put, they come. I mean, Gabi there.
Yeah, at the back, but at the end of the day, they affect we all.
True.
You go do your job, but because some senior man be no doing job well, no, it go affect you all. That's why if you be leader, it no be small position you dey inside. So if you act act right, and per what then they do so far, no, preparation everything be on point. This small tiny issue of just release squad,
Maybe
they can't take problematic.
Maybe last fine-tuning day, but
no, I can't take problematic. Yeah. It be bad look. They're not going to do these things.
Charlie, Senegal they won a group. Central African Republic Day. DR Congo Day. How many points you go figure from the group?
How many points?
Yeah.
You know, say
somebody for the background says 6.
6 points.
Yeah.
It'd be possible.
Who that?
I think the team, they look at the team winning against DR Congo.
Okay.
And then the Central African Republic.
Why not Senegal?
Senegal will be difficult.
Yeah,
Senegal will be difficult. You see, the people them we scored them for Legon Stadium for the African game. Semi-final, we scored them once. No, not be at Legon Stadium, Accra Sports Stadium.
Accra Sports Stadium, yeah.
Semi-final.
Then play too.
Then play we like, but then one thing I realized for that game, you see, then the crowd day behind we, right? Okay. They go neutral ground. And Senegal will be the defending champions. They didn't win the last edition. The last edition, we know they there.
Yeah.
Make you not forget, say, Senegal in year 2024, right?
Yeah.
Then win everything from under 17 to beach soccer. So if it come the youth football, then really grow for that space inside.
Okay.
So I see it be very, very difficult test. And me, I like how even the fixtures then arrange them. Senegal did the middle there. So you watch DR Congo. I know they talk say make you go disrespect
but
them.
Senegal to you go beat Central African Republic.
Yeah. But you see, the groups we say, the top two from each group.
Yeah.
It be 4 groups.
Yeah.
No, it be 3 groups. It be 3 groups. One group get five teams.
Yeah, 3 groups.
Where the 2 groups get 4 teams. So the top 2 from the 3 groups go qualify. Then they go pick the 2 best third place teams.
Yeah.
Then go make what 8.
Yeah.
Where we go qualify. So if it talks how many points there are, you go carry maybe 4 points go, but depending on maybe some
the best
goals you score head-to-head stuff, then 10. So, but cool. I sure say then go qualify. I really sure say then go qualify, go the quarterfinals.
Okay.
That's one of it. You talk say you ask Gabi about the target.
Yeah.
It be simple. Just get with to the top 4. You go the top 4. We qualify.
That be your.
We qualify go the World Cup, and that be the main thing. Okay. Whether if you win, bonus. But if you don't win, it no be big deal. Just qualify to the World Cup. That be the target. Simple.
Great.
But to add quickly, I speak to him on several occasions.
So that what I won't know what they talk.
If you speak to him, it might be say he won't win the tournament.
Oh, okay.
He really won't win. And if you win, say apart from Giuseppe Dosena, where he win in 1997, then he be Italian. The rest of the coaches then win all be Ghanaian.
Oh, smooth.
Fredo Samdodu, the late.
Smooth,
He win in 1993 for Mauritius.
Smooth.
Where Dosena can do 97.
Yeah.
Where Zito can do.
You talk about the coaches
then
for the under 20 team.
AFCON, no be the World Cup.
True grade, yeah.
Yes. Dosena, Osamdodu, Zito, Celastete.
Yeah.
So 3 Ghanaians there. So he go like do one.
Okay.
Because if you watch
in
as much as say the competition grow, because even Osamdodu then Dosena in time, then he be youth championship. Then it not be big like that. Okay. From the I think the competition started make difficult from the 2001s. There they come. Okay. So I should say he won't win the tournament.
Great. Fantastic. From that side. How many points you they look?
6. Very, very, very realistically.
Central African Republic, Congo.
Beat Congo, beat Central African Republic. Yeah, Senegal they go hard.
Charlie, the people
Senegal.
The way you go.
Senegal they go hard.
Have you so now they do mathematics for the Blasters? You go realize then something.
Central African Republic.
But they talk say realistically 6 points because Senegal I doubt they will go beat them.
Okay. But you see quickly, if you watch the African football, some particular trend be there. You see the people that win the U17, even Morocco, or even if I want to expand the last 4 years, watch the people that win. Senegal, Morocco. Sometimes you go see Burkina Faso in there. Mali go finish, runners up.
Second,
So you watch the countries, then they win. It means say some people be strong past some people. If it's countries like Somalia, Central African Republic, now then they get into understanding, say, Charlie, the U17 and the U20 can make some big parts of the football you for pay attention to.
Okay. You talk about pay attention. I almost could do this before we go on our first break. We'll get the next chunk of one of Black Stars. I don't like how one of FA, in all honesty, I don't like how one of FA do with one under 17 and one of the best coaches we have will be former Black Stars player. The like instant scenario. I don't like him. I tell people for the FA directly in person say I don't like him. So my point we say, transition wise, you know, go help one under 20 and how he did. So because now them all be fresh boys. I stand to be corrected. Maybe them few boys from the under 17 get slow opportunity. But my point we say, under 20 we have now, where them be new boys. We go have them crop nest for one feed one Black Stars. I mean in a minute each. Yeah, we go start.
Oh, we go forget. Like I talk, say talent there. We no get issue. It be all about the objective. This be platform way for take develop players. For look at the future, and we know for 3 times in a way say they for win by all means. If they no win, that no they mean say for dismantle the team, then left the players, make them go crack. It means say we for stick to the objective, and the objective is say we for check out the players we then be good enough where then go feed one Black Meteors. That be immediately under 23. If them be too good, where is it? No, this guy there legit. He be too good for under 23. We could push him to Black Stars. Okay. It about then in that situation, if you go play next year World Cup, if you qualify, at the Black Stars level, then you go use them. Say, oh yeah, we take prep you. Even if you go the World Cup, you know play some. We go prep you for the under 23, the Olympic Games, will go happen in 2028. It will be just 3 years. So the objective be what are they look out for? Say we just the ghost ensure say these players, we go protect them, we go treat them right, and ensure say the right ones where then go feel help in the future, we go transition them well. Whether we do well for the AFCON or we go the World Cup, we do well or not.
Great.
That be how we for do them. No be situation where we no meet one of our objectives, no, then we scatter the team completely. That no be what I look out for. So that be what I hope say.
Fantastic.
The people
I agree with to add to in submission B. See, I go be disappointed if that not happen. Why? Because Desmond Ofer be part of the Black Stars tech team. He be the assistant coach.
Fantastic.
And so he for ensure say the players where he they work with. Of course, he go submit reports give the say right we get under 21, under 20. The under 23 do already. So he for ensure say that smooth transition day inside. Because if you no do there, then I know no way kind.
What we do.
That be why he did the team inside. So
fantastic. Max, so couldn't do talk say some countries they do football proper in terms of structure and density. If you watch my guys they talk about for years, the smooth process they go get to a Black Star. Like we won't win World Cup. The boys they make ready for the Soloku for the streets for the World Cup winning. Where that day there we all go get into this. We day when I come, I go do every show for the street because we win World Cup and it be serious thing. So yeah, we did ready for him. No be the 20 World Cup pop on a Black Stars. We'll go for this quick commercial break. We come out. The messages you sending and things, so we'll go see and read them for you. This is Football Made in Ghana on Channel 1 TV. Let me Bernard Abeko watch Gabi of Yao J Mintaye. We come right now.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, you should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe at Zebaut. How Zebaut there? Zebaut won Chaboke.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play,
He's not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me.
Moria picky.
Join the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Want the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive.
Minke man bi moni nya Kofi Adam no mai kami. Matwale. Man ke la ke no ya ne. Meneke. Fe mo sha ko ba club fe ke jeje. Ni wo hia ka wo hye. Ye Yesu gba mi. Amen.
Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday.
Football Made in Ghana on Channel 1 TV. My name is Bernard Abeko, Yao Jamestown, Gabi Affair. We're there on your screen. Of course, we analyze important issues. This will be the time we will talk about Kumasi Asante Kotoko. Hey, Kotoko. Then shock me past any football club for Ghana. Then shock me. The last time I know if sleep, you know we say Ade Kotoko. Me Ade Cape Coast mysterious with your dwarfs. But what Kotoko do me, if we not discuss for Football Made in Ghana, we never force. Charlie? Kotoko then say then sack Prosperity Ogumu. The guy win Premier League for them. He then day first. Now they say because of gold stars, they see some trend for the Western. And you did the Western before. They say they see Samatex do up. Mediama do up. If they don't take a gold stars go do up. So therefore come out Prosperity Ogumu.
You see, allow me to speak fancy small, okay?
Hey.
Are we the tardy then they speak of Charlie Kotoko e bad zino muye. Idiot. I will come to you later.
Calm down.
I did come.
Sorry, you foresee the situation.
Kotoko, like
you be shocked. You see,
I'll be shocked. Like see, Kotoko, then to a large extent, Heart of Oak. If matter no D, I don't know. If matter no D, they no become.
Oh,
like every day be like they for bring something way it just go mess up the system.
Oh,
like sometimes even when and then they talk forget about this whole Prosper Ogum sacking. Even when they may win, they go still find some way. Then bring matter where it go stir up controversy. It go some self-inflicting wound be go pop up. They just go mess up everything.
Who the guys doing that? I mean,
I just don't know where they come from. Sometimes, even when the things they go on well, people they feel like like the credit they go to some people, some sect of people.
Okay.
So then go start to do some backstabbing, talking behind your back.
Yeah.
Those things. Then they slander your name, and the next thing you know. People go start pick sides. Then go start pick sides because you help me come the club inside. You help me secure this job. You help me this. Then they go pick sides. Then the next thing you know, we will go forward. We will move in one direction, but we start the split. Then everything start to mess up.
They talking.
And me at the top because of Dr. Prosperity Ogumu in first coming to Kotoko. In first time for Kotoko, like very successful. He win the Ghana Premier League title. In second season, nothing's no go on J. But still, that was a very better. Better pass more teams. But it be sick of different politics. You see, there's whole Nana Ponsa sect. Then there was Dr. Kwame Che. It's about that political power struggle. So people pick sides. So strife did the club inside chaos. Where them all left. Prosper Ogumu left. Nana Ponsa also left. Now, new regime can take over. Where Prosper Ogumu come back. But still...
At the point, they make interim IMC members.
Yes. But the people, they did the old regime, no. Remnants still did the club inside. Although they not be official members like IMC board chairman members, those things. But remnants still there, where they get serious close affiliation and association to the club, and then get influence.
Yeah.
They get influence.
Yeah.
So it's just like you just know they coach the team, but you they coach the team where you they fend off some political quote unquote enemies for the team inside one team. One team. So how you go fit get steady mind and do all these things? Meanwhile, you two before Kwesiapia come, they need to be part of IMC committee inside. He they take decisions. He be part of management. He be part of the scouting. Then things. So no wonder say last season, in first season, in the second coming, Kotoko no really try like that. So already now the mark come down. Second season, this been second season. It started do well. Where them go on 5-game winless streak. Issues come. Where them pick up. Them beat Hearts. Where Charlie is just pack them. Things start pick up. Then start rack up wins. Now they go on winless spell. 4 games they no win. 2 games then draw. Plus Bechem United and Pando Hearts of Lions. When they can't lose to Nations FC 2-0. When they can't lose to Accra Lions 3-0. If you go through this small winless run,
it be
about that be what I tell say. It just be unnecessary controversies. Then I just go find some issues. Then bring them up again because the issues he did there be underlying.
They say the man next game be Adriana Stars and Hearts. They don't believe say coach go fit win.
Now if you believe say coach no go fit win, with 6 games left to complete the seasons, the season no, that be when they sack the coach.
It be straight.
It be very strange. The time will be off. That's why they talk say the remnants of old regimes. Then they there, where they know they want make like I show they don't want to make all the credit go to a particular sect. So the slightest bit of slide, the slightest bit of struggles, they mark you that. So the slightest bit of struggles now, then those underlying issues. Then rise to the surface. Then you go here. Oh, let's sack him. We they sack him. We they do this. And now we reach this level. So for me, this sacking, the timing be off. It be unnecessary, and it just be a bad sign of it be a bad look on Kotoko. It be a bad look on Kotoko.
Be the model
because
for Ghana, a lot of
at the end of the day, you start to do things, Jay. Plus this IMC, the way they structure everything, then go about them transfers, everything nice. Then all of a sudden, start they act chaotically. Nah, Charlie. It will be cool.
Gabi, me, I know they understand this thing because I know we'll come to talk about Karim Zito, but first off, the sack of Prosper Natiogun. I know they understand this whole thing. It come for his second time where they do IMC member now. Otu for the great king for the Ashanti Kingdom Toxi. If they give the team to make every Kotoko fan calm down, make it look for scout players around, make it build young, fresh team. You know, be say Kotoko for win cup anymore we are like as in right now.
They give them 3-year mandate. Say by the end of the 3rd year, then they go win the league. That be the mandate for the 3rd year. Would it be 2nd year?
They go win the league and then the FA Cup.
For the 3rd year.
For the 3rd year. And right now, the 2nd year, you are still on course because the FA Cup, you go a semi-final. The league, you be 6 points behind the league leaders.
This is one of the off decisions I've seen a football club take in a long time. Why these things they happen?
You see, look, you raised fantastic points about the old regime and some of the
political issues with running the club.
Get this huge politics they are interested in, apart from whatever they happen on the field. If you be coach for Kotoko then has me a day, I know the envy you oneself. Because you they handle 24 players on the pitch, it's time for deal with the board or the circles chairman, the supporters and stuff. Look, this sacking, 1, it be off. 2, Ogum for take some of the blame. 3, the players for take some. 4, the IMC today monk. Make a breakdown. Quickly give you.
Yeah.
You know Ogum so well.
Yeah.
You then Ogum your.
Then my pundit for ATLFM for Cape Coast.
Ogum
that time
be
15 or that.
Then people will if it be A, I be A. If I talk, you know go fit talk some. How do they call them? Autocratic.
Yeah.
Very opinionated.
Make I talk. It be straightforward, guys.
Good.
No.
It talks something in that.
Uh-huh.
Now, why the IMC or why the Sakot Ogumbi say he fall out with half of the players?
Okay.
You know,
but he be the coach.
Good.
So
and he's in coaching.
Yesterday, you recall. Sorry to catch. Yesterday, they recall. So we talk about what the guy name?
Guardiola.
The defender. Yeah, Guardiola. The defender. Kujanov. Yeah.
If you be coaching, where your tactics have sometimes no good. The last thing you want to be say you go fall out plus players.
Yeah.
You know, some footballers saying they play for coaches. Oh, your charisma, your aura, then everything for speed give you.
Yeah.
Your tactics go be like my own. Me, I be top-notch tactician.
You forget say we talk to some blaster player where you say some you go into some team.
Good. I like that.
Oh, make you analyze that thing on
then team. After the talk, he said that the coach now you like him, but the coach do something, then go on some run. You know, be the coach in tactics. So it not be the coach in tactics. Not to digress. I think say Kotoko like them go feel hold on.
Okay.
Right? Make it see out the season, then go sack them. You know what they pay me? Before they go lose to Lions.
Yeah.
No, before they go lose to who then play?
Lions with Nations.
Before they go lose to Nations FC, the coach will take over now. He call Ogum tell him say then sack you or they can't take your job.
Oh, Charlie?
Yeah, Zito.
Hey, this one be the Louis Van Gaal situation.
Zito. Zito will call Ogum.
My wife they tell him say sack you. What did they do for the?
Onia, we are senior. Charlie, ya pamu me na mbe way. That day me call Zito.
Oh, make you not do that, son.
I call Zito. No, I for make the people
no, protect. I don't say yeah, man, but protect them. Yeah.
What I want to be saying, it be poor decision.
But of course, Zito be the coach for the Kotoko, so we know means.
It be very poor decision on the part of Kotoko.
To me say the coach they go play against Nations. They sack him already. To coach sack him already.
Then sack him already. So he be dead man walking. When he the coach for the touchline. What they talk you the players so they ain't listen. And then they watch her and say, now you're shouting now who not touchline. They shout longest. Clean, smooth. Check the results.
Charlie, this is not for be smooth.
See,
because the results be bad.
Now the players. Make her see. You know, say some of the players. Indiscipline no at Dawson.
Hey.
The famous word from Songo.
This issue the
indiscipline. See,
make I mention the joint in name.
Make I give you some. Just make I give you some. You go make I forget. You know, say Easter holiday.
Oh, make you no mention the joint.
No, I'm not going to mention any joint's name. I'm not going to mention any player name.
Yeah.
Then see some of the players. Then drink.
Oh, Bruno. The boys make kusu.
They make lem.
No, if I say kusu, kusu be the fancy one. Charlie.
Wait, I hear say Kumasi. If you find boy to for Kotoko way the ball, oh nana.
Yeah.
Go ask Antoine Semenyo, Black Stars game. Some girl be the show. I mean, this thing.
Yeah.
They tell him say Semenyo come for it. So if one go away, Semenyo score.
Charlie, the baby girl don't for address this issue. So I don't for address this issue. Charlie, the baby girl there for stop this thing. No, if I stop up, the baby girl for stop. If I stop because this thing the boys they do with them a life. It be my life. The football be my life. So if you did away anything, yeah, man, Charlie, you know, fine.
So one goal. Yeah. So that game you forget. That I don't forget. We then Angola.
I don't forget.
The kind of game. That one struggle sound. So when he hits the ball into the net. Yeah. That day, I said interview. Not because somebody told me. I understand it. He said, "Semenyo, come for it."
Oh no.
I said, "Semenyo, come."
So
the point I want to be saying.
What's happening?
The point I want to be saying. Yeah. Ogum he lack the dressing. Like he know if he control the players. The players they do them.
There's one thing
with the players to them be young players who. They not be players where then like
and on top the players he bring them that my problem.
You know be the players where then he they deal with in the first season like the two goddamn Mbella then the Brazilian Fabio Gama then These be players where now then they come up. Then you spoil your career plus going to some joint. Then you go come 60 minutes against Accra Lions.
Then the boy tired.
Then tired myself I know they train as
some play
play 70 minutes
to Olympics. And if the people there we go mention names for here too much. Look,
so you see
the player I say he play for Accra Great to Olympics. In name be M they start. I'm tempted to mention them.
You say make you no mention them.
Yeah, okay, calm. I be M there go film Mango.
Me the team,
Paulo.
The team is say no make
I say I'll go make you finish. Okay. I go hold on to your point and then make you no comments from your head. I say that player, they say catch Kumas way. You see them things no. Charlie the boy mind scatter. You know they feel the focus. But there's this thing with Prosperity Ogum, you know. The last time he coached Dwarfs, because sometimes Dwarfs beat Kotoko 4-0 or 3-1 for Robert Mensah. I need to record the score exactly, forgive me. I ran commentary that day. In that game, 2 strikers day. Make I mention name.
No, make no mention.
I bet they still know they anti-Ghana football.
You know for mention them.
The one guy can play across the folks. One of the strikers can play across where the other guy traveled to Tanzania. They say one girl did the downtown, the more they follow the girl. So if this boy get ball for the game himself, where this one day clear position safe, no one give him pass. He didn't go scoring chance. No one give him ball, then they affect the team.
Yeah.
So this straight way it happen with Ogum. I have to say it be one thing way for the look at them.
If they bring me to the points where you are raised, then Kotoko now they be top of the table.
Yeah.
At a point then be tied with beginning goal stars.
Yeah.
Where I think myself then we talk about say this is in there before I give Kotoko.
Yeah.
Me already self I already talk say has them Kotoko, they're not gonna win the league again.
True.
Ever since the first third team be what? Medium, right?
Yeah,
Medium.
The Western. Good. They're not going to win any league again. So me, I think I said this season, the season give them way, then go change the narrative, then see what then they do.
It'll be shameful.
So the players there, me I feel like say, I don't know if some rule be there from FIFA where maybe, I don't know, I stand to be educated. If it be about time, say sometimes before sanction players too.
No, it be that.
Because on the part
of the club.
Good, on the part of the players,
you go feel
a large chunk of them know the pattern again. Right now, at the time you say some of the players...
if the coach, they have the management in back, you go do.
Yeah.
My Ebusian was, for example, people
players,
they talk say every time, but they said bad example with
some of the players,
but I know be the situation.
Apparently, Ogo, they speak to them, they know the lesson. They know the
because
lesson.
Because it go interest you, say,
they know the lesson.
Some supporter fans today, they have to win 4 matches continue. Then supporter call the player. Then the player tell the Ujafu, put the phone on loudspeaker. Now one match we win 4 actually, we try on Kawa. You get it? He say, as you win 4 matches continue, you put them pay you. What sort of conversation then be that? Because at the end of the day, then they win safe. The supporters like you had to talk. They create problem, no they, but they create the problem.
Yeah. For Ogum there, like I talk, he go take some of the blame. Right now, the IMC say then go bring Abdul Karim Zito. This be former player. He win the Champions League with them.
Yeah, Zito.
Then things. Apparently, then say if they watch what Zito do with Dreams FC, as he carry them go the CAF Confed Cup finals, then go lose to Zamalek.
But I guess they talk to Sika Kono too.
Yeah, no, Zito go see out the rest of the games.
Okay.
Then he go to in TD role, be technical director.
Okay.
Then they go bring
another
coach. It be 3 steps taking, 1,000 steps back.
I know they understand this English.
You know they understand?
No.
As you are the talk, that's why you are the talk. You shall make quiet as the listener. He built fantastic points with the Kotoko structure.
You say you 3 steps forward.
No, they come. You bring Kwesiapia. Kwesiapia, you know, be the club in technical advisor or whatever.
Yeah.
Ogum be what? He be head coach.
Ogum be head coach
slash part of IMC.
Yeah.
Later, you can't come out Ogum from the IMC. You say make it stick to football.
So what's happening?
Now you sack
structurally now.
You bring Zito.
Malik Jabetu also come.
Malik Jabetu. I forget himself. Right now, it be 2 TDs. Hey, Kotoko get money, bro.
2 TDs. I mean,
2 TDs. One be advisor. They come see. One be advisor. One be advisor. Will be one be director. And they copy from the Black Stars.
Hey, Kotoko.
Charlie,
what's the name? These guys they do it.
Charlie,
what could talk about?
And they feel me this morning. No business something. I say me Zito. I know the envy on oneself.
Charlie, go
if I be Zito, the call company, I go reject them. I no go coach.
Yeah.
Clean.
Zito, you go coach or you don't go coach. Charlie, go listen to him. The Karim Zito. Be serious question I ask him no. The Kotoko you can't take. You go coach or you know Zito freeze. You know they fit talk. Charlie Kotoko be big job.
Oh yeah, but this be one.
Hold on. Zito say go talk. Zito, you talk more here.
We have 2 types of psychologists. We have the sports one. We have the normal one. So since I'm a sports one, I go with the sports one. And this is what we are going to do. yesterday we test their energy. We saw that it is down. So it is up to us to raise it, make them our boys, make them our friends, so that we can achieve. So taking the decision, even this morning I won't mention him, one called to ask me, why do you train in that bush? It tells you the family outside are concerned. And I say, oh, they are going to do it today. There are so many things that is going on that is supporting me, because it's a challenge all of us have taken. It's a decision we take. Every decision you take in life is your destiny. Every decision you take in life is your destiny. So if it is my destiny, I have to fight for it. We are going to do our best. We told them it's not over until it's over. Though we are languishing at the fourth position, 6 matches, 18 points can do something. And among the 18, we might meet some of the club at the top. So let's play. Until it is over, it is not over.
Ale, Zito go fit do the job. The way you write for him kept up Zito, you go do the job. I promise you. You see, say he be born, say he make it come. He go win against Adriana Stars. He go win against what be the people name? Accra House of Folk.
Yeah, again Adriana House of Folk.
House of Folk.
Dreams today there.
Dreams Day there.
I think Brekum Chelsea.
Charlie, the guy win the league. He win Zito win the league. Dreams Day inside. He win them. This be the politics it happen for the House of Folk. Michael, what the guy name?
Who?
Bodu. Samuel
Bodu.
This thing. Charlie, I want to wrap up for the Zito conversation with Kotoko. Kotoko, do you understand? It be possible for Zito to make it win now?
Oh yeah, very possible, because at the end of the day, Adriana Stars, them formed this season and will be the best. This recent times we them pick up small. Right now they move towards, I believe, 10th position in the league. But you look at Kotoko, as in they come Babayara, then they can play. New coach come inside. Yeah, you know how things go. New manager bounce against where Kotoko them are quality plus the new manager bounce. Where you pop some of the players they come back from injury right now. Albert Amoa come back the last 3-4 games he play. Yeah. He know the score. But if he tells say yeah, right now he they round up into form. He they get back to that level 9 days before the injury come inside. So yeah, then in the play against Adriana Stars, oh yeah, then go beat Adriana Stars.
Clean. Get it done. I will say get it done. Kotoko versus Adriana Stars. Kotoko 3, Adriana 2. Get it done. Then go finish them. So let's move from the Kotoko discussion and look at one under 15 boys winning the play for the Legon Sports Stadium. Interestingly, we play against Uganda this morning. Yeah. Smooth for the boys, smooth for the girls. Moku starts for the boys. They win against Uganda. Smooth sailing for them?
Yeah, smooth sailing. So this be one under 15, right?
Yeah. Why? You didn't see something different?
Oh no, it be clean. It be very good. It be smooth. Well, I'm not talking.
You did doubt say this
under 15? No, I be under 15. So you say initially then we have doubts as to whether 15. This be the under 15 national team where then carry go now.
Stop that. Charlie, yeah.
I don't feel.
Ali, what do you do?
I don't feel. Just keep on. No, I won't make you point.
You learn for me.
See, you say right from the start of the competition. Now the business say it be one under 15 where we tear, where we the carry go the.
It's for the conversation.
The competition now. Because Mochepe say the tournament before. If it's school, so you go bring, maybe we go assemble St. Peter's them are best, or St. Peter's them are best, because under 15 they are dealing with
SS1, SS1 and blue.
You understand? St. Peter's them are best. Maybe Accra Academy them are best.
SS1.
So I want to make the coaches kind of explain give you how they get these players. But fantastic ballers.
I did a presser. The coach said he said then do. It be processed, so they start from the schools.
Some scouting like that.
Yeah,
and so they play like that in intercottons.
Then do regional.
Yeah, under 15 years, be clean. This guy is 15 years. It be smooth. The Uganda guy.
Fine, it's okay.
This tournament.
The girls still win, so.
Yeah, the girls still win. And me, I believe in
1-0. Yeah. The time with the level, they 1-0.
I believe in my coach, Joyce Boite. I know her from way back.
Great.
She do fantastic job. Plus the girls. The time Ampendakwan ladies go, the AFCON dances, she did them all day. So the women's game should be very deep into the women's game, and now she be the head coach for the under 15 girls. Meanwhile, like I talked from the start of the show, I know they really pay too much attention to the results. No.
Yeah.
It be about getting the transition right, spotting the right talent, and giving them better coaching. Because some of the things you give them for now, if you feed them at the base, will be wrong coaching, wrong way you read the game, wrong organization. It affects them. Yeah. So we forgive them better coaching at this base. That's what me at the lookout for. Okay. And one thing we so far I know really like be how the players then recruit them, because be under 15. Yeah. I mean, for real, like Ghana with Deo, under 15.
For real, make you guys know.
Let me under 15.
For real, this is a CAF. No, hold on. This is
under 15.
No, make you know that. This is CAF. This is CAF competition.
30 to 15 years.
No. This is CAF competition. If you know be under 50, you know go fit play as under 15.
Yeah, 13 to 15 years, clean.
That be fine, clean. That one here clean and it be smooth. Guys, on that note, we go draw the curtains here on Football Made in Ghana.
But you see the Uganda people with them
away. For Channel 1 TV. Thank you, Yao Jamestown and Gabriel. My name is Bernard Abeko. Same time, we will crush you on another day like this. Calm weather, fantastic analysis on set on Channel 1 TV. Football Made in Ghana, Bernard Abeko here. We'll see you next week.
The celebration there. They get into the box for another goal.
Seasons Nursery in Lilongwe is the oldest garden center in Malawi. But as much as I love plants, there is so much more to do here, and we're going to check it out. But first, here's what's up on the show today.
We meet Nafkot Gebeyu as she takes us through the art scene in Addis Ababa. Discover the updos of real fake hair in Malawi. And find out how a Lesotho bakery makes artisanal bread using the power of the sun.
I'm Cynthia Zonde Zulu, and you're watching Afrimax. In Nigeria, a museum is turning trash into treasure, wowing visitors with art and decor made entirely from recycled materials. It's inspirational and sustainable.
Have you ever been to a museum and thought to yourself, what is this rubbish? Or, I could have done that by throwing together some stuff from my garbage bin. That's exactly what this gallery is doing here.
It's a new idea. Nobody has ever thought about doing a museum before dedicated to waste.
Located in the heart of Ibadan in southwest Nigeria, Jumoke's Waste Museum is unique in Africa. Everything you see here is truly trashy. So why did Jumoke decide to waste her time on waste?
I stumbled on the waste in my kitchen, so I started asking questions. What can we do with the waste that we generate instead of throwing it away. And nobody could give me the answer because it's like a stupid question. What is waste meant to be used for if not to be thrown away? But I just couldn't, give up on that idea, and I was trying to look for what else we could do with the waste.
Nigeria is Africa's largest oil producer and has a population of more than 200 million people. So plastic packaging and waste are unfortunately quite common. This harms public health and the environment. But what inspired Jumoke to create new uses for so many piles of garbage?
I could say I fell in love with the waste and I didn't want to throw the waste away. Every single waste that I'm able to save is like I'm on a rescue mission. For every waste I'm able to save from ending up on the landfill, from ending up in the ocean, that's my motivation. That's what keeps me going.
In 2022, Jumoke, a former visual arts teacher, attended a United Nations meeting in Nairobi, Kenya. There, member states agreed to build a roadmap that would create a global plastic treaty. But around Nigeria, especially Lagos, a lot of waste continues to pile up in waterways, causing concern about the growing amounts of plastic in the ocean. Jumoke's way of recycling may be a little unusual, but it's getting a lot of attention.
The idea of the secular world that she's trying to achieve, zero waste, is something that is profound, that we need to all learn to imbibe in our homes and around us, our surroundings. It will just make our country especially a better place to live in. Our initiative would help curb diseases and sicknesses that are needless, and then we'll create a sustainable environment, a greener environment, and a place where we can all enjoy our lives better.
The museum, which exhibits Jumoke's work alongside other artists who share her vision, is raising awareness of waste management. Jumoke also teaches young people how to turn waste into functional, durable and affordable products and supplies that can be used on school playgrounds, for instance.
We also collect waste from source. So we have different families, friends, schools, organizations that have partnered with us over the years, and we collect waste from them from source. Because the kind of work we do upcycling. We don't do recycling. So we don't use contaminated waste. So our waste must be from source, not contaminated.
Jumoke's path may not be an easy one, but she is certain that her efforts are not in vain.
So if I'm able to save 10 kilograms of plastic bottle today, I'm like, ooh, let's do more tomorrow.
And who would have thought that garbage could look this good?
Started in 1989 as a backyard garden, Four Seasons Nursery has blossomed into more than just a garden center with shops, dining, and so much more. Right now, I'm learning to pot a plant while having a chat with Limbani Makina. Limbani, how are you doing?
Good, thanks to yourself, Cynthia.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so what do we have here?
We've got a plant. This plant is what we call a spathiphyllum. It's well known for its peace-bringing properties.
Okay.
To your home.
Right.
It produces a white flower, and it's very good for air purification.
This place has grown into so much more than a garden center.
Yes.
What are some of the must-visit spots and experiences that visitors shouldn't miss?
So we've got a man-made water feature. So it's home to different species of fish. We've got the koi fish, we've got gapfish, we've got lake fish. So the kids just love it.
What are some of your hidden gems and local favorites that many people might not know about?
We've got a gift shop called Yeo, that's a gift shop. We've got Forester, which is an ice cream parlor. Right before Forester, we've got Floral Creations, that's a florist shop. Right. So flower bouquets and whatnot. And right behind me, we've got Ishq, this is a clothing and gift shop. And to our front, we've got Kala, that's a bar and a restaurant.
All right, no, thank you so much, Limbani.
You're welcome.
Next up, we head over to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, to check out the city's vibrant art scene.
Hello and welcome. My name is Nafkot Gabayo. I'm a photographer, and we are here in Addis Ababa, the capital city of Ethiopia. Addis Ababa is called the political capital of Africa because it is home to the African Union. It is a modern city with bustling streets and a rich nightlife. Addis Ababa means new flower. And here we have the beautiful Bawumia Church. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church is one of the oldest Christian bodies in the world, and it has influenced the visual culture of Addis. As a photographer, my friends and I are the new generation of artists. We're embracing technology while still paying homage to the more traditional artists who have gone before us. Now I'm going to show you some of the talented artists here in Addis. Let's go. We visit the studio of painter Selomi Muleta. In Ethiopia, only 1/3 of women are employed. Homes are female spaces, and Selomi Muleta focuses her work on the inner lives of women. What do you want the audience to see when they see your painting? How do you want the audience to interact with it?
When I look at my work, I see myself. You would also see yourself in my painting. And when you do, you have moments of memory, which your mind refers to. So, I want everyone to see themselves when they see my work.
In your paintings, I've noticed, especially when you're painting women, their faces are either blurred or cropped. Why do you choose to do that?
When I do a portrait, it is the face or the hand that I paint. I only focus on the part that I want to. I don't, as in photographs, worry about getting the eye right, fullness of the picture, proportion, and all that.
Who are these women?
Every woman. For example, if I do your portrait, I don't capture you in a literal way.
I love what you said about you emphasize on a certain aspect of the portraits that you paint. It would be an honor to be sketched by you. Okay, I'm really curious. I want to see what you did. Ooh!
A different nafcot.
Wow!
Weren't you able to see it from there?
No, I couldn't tell what was happening. Wow! It's me, but it's not me. You know what I mean? This is so cool. Can I keep it? Oh. Yes! She's gonna
Let me sign it.
You gotta sign it first. As a photographer, I'm drawn to the energy of my city. Addis is always new. You turn around in one corner, there's something happening, and it catches your eye. The skyline of Addis is dominated by construction cranes as people flock from the rural areas to find work. During the scramble for Africa, Ethiopia was one of the only 2 African countries to retain its independence. Its political history is complex and multifaceted, marked by periods of monarchy, military dictatorship, and our painful legacy also includes genocide, famine, and civil war. In recent times, we are trying to heal this through democratic dialogue. I want to play my part in creating a new Addis, and for me, that is about telling stories of my city. So you're here at my studio, and as you can see here, some of my prints are hanging. These are some shots from the busiest marketplace in Addis. It's called Mercato. It's really hectic. It's really hard to take pictures, but that's one of my favorite places to shoot. And I love learning about people's stories. One of my favorite projects is this book, Vintage Addis Ababa. We worked on this project for about 3 years with my colleagues Philip Schutz and Wengela Bebe. With the Vintage Addis Ababa project, my colleagues and I crowdsourced photographs from ordinary people who had great stories to tell from living memory. These were personal stories of hope, resilience, laughter, pride, and curiosity. And it's been such an honor working on it because I got to learn a lot of stories of people that lived in the era that was considered dark in history, because all we knew was people were fleeing the country and dying of hunger and genocide was happening. But through this book, I got to learn the history of my people who were enjoying life, going to cinema, getting married, having children, falling in love, all these beautiful things. And it was such an honor to be a part of it because it felt like I did something to my community. We all felt like we did something to give back.
On the topic of art, the Kaliso Art Gallery has relocated to the Four Seasons, giving them more space to host events and make art more accessible. We're with curator Yves Gisambiro to learn more.
Now, art isn't something that we just see, it's how we feel. How do you create a space where people are able to connect truly with art?
Okay, so all forms of art, we're all born with them. In the same way that every person can dance, every person can sing, it just depends on how good you are at it, you would say. But also, the more you practice, the better you get. So for our space here, I think just the atmosphere itself and having the art on the walls sort of like gives you a vibe where you just want to get into your creative side and just not art. I think, just gives you that vibe where you're just like, okay, I feel like creating something. So I think it's just a matter of bringing out what's already in you and then putting it out on canvas or on paper.
Thank you so much for having us, Eve.
Thank you for coming first.
Hair extensions, braids, weaves, you name it. They're fabulous fashion statements. And not very far from here in Blantyre, one innovator is making beautiful do's which are being dubbed real fake hair.
When you have textured hair, the possibilities are endless. Ethnic hair can be straight, short, long, kinky, curly, afro, or braided. But why are there still so few skin and health-friendly hair options? If you want to braid your hair, you have to resort to synthetic fibers. But plastic on your head? Forever? Wouldn't a different material, a natural and very stable one at that, be much better? And honestly, ropes as braids?
The fact that it degrades whenever it has been discarded is what catches attentions of a lot of people, but also because it's a natural fiber that is locally sourced, people are very interested because some will be able to farm sisal and sell it to us.
Sisal refers to the fibers from the leaves of some agaves and is a relatively young natural fiber whose use flourished in the early 20th century. Nevertheless, it is still one of the world's most important fibers today. It is traditionally used to make rope and yarn, which can then be used to make sacks, rugs, and other handicraft due to its high durability. But hair? Can hair pieces and extensions made from sisal be a real alternative to synthetic ones?
If you can take a look at this, it doesn't tangle, unlike to the synthetic hair.
Some synthetic hair has chemicals which may affect some scalps. The affected scalps may start itching within 3 weeks to a month. Some people remove it the same day because of itching.
The sisal hair for me is a bit lighter and a bit breathable because usually by now, if I had synthetic hair, I'd be sweating behind my back and I would be able to feel the weight.
This hair extension is very versatile. It can be changed into any style that you wish, but also it is antifungal and antibacterial, which means it does not get contaminated when it's wet. But also, being a natural fiber, it suits well with natural hair. It grips very well with the client's hair.
A study has forecast that African hair care sales could reach $994 billion by 2026. Current trends favor products that support natural hair care, and this includes hair extensions, which are used for support, protective styles, or extra length. However, These are often made with single-use synthetic fibers, which get discarded and end up in dumps and landfills and can take 20 to 500 years to fully decompose, leaching toxins and microplastics into the soil, streams, and groundwater. Does the average customer and stylist think beyond the hairdo?
Some salons dispose their hair everywhere, but at our salon, once the hair is removed, we store it in a bin and burn it later. This way, the used synthetic hair is not discarded everywhere.
Plastic hair is just over in our streets, in the riverbanks. So I thought of coming up with biodegradable hair that will replace the plastic hair, so that whenever it's discarded, it will be able to decompose and not harm our environment.
The sustainable part is what drives it the most. Texture is needs a bit of work, but I think it's cool. I think also just the fact that once I take it off, it's biodegradable.
Moses and his team have built a production model that focuses on sustainability.
Considering that our main raw material is sisal and it's locally available, we also have plans that will grow our own sisal so that we reduce cost on accessing the raw materials. We have our own and we produce hair from that.
The hair production process involves harvesting the sisal from the fields, taking them to our lab, extracting the fibers from the sisal. We use manual extraction. We use sharp tools like knives, and then we wash them. After washing, we dry them. After drying, we give them color. So we use non-reactive dyes for coloring. After dyeing, we still dry them. After drying them, we soften them. We soften them using natural chemicals, and then from softening, we proceed to hair conditioning, and then we proceed to hair packaging.
Sisal hair is here now, and we're using it. We're happy with it.
I'm very happy with the hair quality, but I'm not very much satisfied because I'm not yet there where I want to be. There are some things that we need to improve as far as the quality of this hair is concerned, in terms of texture, the feel whenever you touch it, shining properties of the hair. In terms of length, we have to improve. We have to have varieties of length.
Styling and care of ethnic hair is constantly evolving, from the eras of the stretching comb and ironed hair to chemical hair relaxers and perms that blazed through the 80s and 90s. As technology around sisal fibers improves, hopefully this will provide an alternative that leaves our planet a little healthier.
There's a few things more comforting than freshly baked bread. And when it's made purely by using the sun and a bit of love, what could possibly be better? Let's head over to Lesotho to find out more.
Few things beat the smell and taste of freshly baked bread. But industrial ovens consume a lot of electricity, which is expensive and sometimes inconsistent. With this futuristic construction, really?
Not using the electricity won't make my bread taste bad. The only thing is the recipe that matters on how you make the bread.
But for this baker from Lesotho, it wasn't enough to just screw a few solar panels onto his roof to get his bakery up and running. Karabo Mutsamai really thought about how to build a solar parabolic cooker to make bread at zero costs. Let's check it out. How did he do it?
When the sun hits the parabolic, it then reflects to the tube that is made of iron. Then when it reflects there, then it absorbs the heat.
Baking without a carbon footprint? On sunny days at least. But there are disadvantages.
When it's raining, cloudy, snowy, it can't work because it uses sunlight to operate. So when it's raining, I use the stove in the house, the gas stove. Because I don't want the business to stop.
Fortunately, with over 300 sunny days a year, there is no shortage of sun in Lesotho.
On the sunny day,
I produce 20 loaves. But when the sun is not much, I produce about 10 loaves. But the aim is to produce more. In the oven, it takes about 40 minutes on a sunny day or an hour.
Anyone wondering how Karabo managed to do this? Well, during his studies at the Bethel Business and Community Development Center in Mahalizok, Karabo specialized in food science and solar technology. Why this strange combination?
I love cooking, that's the first thing. And the other thing why I choose solar is because now the world is shifting to the power of solar technology, because I wanted to take part and contribute in helping the world to shift to renewable energy.
Over 40% of the population of Lesotho are young people. According to studies, youth unemployment is at around 25%. Most youngsters therefore try their hand as entrepreneurs in order to create jobs for themselves. Was this one of the reasons why Karabo founded Walker Solar Bakery?
I wanted to make something for myself, and I was passionate about starting the business. That's why I started Solar Bakery. I didn't have enough capital to start a bakery. So I used my skills to make this kind of machines to make my bakery work, and again to come up with a different way of doing business.
Bread is a staple, no matter where in the world you are. And this bread is steadily gaining popularity in Maseru. With a wide range of big-name bakeries delivering to supermarkets and corner shops alike. What is the appeal of Karabo's bread?
It just tastes so good. And every time the owner comes and gives it to us, it is so warm and fresh. It feels like my mother baked it herself. And I've also heard that it is good for the environment since it's naturally sun-baked.
I really found out that this bread, it's good for my business because it lasts long. It does not get stale within a short time. The challenge with supply for this bread is weather. If it's cloudy, there won't be any supply. I usually stock a lot so that even in bad weather, I will still have some to sell.
Walker Solar Bakery's oven has been firing up since 2023. But with only one solar parabolic oven, does it have a real possibility for growth?
I'm also looking for a partnership or investment that will help this business of mine to grow where it is right now. And I'm looking forward with making more machines and with different designs that can suit each and every one. And hopefully I want to inspire many of youth in Lesotho and create more jobs for them.
With determination and innovation, this bakery is on a roll, raking in the dough while spreading a little sunshine with every delicious bite.
And that's all we had for you in today's show. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms. Until next time, goodbye.
Welcome. It's Play to Aid.
Get ready for the game show where every play has a purpose. Welcome to Play to Aid, the only game show where your knowledge and skill don't just win you prizes, they help change lives.
What sport is considered the most popular in the world?
Football. Every point you earn goes toward real-world support, from school supplies to health kits, clean water to emergency relief. Play smart, play big, Play to Aid. Catch all the action, the drama, and the heat.
Most commonly spoken language in Brazil.
Portuguese. Play to 8 every Sunday at 3:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Edna, let's begin.
The Play to 8 game show is proudly sponsored by Tang Palace, Giraffe Island, and VVIP.
Where politics meets power, where the tough questions are asked, welcome to Face to Face. Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou as he takes you face to face with the key players shaping the future of our nation.
I lost over $10 million at the trade fair.
You had a fight with the management of trade fair?
I don't have a fight with them. I just deplore the way they went about what they did.
Let's talk about the chief prosecutor of the state at the time that you were being prosecuted, Godfrey Yeboah-Dame, the Attorney General.
Yes. I think he was directed to jail us.
By who?
By the system.
Boko has been a failure for your government, though.
Can't be a failure.
You have not solved it.
No, you are not praising them, the previous government for solving Yendi, which was even a more difficult case.
It's quite obvious that from these votes, the people felt that let's just let you go.
So they were disappointed in us. You are essentially the worst government in the Fourth Republic.
I don't know how you are doing that. If you based on the indicators.
Yes, based on the number of people who refuse to come and vote for you.
If that is your analysis, then why not?
No filter, no boundaries, just the truth behind the headlines. Deep, bold, and unflinching. Face to Face with Umaru Sanda Amadou airs on Tuesdays at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV, where politics gets real.
Another week is here. Hello and welcome to Trending Africa with me, Samuel Akom. Remember, on all social media platforms, I am at the Samuel Akom. Trending Africa is a show where we take you through the African continent to bring you stories that are making headlines. So what stories are trending? Let's go for a quick break. When we come back, we'll zoom into those stories.
Welcome. It's Play to 8.
Get ready for the game show where every play has a purpose. Welcome to Play to 8, the only game show where your knowledge and skill don't just win you prizes, they help change lives.
What sport is considered the most popular in the world?
Every point you earn goes toward real-world support, from school supplies to health kits, clean water to emergency relief. Play smart, play big, play to 8. Catch all the action, the drama, and the heat.
Most commonly spoken language in Brazil.
Portuguese.
Play to 8 every Sunday at 3:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Edna, let's begin.
The Play to 8 game show is proudly sponsored by Tang Palace, Giraffe Island, and VVIP.
Welcome back to Trending Africa with me, Samuel Akom. Remember, on all social media platforms, I am at the Samuel Akom. Let's begin today's episode from Nigeria. And in Nigeria, Lagos State residents are urging the government and relevant stakeholders to put in place proactive measures to revitalize the Nigerian economy. This follows the imposition of some tariffs on all African goods coming from the African continent by the United States of America. Trust TV News' Victoria bring us more in the following report.
The recent imposition of tariffs on goods and services from all African nations by the United States has sparked concerns among residents of Lagos State regarding the potential repercussions of Nigeria's economy. A cross-section of the residents voiced their fears that the existing trade imbalance between the two countries would be exacerbated, further weakening Nigeria's economic and potentially turning the nation into a dumping ground for American product. Consequently, they are calling on the federal government and all relevant stakeholders to urgently promote and implement policies that encourage the consumption of locally made Nigerian products. They believe that increased patronage of Nigerian-made goods will not only foster the country's economic development, but also reduce the reliance on foreign imports.
It is high time for we Nigerians, Africans in quotes, we need to wake up. Most especially my own country, Nigeria, we really need to wake up in the sense that we have a lot of natural resources which God has given to us, even more than other African countries. That is why we are being called giant of Africa. You know, but as it is right now, what I believe we should do is actually that we need to see through our own natural resources, we need to see through our agricultural sector, we need to see through our other sectors, you understand, so we can have a better development in our country.
The impact on Nigeria will not be discouraging. Right from day one, if you look at the trade balance, that is balance of payment of America and Nigeria, you will see that America has favorable balance of trade against Nigeria. The only thing we are exporting to America is oil, but we as a developing country, we are importing a lot of things from America. And when at the end of the day, by the time we look at the trade of balance, it doesn't favor us.
Nigeria can do is that to to tell everybody to start doing our goods, so we can make money out of it. So it's better than Africa, American roads.
Of course, it's going to have a heavy, because we are always dependent on external, productions and so on. And bringing that on us is going to further inflict problems on the economy of Nigeria. But for me, I think what we should do is to develop our local content.
Up to our leaders, to find a way around this, because there's no how such tariffs will be imposed on us and it will have economic effects. As you can see, everywhere is engulfed with inflation and so much, and things like that. And so, with the tariff, we are expected to feel more impact of that heat.
According to them, to prevent Nigeria from becoming a dumping ground for foreign goods, it is crucial that all stakeholders work collaboratively to develop local content and effectively harness the nation's mineral resources.
Let's just stay in Nigeria, and fresh investigations into the Federal State Student Loan Fund have revealed some unethical practices by the banks and some top universities. And this has cast a bit of shadow on the disbursement process of the fund. And according to a report by the National Orientation Agency, the banks are colluding with the top universities to shortchange students. Abdullahi Ahmed of Trust TV News has more for us.
Findings reveal that some university officials are deliberately withholding vital information about loan disbursements, while others are actively working with banks to delay payments, allegedly for personal financial gain. In some cases, institutions have failed to acknowledge loan disbursements from the Nigeria Education Loan Fund, leaving successful applicants stranded. Speaking to Trust TV News, the NOA Director General, Larry Isa Onilu, confirmed the disturbing trend and assured that steps are being taken to protect students from further exploitation.
Just about 4 months ago, we established a new department that we call Youth Engagement and Inclusion. So the Department of Youth Engagement and Inclusion is to ensure that we bring youth as drivers, not as passengers. And in several forums I have gone, talking to youth, I keep telling them, don't let anybody deceive you. We are not the leaders of tomorrow.
It's time is now. It's an attempt to lure you into slumber so that you can be waiting for tomorrow. And then they eat up your todays. So don't wait. It is not tomorrow. It is now. Take charge. And so the only way to do that is to ensure that we include them in what we are doing and we make them drivers and not passengers. So how do we make them drivers? It's ensuring that we provide megaphone, we amplify their voices.
The orientation agency boss issued a stern warning to complicit institutions and banks, demanding an immediate halt to the malpractice. The National Orientation Agency has also instructed its state directorates to gather more student feedback nationwide, paving the way for decisive action against any school or bank found guilty.
This one we have done, many universities now will pull back quickly and say, so we are being watched. That's one of the reasons why we went public, for the universities to know that they are being watched. And also to get the student to know that you are being shortchanged. Don't also sit idle. While we are engaging with NEL Fund is also responding. I can tell you that in a few weeks' time, they will launch an app that every student can have, and you can monitor and track everything till when the money gets to your university.
The recent revelations of unethical practices surrounding the disbursement of student loans have cast a shadow over what is arguably one of the Tinubu administration's most ambitious and transformative social intervention programs, the Nigeria Education Loan Fund. This was designed as a legacy initiative to democratize access to higher education and ease financial burden on millions of Nigerian students. The program promised hope and opportunity. However, reports of collusion between certain university officials and banks to delay or divert funds have raised serious concerns about its implementation. Abdullahi Ahmed, Trust TV News, Abuja.
Now, as the world looks toward new centers of influence, Nigeria is seeking to build its long-standing partnerships. One of such partnerships is a partnership between Nigeria and Bulgaria. And during a send-forth ceremony for Bulgaria's ambassador to Nigeria, Yanko Yordanov, it was revealed of how important it will be for the two countries to continue with their relations. Trust TV News' Nisak was there and filed this report.
Over the years, Nigeria and Bulgaria have been actively strengthening their diplomatic and bilateral relations, focusing on areas such as trade, education, security, and development cooperation. These initiatives reflect a commitment from both nations to sustain and deepen their diplomatic ties, fostering mutual growth and cooperation. At the heart of this relationship in recent years is the outgoing Bulgarian ambassador to Nigeria, Yanko Yordanov. Under his leadership, Bulgaria and Nigeria have significantly enhanced their bilateral relations, particularly in trade, education, defense, and culture. Stakeholders say nations like Nigeria, backed by strong foreign partnerships, could shape everything from global trade to tech and climate leadership in the decades ahead.
You know, when you want to go into business, it's better you do business with your friends. You don't have secret, you open everything, and that is the kind of business that we are strengthening between Nigeria and Bulgaria. And I tell you, if all of us put our hands on deck, the 1% narrative that is out there about Nigerian is nothing compared to the 2% that is not doing anything. It's nothing compared to the 97% that are doing fabulously well across board.
Under your watch, the ties between our people have grown deeper, not just through policy and protocol, but through a shared dream of economic cooperation, innovation, and mutual empowerment. You have opened doors for business and trade, encouraged cultural exchange, and created opportunities that will continue to bloom along us in our hearts after your departure.
This gathering today is an innovative feature of the Nigerian-Bulgaria Parliamentary Friendship Group to build on the past year's experience with Ambassador Yanko in strengthening bilateral business ties between Bulgaria and Nigeria.
In his 4 years of service here in Nigeria, the outgoing Bulgarian ambassador visited 22 out of the 36 states in the country and continues to play a pivotal role in strengthening Bulgaria's diplomatic ties with Nigeria and other West African countries.
Bulgaria and Nigeria have a lot in common when it comes to the richness of culture, cultural traditions, and specific rituals. I think that the exhibition that we have opened in Lagos exactly 1 year ago showcased that Bulgaria and Nigeria are closely linked together in terms of cultural legacy.
Bulgaria has been providing development assistance to Nigeria, particularly in building local capacity for vaccine production and other health-related products. These support stakeholders here believe aligns with the broader goal of enhancing bilateral cooperation in various sectors.
This is still Trending Africa with me, Samuel Akom. Remember, on all social media platforms, I am at the Samuel Akom. Let's go for a quick break. When we return, we'll head to Ghana, where the Mahama-led administration is racing against time to meet its 120-day social contract with Ghanaians. Don't go anywhere. Do stay.
In a world filled with challenges, we all need guidance, hope, and a lifeline to anchor us.
This is Lifeline, and I'm your host, Fred Crunchy Mensa.
From social issues, relationship challenges, and family matters, Lifeline is here to inspire, uplift, and guide you on your journey.
Where we give you support, where we hold your hand through the valley and through the thick and thins of life.
Join Bishop Fred Crunchy Mensa.
I welcome you especially to Lifeline.
Every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. right here on Channel 1 TV. Let's walk this path together, strengthen our faith, our families, and our lives. Lifeline, because every soul deserves a guiding light. Tune in to Lifeline on Channel 1 TV and let's grow together.
Welcome back to Trending Africa with me, Samuel Akom. Remember, on all social media platforms, I am at the Samuel Akom. Let's now head to Ghana because justice continues to elude families who have lost loved ones to gruesome murder. Some of these cases have lasted long number of years with investigations yet to conclude. To some of these families, they say the justice system has fallen far short of expectations. Channel 1 News' Philip Nilate recorded some of these incidents and bring us this report.
On September 12, 2020, news broke that Professor Emmanuel Yabene, a senior lecturer of law at the University of Ghana, had been killed at his residence in East Legon, Ajirigano. His lifeless body was found in a pool of blood, lying face down in a corridor leading to his bedroom. His hands were tied behind his back with a white rope, his legs bound with a green rope, and a cloth partially stuffed into his mouth. According to police, the body showed multiple signs of assault, particularly to the face. At the scene, investigators also found a hand glove, a blood-stained white rope, and bloodstains on the walls. The white building you see behind me is the abode of the late senior law lecturer of the University of Ghana, Professor Emmanuel Yabene, who was gruesomely murdered on Saturday, September 12, 2020. All four accused persons in the murder case were domestic workers of this abode. 4 suspects were initially arrested in connection with the murder. 2 cleaners, Christian Proby, 32 years, James Wamba, 26 years, a house help, Isaac Botry, 41 years, and a gardener, Adams Mensah Manso, 52 years. The Kaneshie District Court later discharged Boche, Manso and Pobi, leaving James Wamba as the prime suspect. Prosecutors revealed that Wamba, a cleaner at Professor Bene's home, had hatched a plan to kill him in August 2020. 2 weeks later, he recruited Ebenezer Kwaisi, an apprentice mason, to help execute the plan. On September 10, 2020, the two reportedly carried out the alleged murder. Tragically, Wamba died in police custody on October 17, 2020, after confessing to the crime. A relative of Professor Bene, speaking to Channel One News on condition of anonymity, expressed the family's desire to know the exact cause of Wamba's death. In March 2024, the Accra High Court sentenced Ebenezer Kwaisi to 30 years in prison for his role in the murder. Another shocking case occurred on Sunday, March 17, 2024. Suspected robbers attacked and killed Dr. Christopher Edubuahin, son of renowned historian Professor Albert Edubuahin, at his residence in Islegon. The Ghana Police Service apprehended McPherson, a houseboy, in connection with the alleged murder. He was later remanded by the Kaneshie District Court. In a statement to Channel One News, Dr. Edubuahin's family said,
"It is still very emotional for the family, and it has been very hard accepting the fact that Chris is gone at the relatively young age of 52, especially after all the challenges he had overcome, including a major car accident that severely impaired his movement. He was such a fighter. You never find justice in a case like this. Nothing will bring him back. Nothing. It is comforting that the murderer has been apprehended and is in custody and has confessed. That at least gives the family some closure."
On January 13, 2019, the Marketing and Public Affairs Manager of the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority, GPHA, in charge of the Tema Port, Josephine Asante, was tragically stabbed to death at her residence in Community 25, Tema. The incident reportedly occurred shortly after she had returned from a senior staff party. According to sources at GPHA, Madam Asante was attacked in her bedroom soon after arriving home on Saturday night. Following the brutal assault, the attacker or attackers allegedly locked her in the bedroom and threw the keys into the compound. Subsequently, the Tema Regional Police Command launched an investigation into the matter. 2 individuals, Amos Apeku, the personal driver of the deceased, and Christian AJ, a houseboy, were arrested in connection with the case. Robert Tando, brother of the late Josephine Asante, has expressed concerns over the prolonged nature of the investigation.
The person who transpires pulled the trigger or ordered the murder was never brought to trial. The investigators, I'll say they did a great job, but that's where the justice system falls apart, because they were looking for forensic reports. That forensic report never came. It took years, and we don't understand how a forensic report, apparently something to do with MTN's phone system, it took them so long. After that period, we every time we went to court, we were told the docket was passed to the AG's office awaiting AG's comment or whatever, advice, yes, and that took forever.
For the families whose loved ones were murdered in cold blood, justice has not been fully served. Many are still demanding answers to the lingering questions on their minds, while also calling for the justice process to be expedited, to be prudent for the new administration to intervene and ensure that justice is ultimately served. For Channel One News, I am Philip Latte.
Still in Ghana, the Economic and Organized Crime Office, in partnership with the Criminal Investigations Department, CID, during a raid in a suspected cybercrime hideout, arrested over 200 foreign nationals. And according to reports, they indicate that they were involved in series of crime activities. Channel 1 News' Fred Duho was on grounds and filed this report.
In a joint security operation dubbed Operation Rescue Shield, IOCO, the police CID and other agencies rescued and arrested 219 individuals believed to be victims of an international cybercrime ring. According to the acting executive director of IOCO, the victims were lured into Ghana with promises of well-paying jobs, only to be held against their will and forced to participate in online scams.
219 people were arrested at Kunsak Estates in Oyerifa. The suspects were lured into the country, so the victims were lured into the country by the suspects ostensibly to give them lucrative jobs in Ghana. Unfortunately, when they came to Ghana, since there are no lucrative jobs existing, then they took them hostages and then they confined them at the Oyerifa estates, and then they were forced to go into cyber crimes and cybercrime related activities.
IOCO says among those arrested, 11 are minors, 7 are females, and 201 are adult males. 35 of the suspects are believed to be masterminds behind the operation. Investigators believe many of the victims were trafficked and forced into cyber fraud under duress.
The screening is still going on, and we are thinking that come what may, by tomorrow we should be able to complete with the screening, and then bearing in unforeseen circumstances, it should be possible for us to link or maybe make arrangement to send the victims back to Nigeria to connect with their relatives.
Security personnel recovered laptops, mobile phones, internet routers, and other digital tools used in the operation. Personal belongings were also secured as evidence. IOCO has announced that the arrested individuals will be processed for deportation within 48 hours.
When the Nigerian High Commissioner met them, these were the complaints or issues that they raised.
As crime continues to grow in Ghana, a number of institutions are collaborating, like the CID and the IOCO. They are basically collaborating to ensure that they nip this form of cyber crime in the bud. Reporting for Channel 1 News, I am Fred Duo from the IOCO office here in Accra.
Lastly, the President of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, is racing against time to fulfill his 120-day social contract with the people of Ghana. Few days to the 120 days, with some of the promises fulfilled and some also outstanding, with pressure mounting from the opposition, indicating that he might not be able to fulfill that 120-day social contract. Channel 1 News' presidential correspondent Akusia Ochere brings us highlights of how the days have been.
Friday, April 18, 2025 marks exactly 101 days since President John Dramani Mahama was sworn into office for an unprecedented second term. As part of his first 120-day social contract, President Mahama pledged to complete 26 key initiatives within the first 4 months of his administration. So far, out of the 26, 9 have been completed. These include the nomination of a full list of cabinet ministers completed within 14 days, the formation of the leaner government, hosting a national economic dialogue, organizing a national education dialogue, rolling out the no academic fee policy, launching the Tree for Life and Blue Water initiatives, introduction of the 1 million coders program, the launch of Mahama Cares, and the abolition of selected taxes, including the e-levy and mobile money, taxes on bet winnings, and the emissions levy.
Okay, I've just given assent to the repeal of the famous e-levy bill. Promises delivered.
with some of the promises still outstanding. Some are in progress, and these include budgetary allocation for the Women's Development Bank, though the bank is yet to be established. Plans are ongoing to restructure or shake up all loss-making state-owned enterprises. Funding has also been set aside for the commencement of free sanitary pad distribution. There are ongoing investigations into key national issues, including the SkyTrain project, the National Cathedral, and the killing of journalist Ahmed Swali.
The investigation of significant killings or murders that have remained uninvestigated, and so I've urged the police and the investigative organizations to look more actively in cases like Ahmed Swali, and that is how come a first suspect has been arrested. We're hoping that his interrogation will lead to further arrests of people.
As some key initiatives are ongoing, several major pledges remain unfulfilled. A ban on political appointees purchasing state assets, introduction of a code of conduct for government appointees, implementation of the much talked about 24-hour economy, establishment of the Accelerated Export Development Council, free tertiary education for persons with disabilities, launch of the Black Star Experience program, a probe into the dam spillage, compensation for flood victims, and the abolition of the COVID-19 levy. Some have wondered why taxes have been scrapped, yet the COVID-19 still remains in place.
I'm hoping for the COVID tax to be scrapped, because they also promised, and that one to affect our fuel. So we are hoping, because you know, you can dodge. Me, if not the banks who were not doing their work well, I never pay e-levy.
However, government has assured that the levy will be scrapped by the end of 2025.
President Mahama and his government, we are keeping our promises, the promises that we made to you. There's only one tax left now. We promised that 4 will go. We've done 3. It's left with the COVID levy. And I assure you that in the next budget, you are going to see that.
The opposition New Patriotic Party is also mounting pressure on the government to stay true to its word.
Is gravely off track, and I think that it goes to prove the point that the NDC talk or they bit more than they can chew. And right now, they're just going to be playing with us with words and excuses until the 4 years is up. But clearly, what they have committed themselves to in 120 days, with 19 or so days outstanding, he cannot deliver on this promise.
The president has vowed to ensure that all 26 promises under the 120-day social contract are delivered.
All of you are supposed to focus on your sectors and work so that we achieve all the targets that we set ourselves in the 120-day plan. The Senior Presidential Advisor on Governmental Affairs is the chair and leading that effort. So you have to work closely with her so that we can make sure that we are faithful to the mandate that the people of Ghana gave us.
That's all we have for you on this week's episode of Trending Africa with me, Samuel Akom. Remember, on all social media platforms, I am at the Samuel Akom. Catch you next week for another exciting episode, because you cannot afford to miss stories that are trending on the African continent. That is why Trending Africa is for you. Catch you next week.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Hello, beautiful people. You walk out to the Channel 1 Countdown right on Channel 1 TV with me. Of course, the Channel 1 Countdown is a show that chronicles the top 10 hottest songs right here in Ghana. We will go for a quick break. When we return, we get to chronicle from 10 all the way to number 1. Also on this week's episode, we have our discovery of the week for you as well and our African song of the week. But last week, we got to know our number 1 song for the week. And our number 1 song for last week is Black Sheriff's So It Goes Up off his Iron Boy album. We get to enjoy that. We go for a break, and when we return, we chronicle our top 10 songs right here on the Channel 1 Counter. My name is Akol Kumsin. You can find me on all social media platforms at PK_Kumsin, because it's spelled with a double N. You're welcome to the Channel 1 Countdown.
I'll be working all the summer, getting my bread up and shit. Moving from place to place, from plane to plane, spreading my word out and shit. I'll be doing this for a while, searching a better place for my life. Cause where I'm from, no resting. All we had was nothing. Say it was zero and blessings. But I had blood in my eyes, fire on my hands, survival plans full my head. I was getting tired, but you make me wanna trap again. And she said, if you see the light, remember that I was with you when you were lost a lonely lover. Don't forget about me so soon. If you see the light, remember that I was with you when you were lost a lonely lover. Don't forget about me so soon. Asoiko, 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 Asoiko.
Yeah, and so it goes. See, this life is an only road. Every day hustle for the dough. I'm on the road. Put my body, mind, and my soul. That's why me I head to the top. Cause man, I've been walking. Nobody can stop me. See many people talk, many people do, many people yeah, many people try, but I keep walking. Nothing will disturb me. Mark by me, oh. And I will never rest till I see my mama smiling. VVS diamonds dancing, oh. We up forevermore.
Asoiko, 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 Asoiko. I'm tryna put you in designers, fly you Bahamas, Maldives, Jamaica. Take you everywhere I go, show you Mama Africa from Ghana to Bafana. So send a little prayer, and please try to say less. Ooh, girl, shut up. Cause nobody really cares like that. Nobody gives a fuck higher. But them all ready to listen. Everybody. Don't let our love be entertainment. To all these motherfuckers. On my life they don't deserve it. And she said, if you see the light, remember that I was with you when you were lost a lonely lover. Don't forget about me so soon. If you see the light, remember that I was with you when you were lost a lonely lover. Don't forget about me.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Welcome. It's Play to 8.
Get ready for the game show where every play has a purpose. Welcome to Play to 8, the only game show where your knowledge and skill don't just win you prizes, they help change lives.
What sport is considered the most popular in the world?
Every point you earn goes toward real-world support, from school supplies to health kits, clean water to emergency relief. Play smart, play big, play to 8. Catch all the action, the drama, and the heat.
Most commonly spoken language in Brazil.
Portuguese. Play to 8 every Sunday at 3:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Edna, let's begin.
The Play to 8 game show is proudly sponsored by Tang Palace, Giraffe Island, and VVIP. This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Welcome back to the Channel 1 Countdown with me, called Kumsin. You can find me on all social media platforms at PK_Kumsin. Kumsin spelled with a double N. Let's start it off at number 10. And at number 10 this week, I have a rapper and a singer for you. I mean, Kojiki, featuring familiar with this one, the title Abebrese. The baby has my Abebrese. Enjoy.
Number 10.
I wonder why bad things happen to good people, real people, cool people. Peep, the world is too evil. Rich man eat off poor man sweat. Use the same money eat poor man get. And tell poor man say, work hard. Auntie sell rice and bread, son. Nobody they work past. Still she no get house. Still she no get car. Woody, motivational speakers, any quotes a chat. What I no do. Still there's no end in sight for what I go through. Kept a clean hat saying come I go fight for me. The boys them cheat man, still they streets they stack money. Life will show you. Lions eat, antelopes get eaten. That's how it goes. Yeah, see you reap what you sow. Like a catino if you eat your cocoa. Like all harvests be the same. Like a good harvest self. The market share no go feed put you to shame. Oh, Abebrese. Me baby I see my Abebrese. Obra mi boy give me one. Mame ya with the G kakra mi nienti. Me mani wana.
Who brati me who ne sami wano. Me gari ni benye sicha na kabano. Kwa me sikapi matese obi ne wano. Swansu ma swansa amfa siwe na line. Hallelujah. Do jidi pa se me yansa teura. Hallelujah.
They say take the pizza money, buy cement back in. Then we'll go tell you say the workmanship be where you spend more. The roof go if you take your coin saw. So next time you get up and hit all my hands to mouth, remember that this is all a setup. Nyebete boss. Easy to talk about speeding when you get horse. Bisa papi, stress my legs or still can't catch up to a Ferrari. So I carry it to dear God. On my knees in church like Yami Family. Yeah, we are Martina. And nothing I get so warm and I'm in pet. Kakra mwe busuan or boy not Lord make her blow. They say a good name is better than riches. But can you feed quick kids? Can you pay fees and feed the misses? Amplify your voice, make them listen. The Jordans get paid more, you have to settle if you be pippin'. Oh, Abebrese, miss it. Me bury us in my Abebrese. Obra mi boy give me one. Mame ya with the G kakra mi nienti. Me mani wana.
Who brati me who ne sami wano. Me gari ni benye sicha na kabano. Kwa me sikapi matese obi ne wano. Swansu ma swansa amfa siwe na line. Hallelujah. Do jidi pa se me yansa teura. Hallelujah.
The universe know the biz and know they care about your kid. Millions say they die for Yemen and know they care about your sins. That's why we put our hope in reverence. The church costs us when in need, but when we need tens, then prayer is recommended. Yebe will be your best or being so baby dance and woo. If they both live by the book, will they get the same benefits in heaven? How is this fair? See how we suffer. How isn't this hell? Confanoche Hospital, A&E car park. Saw a woman on the floor. Challenge she dey cry sa. Saying on the phone, me baba kopa aka. Sika mininti, me shemani wusa kwa. I had to win EQ and all the pesos. Even talked up in prayer, but they still wasn't saved, bro. Okay though, I get it more times. In the galaxy of billions, man, it's not even a speck in God's side.
Papa, one kind of can't tell me. But tell me 7 to subscribe. But try me 7. 10 CDs, I will share me 11. The jai please at all, and I'm still a burden. How? I mean, you know, say time to go. I dear son, dear team, man, family goes. That child is you. In a young coming cancer, bro. My blade.
Oh, Abebrese, miss it. Me bury us in my Abebrese.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Good one there from Kojiki featuring Fami. I mean, listen to the song very well, add it to your playlist, put it on repeat because it's actually advising a lot of people. And special shout outs to Young Pabi. I mean, he was mentioned in the song. And there's a lot of reasons why Young Pabi has been off the scene, but it's good to have him back because he has actually announced that now he's back is back for good. So if you're enjoying good music from our very own Young Pabi, special shout outs to you, my boy. Actually, Young Pabi was my junior in senior high school. Aquinas, special shout out. Hey, but let's move on to number 9 on the channel 1 counter. And at number 9 this week, I have a last minute with Olivia.
Number 9.
Baby, I'm on the road, drinking tequila, oh. My man is so far, oh. I'm say I for the radio. Carry on. No matter for my Joe, Bolivia. On this lonely road, bitches that be stepping on my toes, making me feel sad, oh. Now I'm living on my own. Now I'm pretending to be alright. Tell me why I'm so sad. And what I thought it was St. Louis, Bolivia. See me now, why you gonna put the blame on BB? You thought to me that in the end you only have yourself. But I've been preventing all these lies. Still I've been so fast. And what I thought it was in St. Louis, Bolivia. Baby, I'm on the road, drinking tequila, oh. My mind is so far, oh. Say I for the carry on. No matter for radio, Bolivia. Look at me on the log, love. And maybe some try sitting anger. And maybe you know even broken clock is right in the day. Telling my mother to the police that the prison on me. I try to give you the peace, I give you everything that you need. See me now, why you can't put the blame on BB? You thought to me that in the end you only have yourself. But I've been preventing all these fights. Still I've been too fast. And what I thought it was in St. Louis, Bolivia. Baby, I'm on the road, drinking tequila, oh. My mind is so far, oh. Say I'm on the road, carry on. No matter for radio, Bolivia. Baby, I'm on the road, drinking tequila, oh. My mind is so far, oh. Say I'm on the road.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Good one there from Last Mid with Olivia. Now let's move on to number 8 on the Channel 1 counter. And at number 8, you know, I have a Merry Go Round by Amrado. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy it and make sure you go round. That's right as well.
Number 8.
God is king. Your love is like merry-go-round. I want to show you money. Can you please give me body? Post for the photographer. I want to show you money. Can you please give me body? Baby say cash, baby say dough. And so there are families. Oh, I can't take my phone. Oko for that, Baba phobia. Oko fabulous, never fabulous. Now Asante Kotoko. Oko phobia, say that, Baba phobia. Oko fabulous, never fabulous. Take Kotoko, yeah, I cry to Kumasi. Masi to Boga. Men found shit there, he want to go fly you away. You buy to know it. Let me try, we are mommy sika. But to me for pa, Kuma topa, atopa. Go fly you away. You buy to know it. Let me try, Baby say cash, baby say dough. And so there are families. Michelle, nothing, my come on,
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Merry-Go-Round by Amrado. Good song, beautiful song, great jam. Actually, I love it. Make sure you keep supporting Amrado, man. It's been a while we heard from him, so it's good to actually hear a new song from him. But let's move on to number 7 on the Channel 1 Countdown. And at number 7 this week, we have Too Late. Yeah, I lit. Too Late by Wendy Shea.
Number 7.
You broke my confidence every day, and you never thought that I would be okay. You lied to me. You make me want to freeze. Coming back on your knees, oh no. So you no go get again, boy you won't get again. Make you no disturb me, cause I no go demand you. Oh no, it's too late, it's too late. It's too late, it's too late. You lost a good one, my Obia Shamiringo. It's too late. Pressure been rising, I dream no betting it. When you see sexy body, see fiami wanesa, but this one I make bossa, I me trisa, sa. Say when pressure been rising, I dream no betting it. When you see sexy body, see fiami wanesa, but this one I make bossa, I me trisa. Sa. I say you don't go get again, boy you won't get again. Make you no disturb me, cause I don't go demand you. Oh no, it's too late, it's too late. It's too late, it's too late. You lost a good one, my Obia Shamiringo. It's too late, it's too late. You lost a good one, my Obia Shamiringo.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Ah man, welcome back to the Channel 1 Countdown. That just gone by was Wendy Shea with It's Too Late. Yeah, are you late? You mean you understand what I mean? I mean, are you late? It's too late. It's too late. Hey Charlie, you're the guy, you make it. Well, let's move on to check out our discovery of the week for this week, and you know how we do it right here on the Channel 1 Countdown. We put a spotlight on one artist. Yes, emerging artist right here in Ghana to actually help people understand his new music and actually add him to your playlist as well. And this week, the spotlight fell on Murphy, and he has a new song out titled Mariana. Enjoy it.
I'm feeling high, don't you feel it too? I no go lie, girl, you make me feel good. Bonnie, you move your hips, girl, waist. Your flow be like an oasis. You count my nerves all the way. Oh, tell me small on the daily, But that girl with the bottom my sleep, she know I got you, so she tryna move sneaky. But I flee with some speed. Oh Maria, move that waist, turn up the bass. You fit to make man I go insane. I will not go me no go shingo. Move the waist, turn up the bass. You fit to make man I go insane. I will not confirm me no go shingo. Oh my Mariana, sweet Mariana, girl you blow my mind, set my soul on fire. Oh my Mariana, sweet Mariana, girl you blow my mind, set my soul on fire.
I really need your love. Though you like my thing, you make man feel alright. Oh, Zito, don't be long talk, baby, I love you. Tell me what you want, Bambi, no go waste time for you, alright. Yeah. Finish mommy, oh Maria. Don't let it over me, oh, put the pepper in my eye. Yeah, you will put my friends on me, I love you. Oh, baby, put it on you, feeling alright. Oh, Zito.
Move that waist, turn up the bass. You fit to make man I go insane. I will not confirm me no go shingo. Oh my Mariana, sweet Mariana, girl you blow my mind, set my soul on fire. Oh my Mariana, sweet Mariana, girl you blow my mind, set my soul on fire. Oh my Mariana, sweet Mariana, girl you blow my mind, set my soul on fire. Oh my Mariana, sweet Mariana, girl you blow my mind, set my soul on fire.
Oh my Mariana, sweet Mariana.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Number 10 to number 7 on the Channel 1 Countdown, Jan. And now we get to check out 6 to 1. But we'll do that right after this break. Don't go anywhere, stick and stay.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown. This year, take the first step towards a deeper connection with God and one another. Join us for the Family Consecration Service, a powerful journey of faith, love, and renewal. In 2025, we are called to consecrate our homes, our hearts, and our lives.
The Lord is protecting you with His favor this morning. In the name of Jesus, may the Lord favor your going out. May the Lord favor your coming in.
To dedicate ourselves and our families to the path of faith, grace, and unity. Through prayer and reflection and a shared devotion, the Family Consecration Service 2025 brings families closer together, strengthens bonds, and invites God's presence into every corner of our homes. It's on Thursday, 1st of May 2025 from 6 a.m. to 12 noon. The venue is the Oil Dome, Royal House Chapel International, Accra. There will be renewal of vows for married couples.
On this occasion, I'm asking you to forgive me for all the hits and pain I have caused you.
Join countless families around the world as we come together to consecrate our lives in the spirit of love and faith. A consecration for today and for generations to come. Make this year a new beginning. Family Consecration Service 2025 for the love of God and the love of family. Join us this year. Together, let's consecrate our families and our hearts. This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Welcome back to the Channel 1 Countdown right on Channel 1 TV with me. Welcome to the Channel 1 Countdown. Is a show that chronicles the top 10 songs making the airwaves right here in Ghana. Special shout outs to Afrakuma. Man, I love it. You know, she's always my heart. Yeah. But let's check out our top 6. 10 to 7 done, Discovery done. Let's check out 6 to 1 and also African music for this week. And at number 6 this week we have Cheat on You by Kitty featuring Jackie. Black men don't cheat. Let that sink in. Enjoy it.
Number 6.
I don't wanna cheat on you. Everyday temptation, baby, yo. I just wanna kiss on you. I just wanna kiss on you. I don't wanna cheat on you. Everyday temptation, baby, yo. I just wanna spend on you. Come here, make I spend on you. Oh no, don't let me cheat on my woman, no, no. I try, you know, say I try. Don't let me cheat on my woman, no, no. I try, yeah. Look at her face, look at her bum bum, look at her waist. What a bum bum, baby, my taste. What a bum bum, baby, my craze. Look at her face, look at her bum bum, look at her waist. What a bum bum, baby, my taste. What a bum bum, baby, my craze. It's a me, telling me what a man go do. Everybody want a piece of me. Telling me what a man go do. It's amazing. Telling me what a man go do. Everybody want a piece of me. Telling me what a man go do.
Say you love me, scatter. I know you see this back, and I go make you never want another woman. Cause I be crossing the border. Give you my love on a platter. What I'm in chair, mera energy. I won't pass out with the mayor and drive me home. Yeah, I miss your media. Kumadico. Da bena oveba. Dona da bena opa. Da bena oveba. Dona da bena.
Look at that face, look at that bum bum, look at that waist. What a bum bum, baby, my taste. What a bum bum, baby, my craze. Look at that face, look at that bum bum, look at that waist. What a bum bum, baby, my taste. What a bum bum, baby, my craze. I couldn't know one thing, yeah, me should tell me. Yeah, no, my God, me. Oh, I couldn't know one thing, I'm gonna miss you. Lord, I love my woman. I love my woman. I don't want to look another woman. Oh, I love my baby. Oh, I love my woman. I love my woman. I don't want to look another woman. Oh, I love my baby. Look at that face, look at that bum bum, look at that waist. What a bum bum, baby, my taste. What a bum bum, baby, my craze. Look at that face, look at that bum bum, look at that waist. What a bum bum, baby, my taste. What a bum bum.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Black men don't cheat. That's really true. And Kitty just made us understand that very well. But let's move on to number 5 on the Channel 1 count. At a point in time, this song was number 1 for like 7 weeks, but it has dropped to number 5. And I'm talking about XLO. You can put me for emergency. Could you black featuring Calvin Boy?
Number 5.
Only you bad feet my chest. Your back asset. You know they play my chumba rest. Me see my jolly. But no bata me kongo no. Baby kongo so. You dey see ya. Me no fi kill am for my head. I need to know where you did. Oh yeah, send me all okay. Shabali you know the day. Oh, when there's a not the day. I need to know where you did. Send me all okay. Shabali you know the day. Oh, when there's a not the day. Come to my da. Oh, excellent, excellent, oh, excellent, excellent. You go put me for emergency. Shorty, excellent, 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 excellent. You go put me for emergency.
Girl, I need you. You make a man feel in you. All I want is you. Oh, yeah, tell me what I don't feel do. I you. Whatever
baby boo. 247 girl, I'm ready. Body set it, go to my shit for my baby. Wanna do many things very crazy. Now she telling me say she be Jensen. She working Fendi, pull up in a Benzy. Bum they offend me when she bend it. You go put me for it, my Benzy.
Oh yes, me all look again. Shabali girl no delay. Oh, my nest are not dead. I need to know how you did. Send me all look again. Shabali girl no delay. My nest are not dead.
Come to my dad. Oh, excellent, excellent, oh, excellent, excellent. You go put me for emergency. Shorty, excellent, excellent, oh, excellent, excellent. You go put me for emergency.
Ugly and dirty.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
And if you've not learned the excellent dance yet, make sure you learn it because this dance is going global. Yeah. Let's move on to number 4 on the Channel 1 Countdown. And number 4 is a song off his brand new album, his sophomore album, Iron Boy by Black Sheriff. And this time around, he titles it Suma Obi. Yeah, I love it so much. Obi Mwamie, Obi Mwamie. Oh, Suma Obi Mwamie, Suma Obi Mwamie. It's a very spiritual song, by the way. It gets spiritual as you listen.
Number 4.
Obi Mwamie, Sumo Obi Mwamie, Sumo Obi Mwamie. I need some help, put my head on fire, can't cool. My head on fire, can't cool. Slowing down on the marijuana, baby. Spending time training my mental. Softly make I take it to the right place. K-Bones, Samunim, Zemidenda. You can't testify, no be easy. No be who say, he say, she say. When you hear say I need some healing, I be up how much and I'm screaming, Father, Father. My demons still they after me, yo. Principalities force what I me do. Make I know the verse, make a coolie body, yo. But say me cash a man ya in me musu. Na cash a all kinds of me, yo. I know who I'm before. They want then they wanna do too. Obi Mwamie, Obi Mwamie. Sumo Obi Mwamie, Sumo Obi Mwamie. I need some help, put my head on fire, can't cool. My head on fire, can't cool. Obi Mwamie, Obi Mwamie. Sumo Obi Mwamie, Sumo Obi Mwamie. I need some help, put my head on fire, can't cool. My head on fire, can't cool. Of late I've been needing racks, a little too much money. Margin in a mullah. Naturally, na mamunga. When shall the wicked die? Na me to me rested. Me nya some operations. Na me to me party. Go to join him son. Me say Shabras is not way. For me age is a fine wine. For me age is a fine wine. Me go to join him son. Me say Shabras not him way. For me age is a fine wine. Mommy age is a fine wine. Obi Mwamie, Obi Mwamie. Sumo Obi Mwamie, Sumo Obi Mwamie. I need some help, put my head on fire, can't cool. My head on fire, can't cool. Obi Mwamie, Obi Mwamie. Sumo Obi Mwamie, Sumo Obi Mwamie. I need some help, put my head on fire, can't cool. My head on fire, can't cool.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Obi Mwamie, Obi Mwamie. Smoby Mamie. Beautiful song, man. Black Cherry is just such a spiritual song. And actually, this song and the song that comes before it on the album are my two favorite songs on the album. And the song I'm talking about, I'm referring to, is Sacrifice, man. Beautiful songs by all standards. Lyrics, check. Vocals, check. Production, check. These are the songs that we need in our system. But hey, let's travel around across the continent of Africa and land in Equatorial Guinea as we bring you one artist from Equatorial Guinea on our African music segment on the Channel 1 Countdown. And this week in Equatorial Guinea, we landed on Vanilla Car, and her new song is, listen, Caricatura. Enjoy it.
Eres el pincel que pinta mi papel, el regalo más bonito, niña menina, tan hermosa como la aurora, su risa que enamora. Yo siempre estaré para ti. Uso el poder que me dio la vida para amarte y caminar las dos. Quiero siempre contemplar tus ojitos, niña menina, vamos paso a paso. Ya toma mi mano. Carica tú, caripa allá. Bonita tú, no mires atrás. Carica tú, caripa allá. Bonita tú, você tão linda. Tu nombre, que se encienda ya todas tus luces, princesa de colores, bailas como las flores. Caricatura, suena tu nombre, que se encienda ya todas tus luces, princesa de colores, te mueves como las flores. Você pode passar. Você não olhe pra trás. E você pode passar. Você não olhe pra trás. Que la vida tiene muchas sorpresas para ti. Este cuento no se acaba aquí. Bonita tú, no mires atrás. Carica tú, caripa allá. Bonita tú, você tão linda. Carica tú, caripa allá.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Good, man. Added to your playlist, that's Vanilla Car from Equatorial Guinea. But let's check out a few things about Vanilla Car that you may want to know, or you would like to know a little bit about her. Vanilla Car is an Equatorial Guinean multiple award-winning pop star with an international influence. She started music at a very tender age with the support of her family. Her first approach towards music was as far back as 2007. And I mean, it's when she recorded a song with her father's Samuel production, an attempt many described as successful and signs of a passionate young girl who is ready to take on the world through music. As part of the efforts to launch her musical ambitions, she participated in a competition at the famous Spanish Cultural Center in Guinea, where many enjoyed her amazing display of energy, talent, and dedication. She has since walked in the spotlight of that event. She also, in an interview with the foreign media, described moments at the competition as a springboard for bigger things ahead of her. After a thing or two with some homegrown studios and labels, she started a journey through neighboring Central and West African countries, performing at major events and in top collaborations. Now, one of such collaborations was with our very own Bisa Kede Odoyewu in an award-winning high life song from Ghana, and also Komelo Dur with Collins, who is also one of the influential names across the Francophone sub-region. She has also worked with notable producers, or she has been on productions with Joey B, with Cesario MC, with Kapasta Ambandi, and also Master Gazi. Many more to come for our very own Vanilla cast. Special shout outs to Vivian Kai Loco, aka Vikeski, aka El Loco Ship, aka We'll go for a quick break. When we return, we have more for you right here on the Channel 1 Countdown.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown. Looking for the latest buzz in Ghana's entertainment world? Welcome to Ghana Weekend, your ultimate destination for all things creativity and entertainment.
Stay in the loop with breaking news, exclusive interviews, and then insider stories from your favorite creatives and stars. From music, movies, fashion and art, lifestyle and culture, Ghana Weekend brings it all together. Get a daily dose of entertainment, discover new talents, and never miss out on the creativity that defines our vibrant culture.
Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle Ghana Weekend, on X Ghana Weekend, on TikTok Ghana Weekend, at Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube for the latest in entertainment, travel, and everything Ghana. Don't miss out. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, where entertainment meets creativity. Visit GhanaWeekend.com now. This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Welcome back to the Channel 1 Countdown right here on Channel 1 TV with me, Cole Kumsi, from on all social media platforms, PK_Kumsin, Kumsin spelled with a double N. Now let's check out our top 3 songs for this week. And at number 3, this song entered the charts some 2 weeks ago, and now it's at number 3. I'm talking about Shake It to the Max, the remix by Molly, which features Shensia, Skillibang, and Silent Addy. So ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Shake it to the max, shake it to the max, shake it. I don't know how to do it now, so I'm trying.
Number 3.
Is there? And if you hear this and then go and bend your back, go and bend your knees, baby, shake it to the max. DJ, please turn up the bass to the max. Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max. 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 Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max.
Bad man, she love. Bad man, she love. Yeah. Bad man, she love. Yeah. Bad man, she love. Bad man, she love. Yeah. Bad man, she love. Bad man, she love. Yeah. You in your shot.
Oh, you dealing with the boss?
Make you come first, coulda never take a last. Yeah. Like a ball pump up the fast. Skin out, for me fuck it. Girl, you make it cocky brad. Original girl, some of them are dinner calf.
And if you hear this and then go and bend your back, go and bend your knees, baby, shake it to the max. The DJ, please turn up the bass to the max. Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max. 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 Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max.
Caribbean girl, me know for tick, me know for top. Yeah, man, I watch my body like say them, I watch a match. Yeah, anything him say them, girl, I do it like it's tax. But make my own money like the girls in movie trap. Classy, real bad girl, me get nasty. I do whatever I want, just because I'm bossy. Yes, I'm the one in charge. Never get my booms and him still falling in love. Yes, I know anybody can touch this. Baby, I am not a hoe. Rice and peas, body high
beg a tears, anyway, yes, in my past.
And if you hear this sound, then go on bend your back. Go on bend your knees, baby, shake it to the max. With the DJ, please turn up the bass to the max. Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max. 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 Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max.
Don't have to fear, number one in command. I came just to kill me, ain't too militant. They won't figure eight, but I don't need a man. So they love how me whine, and me true religion. You dealing with the body, of course. Or you dealing with the boss. If we break up, yeah, you know that it's a loss. Upgraded every dude I ever tossed. Steady want me back, you can't touch this. Baby, I already leveled up. You looking for love, and I'm looking for your love. Baby, you can handle all the sauce.
And if you hear this sound, then go on bend your back. Go on bend your knees, baby, shake it to the max. With the DJ, please turn up the bass to the max. Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max. 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 Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
This song is making waves globally, man. Everybody is shaking it to the max. Let's move on to number 2 on the Channel 1 counter. And on number 2 this week, we have OMG by Mr. Drew featuring Olive the Boy.
Number 2.
Dikirinko silly. Da da da. Yes, I'll be single, forever single. No go mingle. The one I don't want is not single. Oh, single. Another loving lost on this side. She was an angel, more than an angel. I no go on you, heaven knows the girl I did tell you. But spoon some holding, so she's not
my days. Somebody steal my baby. You know that I carry your love. Cause mama go back up, oh no. Oh my days. I never want to share my girl. You know that I carry your love. You never me say love, say love.
Them don't carry my cross, go, cross, go. Them don't carry my somebody, oh somebody. My body they pay me.
Oh my God, God, God. Them don't carry my somebody, oh somebody. My body they pay me. They don't carry I'm going, they pay in my heart, in my mind, baby down to my liver. I told them many things where I figure if anybody go tell them, she not go believe them. She no feel look me in my eye lately. I know feel reason on my mind to fail me. Me drink the wine, they drive me crazy. Cause it really pay me. Oh my days. Somebody steal my baby. You know that I carry your love. Cause mama go back up, oh no. Oh my days. I never want to share my girl. You know that I carry your love. You never me say love, say love.
Them don't carry my cross, go, cross, go, cross, go. Them don't carry my somebody, oh somebody. My body they pay me.
Oh my God, God, God. Them don't carry my somebody, oh somebody. My body they pay me. Silly.
Them don't carry my somebody, oh somebody. My body they pay me.
Them don't carry my somebody, oh somebody. My money they pay me, silly.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
And that'll be it for today's episode on the Channel 1 Countdown, Channel 1 TV with me, Call Kubsi. You can find me on all social media platforms, EK_Kubsi, Kubsi spelled with a double N. Thank you very much, because this is all time with the last. But before we go, we need to check out our number 1 song for this week. And our number 1 is a song featuring Fireboy DML. Yes, I'm talking about So It Goes by Black Sheriff. See you next week right here on the Channel 1 Countdown. But continue watching Channel 1 TV.
Number 1.
I'll be working all the summer, getting my bread out and shit. Moving from place to place, from plane to plane, spreading my word out and shit. I'll be doing this for a while, searching a better place for my life. Cause where I'm from, no resting. All we had was nothing. Say it was zero and blessings. But I had blood in my eyes, fire on my hands, survival plans pull my head. I was getting tired, but you make me wanna trap again. And she said, if you see the light, remember that I was with you when you were lost a lonely lover. Don't forget about me so soon. If you see the light, remember that I was with you when you were lost a lonely lover. Don't forget about me so soon. Asoiko, 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 Asoiko.
Yeah, and so it goes. See, this life is a lonely road. Every day hustle for the dough. I'm on the road, put my body, mind, and my soul. That's why me I head to the top. Cause man, I've been walking, nobody can stop me. See many people talk, many people do, many people yeah, many people try, but I keep walking. Nothing can disturb me. Mark by me, oh. And now we never rest till I see my mama smiling. VVS diamonds dancing, oh. We up forevermore.
Asoiko, 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 Asoiko. I'm tryna put you in designers, fly you Bahamas, Maldives, Jamaica, take you everywhere I go, show you Mama Africa from Ghana to Bafana. So send a little prayer, and please try to say less. Ooh, girl, shut up. Cause nobody really cares like that. Nobody gives a fuck higher. But them all ready to listen. Everybody. Don't let our love be entertainment. To all these motherfuckers. On my life they don't deserve it. And she said, if you see the light, remember that I was with you when you were lost a lonely lover. Don't forget about me so soon. If you see the light, remember that I was with you when you were lost a lonely lover. Don't forget about me so soon. Asoiko, 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 Asoiko.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
From trash to treasure, meets the man who, in his quest to save his own life, decided to make the environment more bearable.
What problem did you want to solve?
So the pollution problem,
right?
The smoke from the burning of the plant is very poisonous. Personally, I was suffering. I could have asthmatic attacks and end up in the hospital. And I was like, if I don't find a solution to the problem, I can die.
Has it been all rosy for him? Well, he shared one of his experiences with us.
That shelter at Jolu Junction. I mean, it was beautiful to see. I used that stretch, but after a while, it vanished.
I couldn't sleep after building that bus. I'll tell you when I started sleeping.
Accompanying him is the Vibe 3. They'd be serenading us to some great tunes.
Girl, you fire, we can't deny that. Many girls for me act by your body. Tell me who on you, mommy water. Say I go be your Santana.
So, this Sunday, join Frima Edunyame and Nana Tufo-Boateng on the Upside Down Show at 7 p.m. for an uplifting and mind-changing moment.
Well, I go there with you. I go there with you.
In a world filled with challenges, we all need guidance, hope, and a lifeline to anchor us.
This is Lifeline, and I'm your host, Fred Crunchy Mensah.
From social issues, relationship challenges, and family matters, Lifeline is here to inspire, uplift, and guide you on your journey.
Where we give you support, where we hold your hand through the valley and through the thick and thins of life.
Join Bishop Fred Crunchy Mensah.
I welcome you especially to Lifeline.
Every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. right here on Channel 1 TV. Let's walk this path together, strengthen our faith, our families, and our lives. Lifeline, because every soul deserves a guiding light. Tune in to Lifeline on Channel 1 TV and let's grow together.
We're doing something quite interesting. We're making red eba with fried turkey and sauteed or stir-fried vegetables.
Put that on fire.
What's cooking? Wow.
Taki is cooking.
Taki?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. This will be delicious when cooked. Hello?
So this is what you do now?
No. I had early signals.
Your GPS is not working.
No, I had early signals.
Which early signals?
And to avoid the rain, I have to come early.
Which rain?
It's about to rain.
Ghana met you.
Yes.
Red eba is just your regular normal eba, but this time around it's stewed.
All right, Chef Orel. So I was just letting you do your thing with the stir fry.
Yeah.
It's fun to watch you cook. It's mesmerizing.
Yeah, it's been cooked. It's been cooked.
Where is this hat from?
What's Cooking is brought to you by Tasty Tom, Kivo Pepper.
All right, so Heritage Caravan 2025 has already begun, and we are at our very first location right here in the Greater Accra region. So we are live and in color here at the Slave Dungeon here in Accra. This is our very first stop on the tour of at least 14 regions. We're sleeping in some of those regions, and we're going to explore the indigenous Ghana that we have. We're going to eat some amazing meals, and as you can see, we're being welcomed. We're being welcomed here at the Slave Tour. It's going to be simply amazing. There's lots to see, there's lots to do, and it promises to be a fun one. Come along with us as we go to the Slave Dungeon here in the Greater Accra region to see everything and experience it all.
Oh, Ago. My name is Ni, and when you come to Accra, the names that we use is Ni and Na. Ni is a title of a king, and Na is a title of a queen mother. So my original name is Ni Pakpo from the Dutch area, Sempe. We do have so many historical things here. We have the fishing community. Also, we have a fort known as Fort James, used as a slave activities after they stopped the slavery, became a prison. And first Prime Minister of Ghana, Osajefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, he was being jailed there in the year 1956 and come out 1957. So inside the fort, we have a slave marketing, female prison and a male prison all inside.
Jamestown is the oldest part of Accra. Actually, it was Portuguese and the Swedish in Cape Coast. That was 1471. And Danish and the Dutch and the British were here into 15th, into 16th centuries. But it was British that really stays for a long period of time here. That is why Jamestown is the oldest part of Accra. The history really starts from Jamestown British. So moreover, when you guys arrive in Jamestown, we have a lot of historical things in Jamestown here. Example like the British slave dungeon. This, where you see the man is coming out from. That's a British slave dungeon that built in 1633. It's actually slaves work in there from here to the British fort, from the British fort to the point of no return. And then the reasons why the British slave masters have to build this is to hide the slaves from the Gold Coast people, for them not to see that there's a slavery going on here. So everything that happened in the slave dungeon is secret underground. By the time you realize you are in the ships taking you to so many countries. And then due to this slave dungeon, they purpose build it to hide from people that lives in this community. So at that time, all this place was very bush, so no one knows what is happening. And then one thing about the slave masters is they pick the slaves from town to town, city to city, region to region, country to country. And then what happened is that they have to work many months. Some work for 12 months, 17 months, 6 months, 50 days, and then they have to work here. And then when they get here, the sun capacity in the olden days due to sun, the sun is very hot. So the sun capacity due to how the sun is very hot, when it shines into the dungeon, it kills a lot of slaves because the slaves are already tired and very weak. So most of them can't survive there. And then when you guys come to Jamestown or you guys come to Accra, the slave masters divided our town into many parts. So Accra was divided into 3 parts. So we have the Danish Accra, which known as Osu. We have the Dutch Accra, which known as Sempe. And then we have British Accra, which known as Odododiodo. But because the British slave masters couldn't pronounce it, it was changed into Jamestown. So we are all going to pronounce the original name of Jamestown. So let's all say Odododiodo. And then the meaning of Odododiodo is let's come together. Let's come together. So now we're going to see the slave dungeon.
It's okay. Yeah, so where we are now was the slave dungeon. And then inside here is where the slaves were passing through underground to the fort. And then from here to the fort, takes them 2.5 hours before getting to the fort, because they walk slowly. They have changed their neck, their hands, their leg, so they walk slowly. And a white person died, they have their cemetery nearby, which is going to be buried very nicely. And then also, the reason why we have this underground tunnel, during slavery, some of the parents were part of the slavery. They sell their own children, so they don't want people to see. That's why everything is underground. So this place is known as only strongest survive. If you are not a strong person, you died on the way. You can see we are already sweating. Even the heat capacity here kills the slaves on the way going.
Let's start assuming this. We just arrived here. I would like experience the heat. A lot of slaves died here. And then you can see there's a wall over there. This wall was recently blocked because when it rains, water comes in here. So people in our community here do fetch water from here. When it is rainy season time, May, June, July, people come in here and then get clean water. That's a raining water. Because when people hear about history and then something history about this building, it makes people very sad and very mad. So this time around, we do fetch water from this dungeon. And it was built in 1633 as well. Yeah. We just arrived. You experience how you are sweating, right? A lot of slaves died here. Wow. A lot of slaves. We are thrown away. Come again. We are thrown away. Yeah, when the slave died in here, there's a town called Wartime. Wartime is a town whereby black slave bodies were thrown there, and then the vultures eat the flesh of the black slave.
Oh, so was there a link from here to this?
Yes, please. Yeah. That wall over there was recently blocked. It takes them from here to the British fort, from the British fort to the point of no return. So we're gonna walk forward towards the British fort, and then you see where this tunnel leads them to.
Oh, wow. The heat here is unbearable.
Also, where we have the best boxers from this community. So we have the boxing gyms around here known as House of Pain. No pain, no gain. Great boxers in Ghana train here. So famous boxers train here. And also we have go home or go out or go home. Best boxers in Ghana train here. So for now, we start a tour from the tunnel known as the strongest survive. When you are not strong, you never survive.
We're still touring the slave dungeons here in Accra. And we're about to enter the Willpower Boxing Gym. Go hard or go home. Do you know how to box? Because we're about to go inside and see a few things.
So Timbuktu, Ghana Mali, Zumanguru, you know what you're showing. What you're showing. So Timbuktu, Ghana Mali, Zumanguru, you know what you're showing. Manchester, you know Zumanguru, you know what you're getting. What you're showing. What's that to do, you know? Why not saying, you know? Yes, and why you know what you're showing? Get your Israel, get my gift, get Ethiopia, get Sudan, what you're showing. I back about you know when you're for Karacha, I get my one year, I'm in young thing. I back about you know when you're for Karacha, I get my 1 year, I'm in young thing. I'm a cabin young matu.
And then Emmanuel Tegu, Richard Comey, Joseph Agboko, all of them are from Jamestown in this community. I'm here with my sister, nice sister. I'm nice too, and then she's nice one. I'm nice one, she's nice too.
Did they all start boxing here?
They all start from here.
We know Accra has produced some great boxing legends, and according to the guide, they all trained here at this particular boxing gym. So the Caravanites are still going around, we're still looking at the gyms, we're still experiencing Jamestown like never before.
I told you this is the oldest part of Accra. This is Jamestown. And this part known as the Vultures Town. That is why the king of Vulture Town lives here. He controls the whole community. That is why the walls has been drawn with vulture. So the king of Vulture Town lives here, who controls the whole community here. Please. So this is one of the border between British and the Dutch. So when you walk all this side, you are in Jamestown. When you walk all this side, you are in Dutch town. So we are going to walk on the border between British and the Dutch.
You can see we've told the slave story here in Accra. Centuries ago, the white man came under the guise of friendship, under the guise of trade, and instead they enslaved our ancestors and took them away from us to work on their plantations in the US, in the Americas, and elsewhere. We're going to continue the slave story. This is Heritage Caravan 2025.
Go! So we are standing on the boundary between the Dutch and the British. From here up to the long monument over there on our back. That's end of Jamestown. Jamestown ends up over there. So when you walk this way, this is Dutch, which known as Sempe. And then when you walk this way, it's British, which known as Odododiodo. And I spoke to you earlier on that a lot of Ghanaian slaves were slaves that picked from here to Brazil in Salvador by here. Most of them returned back in 1830s and settled in the Dutch area. So when we talk about Portuguese language, a lot of Ghanaian people speak good Portuguese. Portuguese words like krata, pano, Spatre, and etc. These are all Portuguese languages. And then names like Azuma, Nelson, Nutrot, these are all Portuguese names over here. And then moreover too, when you can see the first post office that built by the British slave masters. The first post office that built by the British slave masters. First Prime Minister, Osajefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, he was being jailed here in a year. 1956 and come out 1957. So inside here we have a slave marketing, female prison and a male prison all inside here. Also the meaning of the short door means kill the spirit. You bow down for slave masters. That's the meaning of the short door. And the prison is just abandoned in 2007.
And then also this fort was built by the Royal Adventurers Company of England. That's 1673 as a trading port for both gold and slaves. And then at first, we have only Accra. But through slavery, Accra was divided into three parts. So we have Danish Accra, Dutch Accra, and British Accra. So where we are is British Accra. And then have you seen this building over there? That's the Bible House. At first, Bible House is office of the slave masters. If you want to buy a slave, it's inside over there. But now they are selling Bible over there. From bad to good.
ya fo keracha. I get my one year, and in young thing. I got a back in my 1 year, I fo keracha. I get my 1 year, and in young thing. I'm a cabin young matu. I'm a cab on young motu. I'm a cab on young watumo. I'm a cabin young matu. I'm a cab on young motu. I'm a cab on young watumo. I'm a cab on young watumo. We not a time, catch my walk, walk out.
What you mean when I change inside the mama? What you do when I do not my mama? You change inside the mama. I got a tomorrow, yeah, I forget I get my 1 year, and a young friend. I got a tomorrow, yeah, I forget I get my 1 year, and a young friend. Them say me no fit jump, them say you no fit jump, them say we no fit jump. Them say we no fit jump, them say you no fit jump, them say we no go fit jump. I'm a girl when young to my boy, not a child, catch my walk, walk, Nagbe wa you know, ya si you mama, padi kete bu you know. Kumere kwedu, kumere kwedu. Sumini nje ura dapa. Inya bibu you know. What you do, what you mean when I change this baba yo. What you do, what you mean when I do not me baba yo.
Yeah, Nabalia, Malina Chotoma, and Ling Hasubekasi. Kahasi Doma, Abeche Anna, Mombesia, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, oh, oh, Male, 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 Nabalia, Malina Cho, oh, Domo, Anekasi, Abe Hanso, Obe Cantona, Nabalia, Malina Cho, oh, Domo, Anekasi, Abe Hanso, Obe Cantona, war, war, nothing but destruction. I say war, 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 nothing but destruction. Yeah. Matalil na bulong, ako ju apaka, akama we domo, dakika je bulo. Matalil na bulong, ako ju apaka, akama we domo, dakika je bulo. Nabale unko balea, maya sisinwo. Nabale unko balea, maya sisinwo. Akando mongweling, ankape domontia. Abloya keregira, abloya keregira, abloya keregira. Whoa, whoa. Matalel na pulo, akoju apaka.
something quite interesting. We're making red eba with fried turkey and sauteed or stir-fried vegetables.
Put that on fire.
What's cooking? Wow.
Taki is cooking.
Taki.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. This will be delicious when cooked. Hello?
So this is what you do now?
No. I had early signals.
Your GPS is not working.
No, I had early signals.
Which early signals?
And to avoid the rain, I have to come early.
Which rain?
It's about to rain.
Ghana met you.
Yes.
Red eba is just your regular normal eba, but this time around it's stewed.
All right, Chef Orel. So I was just letting you do your thing with the stir fry.
Yeah.
It's fun to watch you cook. It's mesmerizing.
Yeah, it's been cooked. It's been cooked.
Where is this hat from?
What's Cooking is brought to you by Tasty Tom, Kivo Pepper.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. Yeah. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, you should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebaut. How Zebaut there?
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me.
Join
the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Want the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive. Amen. Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday.
This year, take the first step towards a deeper connection with God and one another. Join us for the Family Consecration Service, a powerful journey of faith, love, and renewal. In 2025, we are called to consecrate our homes, our hearts, and our lives.
The Lord is protecting you with His favor this morning in the name of Jesus. May the Lord favor your going out. May the Lord favor your coming in.
To dedicate ourselves and our families to the path of faith, grace, and unity. Through prayer and reflection and a shared devotion, the Family Consecration Service 2025 brings families closer together, strengthens bonds, and invites God's presence into every corner of our homes. It's on Thursday, 1st of May 2025 from 6 a.m. to 12 noon. The venue is the Oil Dome, Royal House Chapel International, Accra. There will be renewal of vows for married couples.
On this occasion, I'm asking you to forgive me for all the hits and pain I have caused you.
Join countless families around the world as we come together to consecrate our lives in the spirit of love and faith. A consecration for today and for generations to come. Make this year a new beginning. Family Consecration Service 2025 for the love of God and the love of family. Join us this year. Together, let's consecrate our families and our hearts.
So you're going to come with me?
Why must I?
Don't worry, when we get there I'll explain. I don't want to do it here. But like I said, I've been following you for a while. I work with the CID. Let's go have a conversation, okay? You're going to bring your basket of foodstuffs, all right?
It's just foodstuffs.
Yeah, so you're bringing them. So you pick your basket. Okay. So walk in front of me, sir. And we go straight.
My kids are waiting.
It's fine, you can make a phone call when we get in there. So we're going this way. Here. Put it on the counter right here. Here. Here.
And what am I doing here?
Wait, I'll tell you. What's cooking? You are welcome to What's Cooking right here on Channel 1 TV. My name is Apioko Sarah Mashong Abe. Today, I'm the latest sheriff in town, CID expert officer extraordinaire, and I have my perpetrator here. His crime, I've been following this gentleman for about 4 months now, all right? Somewhere in December 2024, I saw him at the Kijitia market. He says he was buying foodstuffs, you know, groceries, because he likes to cook. Somewhere last month or so, I saw him at the Makola market. Same story he's telling me. He was there to buy foodstuffs, groceries to cook. And I catch him today. He's got a basket full of goodies, and he said he's going to cook. He's going to pick up his kids. They're waiting for him. He's going to cook. So I've arrested him. He's here in my office, aka my kitchen, and he's going to cook something up for us today. I don't know what he had planned to cook, but he's cooking it here. And we have other ingredients for him as well. I'll tell you why we're doing this when we come back from our break, but before we go, let me remind you that What's Cooking is sponsored by Tasty Tom Mufa Kakra Na Ye Bebre. We've also got Kivo Pepper, and Kivo has a beautiful range of products, not just the hot pepper, but they've got rosemary, you know, the ground rosemary or dried rosemary. There's a ginger, onion, garlic blend as well, very tasty. And Tasty Tom as well now has a range of dry spices. I'll tell you more about that later. And the newest kid on the block in our group of sponsors. We have the Susie Herbal Center, and they've got some very interesting products. There's a capsule for men's prostate health, which I'll tell you about later. We've got some skin products as well, and then also some natural ingredients that can help boost your immune system if you take it over time. Are you ready?
For what?
I just told you, you're gonna cook.
If you let me go after, yes.
Oh, you go afterwards, don't worry. We'll be right back. Welcome back. This is still What's Cooking right here on Channel 1 TV. My name is Apioko Seyiram Ashong Abe. Apioko will suffice. Now, we're in the What's Cooking kitchen, my office. I've brought the acclaimed, the famed, the infamous Judge Louis Lamis to join me here in the kitchen. I arrested him, you know, sort of. I'm sure he's like, what's going on here? But for someone who understands comedy, drama, and commentary on social issues on an extremely deep level, I'm sure he'll forgive me for this.
I'm thinking about it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please, wherever you are, give my guest a round of applause because he's been a trooper. He didn't slap me. He didn't run me over with his car. Judge.
Yes.
How are you doing?
I'm fantastic. Are you chief inspector, detective?
I will not let you know.
All right.
Yeah. I'm an executive, an expert in the security service.
No problem.
The CID that's as much as I'll say, to be precise. Yeah. Yeah. And you're a judge? Yes, my lord?
Yeah.
My lord?
Yeah, for the purposes of our business, I'll say yes.
So, for those of you who have ever watched and really immersed yourselves into Kejetia versus Mokola, the Ghanaian TV series that has taken the internet by storm and really has been a pioneer in letting us see what we can do with digital media when it comes to putting Ghanaian content, and I'm talking about feature-length content out there. Yes, we've got our shorts, we've got all our social media skits and whatnot, but these are full TV drama productions, and they've used you and your team, digital media, to just project Ghana and what we have in our film industry to the world. It's amazing.
Thank you.
And it's an honor to have you here.
Thank you.
And if you see him there as the judge, know that he's the creator of Kejetia versus Mokola. So we have a real superstar, a real colossus, a real avatar, you know, a real Ogboro here in the kitchen with us today. What are we making? You know, I'm scared. I'm scared that you're going to get me back one day soon.
Yes. That one, and it's a retaliation actually,
Oh,
so.
Lord.
Yeah, I always say I love to retaliate. Based on what you have here, I think I can make some noodles, some fried rice.
Okay.
I can see you have goat.
Yes.
We can make some goat sauce and use the same goat to make the noodles. But I love spice, so make it a bit hot.
Okay.
Basically, something very simple. We can make some tea, drink.
So a little birdie tells me that you love tea.
Yes,
I told you I've been stalking you. You
I
know.
see.
I mean, stalking is illegal, so let me not use that term. I've been keeping an eye on you.
Feel free to use
eye.
stalk. I like
no,
stalk.
No.
Stalk me.
No. So what are we going to do first? What's the first step?
The first thing is the goat meat. It takes a while to cook. So we need to get that.
The way your skin is nice, you know. You
See
like
what?
soft meat.
Do you know sometimes when people speak, I don't hear?
No, you heard this one. You heard this one. The way your skin is nice, the way you've managed for the hair and your beard to be baku, single, one.
Say Papa be here, we'll lose elections, no.
Wow. What a stray bullet. Okay, so we have a chopping board.
Okay.
The goat meat has already been washed. Are you going to cut it?
I love it smaller.
Okay.
My dad was a butcher till he passed.
That was his profession.
That's all my father did.
So that's what you grew up knowing.
Yes. He wanted to be a footballer, but my grandmother didn't let him.
She didn't see the.
Yeah. So.
She didn't see the lights. She didn't see the vision.
It pains me, and unfortunately, I can't play. So, obey Debe.
So what kind of meat did he work with?
Cow, beef.
So did you ever follow him to work?
He wouldn't let us. He didn't want any of us close to what he was doing.
Why not?
He didn't know.
Did he ever say why?
He did. He said education is for us. At a point, I didn't want to go to school. He insisted that this is all he could give me, and I am always grateful that he took those stands.
I mean, for someone who is in the process of doing an MFA, a Master of Fine Arts,
yes.
You've really taken the education
Yes,
seriously.
yes.
That's a beautiful
Not really. My lecturers are still chasing me to come and finish. I don't want to.
No, but working and schooling
Yeah.
side by side is never an
Yeah,
easy thing.
yeah.
So it's not as though you're just playing truant or you're not being serious. You have life. You have
Yeah.
kids. Yeah.
Yes, I do. 3.
Yeah.
3 strong, big boys.
Oh, you're a father of boys.
Yes, 3.
What's that like?
It's
How
tough.
do they find what you do?
They love it. They didn't know. Okay, so I homeschooled them till I think about a year ago.
Okay, how old are they now?
9, 7, and then 5.
Okay, why the reason to homeschool?
I'm not a fan of the traditional educational system in our in the world. You know, I think that I struggled. The reason I didn't like school was because at a point I felt I was dumb. Until I realized that what I was suffering was dyslexia, and my struggle to read was actually a disability.
And none of your teachers are able
No,
to
no,
pick
no,
it up?
no.
Because they're not trained
No.
to. The system doesn't
Wah
train
bong.
them to. Yeah, interesting. All right, so the steamed goat. So you didn't do much to the goat. I'm curious about that.
I just washed it.
So just washed it, added water.
Yes.
It's on fire.
Yes, I'm gonna drop the spices shortly.
Were you born in Kumasi?
Born, raised.
So that's where your
schooled.
life was there,
Yeah.
basically.
That's why they are not a fan of the guy moving.
Yeah.
But I got to move.
You have to move. So, I mean, in Kumasi, I know you worked with Love FM,
Yes.
Shira as well. You were the head of events at a point.
Yeah.
At what point what did you study in school?
Publishing.
Publishing.
How to make books.
So how did we, so you went to tech?
Yes.
Okay, so how did we segue? Because I know you're a screenwriter as well,
Yeah.
so not far off. There's a writer in you. And creatives, you sort of straddle different areas and aspects of the art. So that's not surprising. But how did you make the move from publishing to filmmaking?
I didn't make a move. I didn't move. So I studied publishing because I had to go to school.
Interesting.
All I wanted to do was film, theater.
But why didn't you
performing.
study that?
I wasn't too happy, the truth, with what was happening. Some people won't be happy, but with what was happening in Lagos.
Okay, yeah.
I had seen what they were producing. You know,
And you've seen better, you know there can be better.
And I saw some stage plays on KNUST campus. There is this gentleman, Kabute, my MC.
Yes.
I don't know if
Yes, of course, very well.
Good.
Good
Sam
friend.
George.
Yeah.
And Bernard Akwe Jackson. This squad had a stage play on campus.
Yes.
It blew my mind.
Yeah.
They brought horses on stage,
Yeah.
a car on stage.
I mean, it sounds like them.
And I said,
Ben Akwe Jackson is a very good friend of mine.
He's the supervisor who is pulling me to come and finish the project.
But when you went to tech, I mean, there's so many things you could have studied.
Yeah.
Why didn't you go to the College of Arts, for example?
So, publishing is part of College of
part
Arts.
of it.
But I could have done the
Yes,
fine arts.
visual fine arts.
Yes. I wasn't an artist. I did general arts in school. So the options that were available to me was architecture, planning, and then I think publishing and a few others.
Okay, so why publishing?
I chose publishing because my research showed me that based on my scale and my interests, it was going to be easier to do. And that's why I chose it.
Amazing. I love the way you think. But clearly, your father's insistence on education has also had a strong hold on you.
It has.
Because as you've spoken in the last several minutes, I see that education is very important to you.
Yeah.
And it's not just education in the classroom, but knowing
Learning.
and learning, knowledge acquisition,
Learning.
very important.
Learning is very important to
I
me.
like that. I like that. Okay, I'll come back to you.
Yes, please.
So you just added some bouillon cubes, the
Yes.
spice cubes to
Yes.
the goat's meat.
Yes.
Is there any particular flavor? Chicken, shrimp?
I just,
Okay, so whatever works for you.
It's just
Whatever is
taste.
available.
Yes.
Okay.
No special. Please, the blender.
The blender. Okay. And now we have ginger and garlic.
Yes.
Okay.
I want to make some small paste.
Okay. I see that you like ginger and garlic.
I love them.
But should I add some water?
Yes,
Oh,
a little.
okay,
Not
just a
too
little.
much.
Okay. How do you want the paste? Do you want it very smooth or you want it chunky?
Not. It doesn't. Be
Okay.
Say Africa. Hey, Africa, Papa. Just one will be enough.
Okay. For the rosemary, did we use a full sachet?
I did.
Full
I did.
sachet,
Yes.
okay.
Yes. I wanted.
You want the flavor to be rich?
Very much so.
Okay.
Okay.
Which one? Any of them.
This is fine. Okay, you can rinse it.
So this already smells good.
It does.
It smells really good.
The reason I use a lot of water is so I can reuse the stock.
Okay. Okay.
If there is time to prepare the rice.
Does this also go back to the nutrients?
Yes.
So once you cook,
You don't lose
you don't
it.
lose the soluble
You
nutrients.
reuse them,
and all
yes.
that. Hey.
But
You're
yeah.
sure when you're a science student.
I Peter. Yeah, because Papa was in science.
So all the scientists.
Come on, no,
I distance myself from
Oh
this
yes, do.
statement.
Please do.
But where did you learn how to cook?
My mom and my auntie. My auntie especially.
Your mom's sister?
No, my
Or your dad's
my
sister?
uncle's wife.
Your uncle's wife. Okay.
She
You
was
spent a lot of time with
her. And she loved television. Those were the days of Igoli and Days of Our Lives and Young and the Restless.
Yes, the bold and
were
beautiful.
So she'll be in the watching and they'll say, "Hey, kofa nchini gumbra, nunum."
Then she'll be watching.
And she'll be watching. But no, then she'll rush and come and see it, and then she'll go back. Some kivo pepper.
Okay, kivo pepper.
I just want.
And I know you like the heat. You know, the spice.
Yeah.
You want our mouths to burn.
Yeah.
Yeah. And kivo pepper. So I've had viewers reaching out to me to say, hey, the kivo pepper is hot, Papa. Like, I didn't know I used it. But I keep telling you, or maybe it's the English. This is because I say it's potent. The thing is hot. Where you use just a little, like, literally. That's the point. Okay, so it's the real deal. It's real stuff. I know they take the fresh pepper, dry it purposely to have it ground and packaged for you. So it has all that rich flavor, all the rich heat, everything that you expect to have in hot pepper, you have it in kivo pepper. Okay, so don't take it for granted, I beg you. So what are we chopping the spring onions for?
So one for the fried rice, I want them very small.
Okay.
And then I'll cut them slightly bigger for the spag and then the sauce.
Restaurant owner, papa.
Azankwa.
Hey. So I'm really loving your butcher's knife skill, because this is actually a big butcher's knife.
I love big
The
things.
small ones. Oh, you love big things.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, when it comes to
You don't like
size,
big things?
no, I like big.
If you have a
things.
small car and a big car, which one would you choose?
A big car.
Fantastic.
A big car. Yeah. Yeah, I like big things.
Yeah.
Big things are good. But you're chopping the pepper small. Why?
I chop them small.
When it
I
comes to
dice
peppers,
them
you don't
for.
like big things.
No, I.
All right, I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Okay, so are we going to move some of these onto the plate?
Yes. So we can.
Okay.
Okay, let me put the spring onions.
Okay, so the spring onions all on one plate.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. So we have hibiscus.
Yes.
And this is what we used to make. What is popularly known as sobolo.
Yeah.
Some will say bisap as well. That's also a thing similar to the Caribbean sorrel.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have that, and then mint leaves, my favorite.
Yeah.
This is small, it's really good.
They're very fresh.
Okay, and then there's lemon.
Yeah.
This is not lime, this is lemon. So the smaller ones, the small round ones, that's lime, and this is lemon. Our local lemon, and I love it. I love it so much. And then there are cloves,
Yes.
as well.
Yes.
Okay, you like cloves in tea
Yes,
too.
yes.
It's beautiful. Okay, all right. So how do we go about the tea?
First we need hot water.
Okay.
For the leaves.
So I should boil some water. Okay,
Yes.
so I have a kettle. I'm going to put that on fire. So water's on fire.
Good.
I love how even in the kitchen you're an artist. You're true to your artist nature. I'm just saying. Just saying. It's nice. Me, cooking is therapeutic for me. So I like to make sure that whatever I'm doing, whatever utensils I'm using, whatever I'm cooking, is not stress. Not because say people have to eat, so I'm cooking. No, I want to do it my way. So I admire people who share that perspective.
Thank God I'm not like that.
You are like
Hey,
that.
I'm not like that.
You're like that. The things like the lemon that we're using for the tea and all.
So you can put it there.
Okay.
And chop them.
Alrighty. I heard it, but I'm taking it as face value within context.
Oh.
Chop them.
Oh.
No, it's okay, it's okay.
Oh. I'll repent to the kingdom of God is at hand.
Ladies and gentlemen, so we're waiting for our water to boil so we can start making our hibiscus tea. And so we'll go for a break. We also need our goat meat to sort of zhuzh up a bit, zhuzh up, become a little bit more tender, a little bit more succulent. The flavor is there, but we need to be able to chew it, and then it just melts in our mouths and rolls off of our tongues. So let's go for a break. When we come back, we continue cooking.
Looking for the latest buzz in Ghana's entertainment world? Welcome to Ghana Weekend, your ultimate destination for all things creativity and entertainment.
Stay in the loop with breaking news, exclusive interviews, and then insider stories from your favorite creatives and stars. From music, movies, fashion and art, lifestyle and culture, Ghana Weekend brings it all together. Get a daily dose of entertainment, discover new talents, and never miss out on the creativity that defines our vibrant culture.
Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle Ghana Weekend, on X Ghana Weekend, on TikTok Ghana Weekend, at Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube for the latest in entertainment, travel, and everything Ghana. Don't miss out. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, where entertainment meets creativity. Visit GhanaWeekend.com now.
We're back, and it's still What's Cooking right here on Channel 1 TV. My name is still Apioko, and I'm still cooking with the man, Louis Lamis. And look, I don't know how to describe what you're doing here, because this is a world-class Michelin star meal that we're making.
Can you speak English now?
No, I'm speaking English.
I sure.
Yes.
Mission
You
is
know exactly what I'm talking about.
that one they didn't
because
teach
we
me.
are a restaurateur.
It's small.
Small. No, it's beautiful. And like I was saying before we went on the break, I like the way you bring your own artistry into the kitchen. You know what you're doing. You know what you want out of the meal, and you don't care. You're just doing you. I love it. Oh, rice is almost ready? Yeah. Okay. So while you check on the rice, let me just remind our viewers that we are sponsored very proudly by Kivo Pepper. And Kivo doesn't just have pepper powder. They've got a range of powdered spices that you need to be paying attention to if you're not doing that already. There's the Kivo rosemary powder, and then there's a ginger, garlic, onion powder mix as well. Brilliant. It ups the game in the kitchen 100%. Tasty Tom, and Tasty Tom has progressed beyond just having the tomato mix, or the tomato paste as we call it, or the tin tomatoes as some of you like to say. We have now spice powders as well, and specifically there's beef, there's chicken, there's shrimp, there's a stew mix, and then there's a soup mix as well, I believe. So lots to try. And last but not the least, the new kid on the block in our arsenal of sponsors here on What's Cooking, we have the Susie Herbal Center. And you know how much I love natural things. And for that matter, it excites me to see what they have to offer as well. And as time goes on, like I keep promising you, we will bring them onto the show, and then you can learn more about what they do. But most notably, they're known for their prostate care capsules. So men, guys, pay attention. If you should be, I mean, why are you not concerned about your prostate health? You should be thinking in that direction. Skin products as well, made from natural products, especially if you're having lots of blemishes and you're concerned about that, it makes you feel insecure. You need to start paying attention to what the Susie Herbal Center is doing. Lewis,
yes,
my lord,
yes,
his lordship, let's walk through what we've done. We've done so much in the last few minutes, okay? Let's start with the goat sauce. So the goat is ready.
Yes.
Okay.
It is ready.
Ta-da!
Yeah. It looks good.
The flavor is mind-blowing. I can't deal. Your choice of using the broth from the goat, from the steamed goat, to cook the rice before we even get into frying it, I find that very interesting. Does that also have to do with, I mean, we spoke about nutrients earlier, still in the same vein? Okay.
So you don't want to throw away anything you get from the food you're cooking.
Okay.
Especially if it contains nutrients. So instead of throwing away the stock or storing it for something else, already we all know that too much carbohydrates in there. So then fats, the spices, all the protein from that, you want to use that to make the rice much more nutritious than the white rice you would have cooked.
It's absolutely brilliant. You're a true artist and scientist, even though you reject it in the kitchen. Okay, so let's do your thing. Let's see.
All right, so we'll move to the stock.
Okay.
The sauce, sorry. And then when we are done with that, we come to the fried rice. Can you increase the
or you want it to heat up?
It doesn't have to.
Okay. So just to be clear, we are not frying the meat.
Yes, we just want, so it doesn't stick to the pan.
Okay.
You want to give it a little oil.
Now you can hear
the chin. I want to use the bony parts for this, so that we can use the boneless for the spaghetti.
For the spaghetti, okay.
I think we're good.
All right. So what's going in next?
We need ginger, garlic, the paste, and then the chopped ones.
So that's the ginger, garlic, onion that we blended earlier.
Yes. The only reason we put the
onions
in was to just make it
a little bit, add a bit of moisture.
Blendable.
To make it blendable.
Yeah.
I like it.
You have the vocabs.
I like it.
You have the vocabs.
Blendable.
So this is how I want to make it. After I add the paste, I always want to make people taste or bite on the ginger, the pepper. It has its unique taste and flavor it gives to the meal. So aside the paste, I love to add these ones, so people can bite into them when they eat the food.
Texture. To give it some texture.
Give it some texture. I'm learning these vocabs. When I go to the house and I'm teaching my kids, I'll say, so it gives it some texture.
Oh Lord.
They'll say, Daddy, this is a new vocabulary. I say, well, I learned it somewhere. It's a secret.
the day you are arrested. Yes.
But we don't want it very fried.
No.
We just want to toss it in the oil.
You don't want to lose the
flavor,
supple
then
nature.
the softness, the tenderness.
Sure.
If you use vocab, me too, I will use one vocab. You use two, I will use half.
Just half. Half is to two.
No, you have to.
So our spicy goat sauce is ready.
Yes.
It's delectable and impeccable. And now it's time for us to do the stir-fried noodles. Yes. So how do we get into it? Your pot is already on fire.
Almost the same process.
Okay.
Then we just add
the
spaghetti.
So this time we're still using the big versions of the chopped vegetables. Yes. Emphasis on big. I'm just saying.
What has big done to this woman?
I'm just saying. Because we told the people we have big and we have small. So I'm just emphasizing big.
Anyway.
Okay. So same process. We just coat the base of the pan with the oil. We are not frying the goat.
No.
Okay. We're just tossing it in the oil.
I am tossing it in the oil.
Tossing it in the oil. Lightly coating it. So what goes next? The onions. See,
yes.
I remember. Okay.
But not all of it.
Not all of it.
Because I still want you to be able to bite on some when you
Okay. The pepper goes next.
After this fries a little, so let me toss it for a short while.
But are we going to put some of the ginger and garlic paste here? Same. So then that will go first.
Yes. Before we go to the diced ones.
To the diced ones and then the pepper.
The garlic.
Okay. Chopped garlic, chopped ginger.
Yeah.
What will you need next?
Pepper.
The pepper?
The fresh one.
The fresh one first. Okay.
You just put it down. So
we're going back to that.
You gave me the goat spice. Seasoning.
The goat seasoning.
Seasoning something. Seasoning tablet.
Yes, the seasoning tablet. Or the bouillon cube.
Yeah, that
or
one.
Bouillon tablet.
That one too. We can do the powdered pepper.
Okay, so powdered pepper is here. So same principle here. We want it to be spicy. Okay. Wow. Anyway, to be honest, when we tasted the goat sauce, it wasn't as hot as I thought.
Yeah,
no, it's fine. I said as I thought. It was hot, but not as hot as I thought. I thought you liked me.
I like you.
No, I'm beginning to doubt.
What would be the essence if we say it's a spicy dish and then it's normal when you taste it? Give me small water.
Oh. Just a bit of water.
Yeah.
Let me get some water. Is this enough?
Yes, a little.
So just
a little more. A little more. Yeah. A little more than you pour everything. So now if the thing doesn't cook well, who should
It
we
will
blame?
be you. It will be you.
A little more.
I poured it in third. First, third. Second, third.
Why not 4?
Third. You didn't say 4. When I poured the first one, you said it was
It
okay.
will be
So that was
fine.
the first
It will
third.
be fine.
Of course it will be fine. So I visited a friend of mine and he kept saying, oh, come here, dear, we don't have it, talking plenty. But I knew what the problem was.
What was it?
So we went to the supermarket, I told them what we
want some
wanted and
more
we got it.
oyster sauce.
Some more oyster sauce. Let me find it for you. Okay, so it's over there. I'll get it. When he said it, I knew exactly where the problem was.
When I said,
he hadn't gone to ask for the right thing.
the pepper.
So now I went and I said, oh, do you have, because if you say chili pepper tea, they'll bring you something else. So I said, do you have scotch bonnets or habaneros? And they brought the thing that we used to.
Pakoshito. No, that's not pako.
Pakoshito is even
Different, yes.
different. Those are petit bells. Yes. I
This
know.
one too, you have to go and
I
learn
know.
all of these.
I know. I know.
Oh, yeah.
It's all good. So we're going to pour the oil into the pan. It's fried rice time, the almighty fried rice.
Yes.
Which is not check. No.
Why? Why this obsession with it?
No, I am just making the distinction.
Yes, it is not check. It is fried rice.
People have lied to me before.
Why?
Come to my house, I'm making fried rice.
And they made
it
you
was
check.
So I just want to be sure. I mean, I love check, but I need to know what I'm getting.
Okay, let's see what you get.
Some people.
Okay, so
What's
be
that
the
sweet?
judge after we serve you.
Hey, how can I judge the judge? Hey.
Oh, you can.
I cannot judge the
Today
judge.
I'm in your office. You
I
arrested
can
me.
arrest the judge, but I cannot judge the judge.
You can. You can.
So we start off with the sausages.
Yes, we frying them.
Okay.
Then we take them out.
But why are we starting off with the sausages?
We'll dish it out and put it aside.
Okay.
We just want to
So I
get
just-
everything ready. Fry the eggs.
Okay.
Get them ready.
Okay. So let me get the eggs ready for you. How many eggs are we using?
Let's do 3 or 4.
3?
Yes, or 4.
What does that mean?
4 eggs.
3 or 4? What does that mean?
It means 4 eggs.
Oh, my lordship.
Don't be like this. Oh.
My lordship.
I can be violent too.
My lord. This is violence?
It is.
Violence also I did in the, when I met you on the road, but this one is, it's very friendly. Just when it browns, then it's
Take it
out.
off.
The eggs are next.
Exactly.
Okay, we have them here.
So after this, we are ready to eat.
Yes,
This is
we
the
are.
last one.
It's the last bit. Because our hibiscus tea is ready. I'm sure by now the cloves and the lemon, they've soaked into it nicely. Okay, 1 egg in. So what are we doing with these eggs? Are we
Scrambling
We're
them.
scrambling them. Hey, brothel.
You don't know.
You say we are pitching.
Oh.
We are scrambling.
Doctor. Sorry, Chief Inspector.
Wow. They are giving me different professions.
Yeah.
Okay. I've never seen eggs so beautiful.
Hey, Ogene. Ogene do. Chineke.
Please take the fans, take the fans. You deserve them.
Now we can toss all our vegetables.
Okay. So So what are we starting with? Onions?
No,
Spring
apart from onions.
Apart from onion.
All the colors.
Okay. And then the red peppers.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. So it's no time for the spring onions yet either.
No.
None of the onions.
That'll be the last.
Okay. What about the peppers?
That'll be
Also
when we start
later.
frying the rice.
Okay. I'm sure it's a fight that has happened in your house.
But I always win.
Hey.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Since my sister is not here to defend herself,
Oh.
I would take your word for it for now.
Yes, take it.
For now.
This year, take the first step towards a deeper connection with God and one another. Join us for the Family Consecration Service, a powerful journey of faith, love, and renewal. In 2025, we are called to consecrate our homes, our hearts, and our lives.
The Lord is protecting you with His favor this morning in the name of Jesus. May the Lord favor your going out. May the Lord favor your coming in.
To dedicate ourselves and our families to the path of faith, grace, and unity. Through prayer and reflection and a shared devotion, the Family Consecration Service 2025 brings families closer together, strengthens bonds, and invites God's presence into every corner of our homes. It's on Thursday, 1st of May 2025 from 6 a.m. to 12 noon. The venue is the Oil Dome, Royal House Chapel International, Accra. There will be renewal of vows for married couples.
On this occasion, I'm asking you to forgive me for all the hits and pain I have caused you.
Join countless families around the world as we come together to consecrate our lives in the spirit of love and faith. A consecration for today and for generations to come. Make this year a new beginning. Family Consecration Service 2025 for the love of God and the love of family. Join us this year. Together, let's consecrate our families and our hearts.
We're back, and it's still What's Cooking right here on Channel 1 TV. My name is Apioko. Now, if you have never seen what a gourmet spread looks like, today, Judge, Justice, His Lordship, Louis Lamis has brought it here to the What's Cooking kitchen. And he's looking at me like, oh, this woman again. But I mean, look at this. We've got goat sauce. We've got a spicy goat stir fry. You know, it's noodles that have been tossed in there. And then we have fried rice. We have hibiscus tea. I mean, you know, it's worthy of a justice's table.
Appeal.
Yes. But it's true. Why don't you want me to speak the truth?
Anyway.
It's true.
We tried.
You delivered.
And it's unfortunate that they can't come and give their judgment on this.
You delivered. Well, I mean, like I said, who judges the judge?
The public.
So start from the fried rice. Look at this. It's so and it smells so good. What's your plate? Oh, you're not eating something?
Just a little for me. It's enough. Hey, Ma. You don't behave like my mother.
And I will behave like her, Pa. You want to make me look like the foodie?
Oh, maybe I'll be eating more of the noodles.
Okay. So the noodles
I said maybe.
No, I heard I will be eating. I didn't hear the maybe. So this particular recipe,
yes.
Where did you get it from?
I think I borrowed it from the internet.
Okay.
I watched a few recipes and then based on the ingredients I had available, it's fine.
You just whipped it
yes,
together.
And then
so the goat meat, I imagine,
yes,
is your spin on it.
The oyster sauce was an accident.
How? What happened? That's interesting.
I needed soy sauce.
Okay.
And I didn't get it. And oyster sauce was available. So when I used it, I realized it was even nicer when I used it. And since then, I've never used soy sauce for cooking.
Very interesting. Okay, that's one of the goat meat in my plate. Okay, and then...
Do we pray before you eat it on your show? Let's share grace first. I want to start it.
Okay.
Amen.
Amen. But you didn't say anything.
I did.
You prayed in your head.
Yes.
But I didn't, I can't, I'm not omnipotent and omniscient like God, so I couldn't hear you.
Not bad. You can actually taste the garlic.
I told you, the food is good. I mean, I've been nicking bits and pieces of it. But you know what? I want us to talk. You have been in the film industry. You've spoken a lot about your love affair with publishing and how now you're doing fine art. You're doing an MFA in fine art.
What's cooking? Wow. The food looks good, man. Wow. This is what? Spaghetti or noodles or what? And frying rice. Or is it fried rice? Anyway. I said, what's cooking? Nobody minded me. But as there are judges here, in fact, all rice.
What? Why are you like this?
Because I'm going to judge here.
Why are you like this?
Today I'm the judge.
Hey.
All rice.
And you are expecting what to happen?
For the judge to rise.
Ambassador.
Hey. Is that so?
This is my neighbor. Anyway. I apologize for his behavior. This is what he does.
I've done what I have to do.
He ambushes my dining sessions with my guests.
I'm here.
Noise.
Oh, sorry. Wait, it's more like my house.
It is not, but it is not. That's the problem.
That's why it's more like. Please serve me.
Oh my God.
Yes, thank you.
What have you observed as the evolution from our? You can take it way back. Cantata, TV theater, all of it, can drama, and then to where we are now.
Thank you.
Yes, like you put it, we grew up on sitcoms like Akan Drama, Thursday Theater, then Cantata, before Cantata, and then it's grown. We saw the introduction of the likes of Ephira, Hotel St. James, and Home Sweet Home.
Yes.
A lot of
and my neighbor acted in Ephira.
Yes, I remember. I remember.
I'm sure he went to steal someone's food and got the part.
So yes, it's grown. Now we had more recent ones like Cow and Chicken, Choco Trotro. All these are situational comedies that Ghanaians have come to love. But what we are not doing is learning to sell let our content transcend our borders. The jokes, that was a challenge I found with the jokes we were telling.
They're too localized.
Yes. So my brother would be so excited outside, and he'll call his neighbors and then say, my brother has a show. It is big. Come and let's watch. And they are sitting there and they are...
They don't understand anything.
He's the only one laughing.
And then he called me and said, I think there's a problem. And from that time, we decided to make jokes, create jokes that transcend the borders of Ghana. And evolution, yes, we've evolved and we've borrowed a lot of things that are happening across the world. However, I think we are not learning enough to improve on the quality of storytelling to transcend the borders of Ghana.
We have policy that we need to look at, right? But beyond policy, even as individuals, because assuming the government is not going to do anything for us, and we've government after government, administration after administration, we've had the same problems. So assuming they're not going to do anything, right? Or they can't do what we need them to, what do you think we as a generation of artists can do to make sure that some of these things fall into place?
I think one of the difficulties is, you see, our work is collaborative. So it's not an individual. You enter, like a musician, a singer will enter a studio, pay for session, record a master, and just start publishing it. Ours is collaborative. You need cameramen, you need fellow actors, you need a lot of people. And that is where the investment comes in. You need to pay people.
Right.
So if we start operating like a cooperative, so I know that I have the scale in doing ABCD. Jifa doesn't have it. Dede doesn't have this. So I decided that, okay, I would serve you when you're doing this, serve me when I'm doing this. So then I don't have to part with money. So that is one way. And
almost
then
like a barter trade.
Trade amongst ourselves. And then we target, intentionally say that the reason we are doing this is so that the rest of the money can be invested into other, maybe quality of coverage, time to rehearse and prepare for the shoot, so that the quality meets international standards and breaks barriers. So now we have, sometimes because of money, because of how much you want to spend on welfare, for example, and shooting, you want to limit the time of shooting. But now if you know that you don't have to worry about all those things, then you can spend time to rehearse as performers, then take time. If you shoot and the weather changes and you don't get the quality of shots you want, you can discard and come back.
Because you're not paying per day.
No, I would tweak the story to suit the weather that is changing. And that is wrong. And so all these things, it's not easy, but if we work together, we can figure it out together.
You see, like he's saying, there has to be, first of all, the way churches have taken over our cinemas is one of the things that's broken the back of this entertainment industry. Now you see people, comedians organizing
stand-up comedies,
in the Bukum
arena. Yeah.
You know, so you need a lot more places.
Yeah.
Like you're saying, way back, I used to, we know that Metropole in Accra, afternoon jam, you can do something. So afternoon comedy to elevate the standard of living used to be existing. But now it's not because the avenues for displaying such talent. Because like he was saying, growing up, we were waiting for common entrance to pass. We were doing community drama and all that. That's what we did. And you find yourself occupied. You not go and do other things.
Yeah.
So he said a lot, and I think we should do that. I mean, this collaboration thing he's talking about is in music. You collaborate with another artist to get an album or single done. Same way we should be able to, recognize our talents and, call this person and help me do this. When it's time for us, I'll be there. We should be supportive of each other. And that's what I have to say.
So we need to get to the point where we're thinking with a business mind. And there's many different business structures. Not everything, like you said, different kinds of currency. So not everything is money in terms of cash now.
You want water?
Drink tea.
I'm okay. The tea is helping. I'm good. So not everything is money in terms of cash right now. The barter thing is there,
Please, can I pass judgment so that I can find time to eat properly because the food tastes good.
This is my kitchen and my show, not yours.
No. But the judge is satisfied. Hello?
I'll sack you.
Please, I beg.
Judge.
Please, it's your kitchen. Do as you please.
Can you expel him from the course? He's worrying me. Okay, what's your verdict?
Oh no, this is too judgmental.
What does that mean?
It means that for a judge to cook something like this, I have to come and learn from him because this food tastes good.
Too judgmental.
Mm-hmm.
I've learned something, a new vocabulary.
It's too judgmental.
Yeah.
Lewis, thank you so much for joining us. And in the spirit of collaboration, we'll talk and see how we can collaborate because there's so much talent in Ghana. Young people are more passionate about the arts than they've ever been, and it would be a very big shame if, because of some of the things you've outlined, you've detailed, we can't give them a better future in the arts than some of us have had. You know, our parents, grandparents, those before us have had. It would be a very big shame. So thank you for
Pleasure.
coming. I know I was very rough with you in the beginning.
Yeah.
I think
you bullied
and
abused me.
I think you forgive me. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been What's Cooking. My guest, Louis Lamis. He is the only judge in Ghana. No shade to the other judges, but the one that makes us laugh. I don't think judges set out to make us laugh, but he does. You know, he's the creator of KGTR versus Mokola. He has so much experience in this space, and this is not enough time to exhaust conversations with him. He does so many different things. Maybe we'll bring him back another time to have that conversation. A thank you to our sponsors. Tasty Tomuta Kakra na ye bebre. Kivo Pepper.
Say Kivo.
Kivo. And of course we have as well the Susie Herbal Center. They are also really awesome, making it happen for us. Thank you to everyone. We'll see you next time.
From trash to treasure, meets the man who, in his quest to save his own life, decided to make the environment more bearable.
What problem did you want to solve?
So the pollution problem,
right?
The smoke from the burning of the plant is very poisonous. Personally, I was suffering. I could have asthmatic attacks and end up in the hospital. And I was like, if I don't find a solution to the problem, I can die.
Has it been all rosy for him? Well, he shared one of his experiences with us.
That shelter at Jolu Junction. I mean, it was beautiful to see. I used that stretch, but after a while, it vanished.
I couldn't sleep after building that bus. I'll tell you when I started sleeping.
Accompanying him is the Vibe 3. They'd be serenading us to some great tunes.
Girl, you fire, me getting night out. Many girls for me out by you butter. Tell me who on you, mommy water. So I go be your Santa.
So this Sunday, join Frima Edunyame and Nana Tufo Boateng on the Upside Down Show at 7 p.m. for an uplifting and mind-changing moment.
Well, I go there with you. I go there with you.
Connected to DSTV this April and May and get all the football finals you want.
Introducing Betway's Bet Influencer, a groundbreaking feature where you can make money by just sharing codes. He just needs to share his codes and make money. The more his codes are used, the more money he makes. Oh yes, so what are you waiting for? Anyone can be a bet influencer. Share your codes and make money. Bet Influencer, another world first from Betway.
This advert has been approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Betway, get way more.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink at a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva Pop too, and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Guy wona man franchement guy war na ma de ñu ma préparer quoi waaw guy ñu dugg de heure bu mu jot
The crossing from West Africa to Spain's Canary Islands is now one of the main gateways to Europe. But it's also fast becoming the deadliest migrant journey in the world. 70,000 migrants are expected to attempt the journey this year. It has become a multi-million-dollar business.
For example, $1 million.
Facing days and even weeks on the open ocean. Some will make it, but thousands of others will die trying. It's a catastrophic unfolding in real time, buried on the world headliners. Yeah, un fallecido. Sí. I want to put a face to the suffering, so the stories of those who drown at sea can be brought back again to the surface.
Assalamualaikum grand-mame Seck ça va bien yaa ngi si jàmm si loo nekk waaw léegi nag tey la bés quoi maa ngi nii di dem dégg nga waaw maa ngi nii di dem quoi sanga
My name is Mam Sheikh Mbaye. For 10 years, I worked in the Canary Islands with migrants and refugees arriving from West Africa. But recently, I have returned to my homeland, Senegal, one of the main departure points for migrants to reach Europe. Now, I run a training center for young people to find work here, so they can build a life for themselves in Senegal. I have witnessed the trauma of those surviving what now described as the most dangerous migration journey in the world. Most migrants depart from Mauritania, Senegal, or even the Gambia. From Senegal, it's more than 1,000 kilometers across the Atlantic Ocean. Around 10 times the distance of other migrants' routes crossing the Mediterranean. As part of my job, I also educate young people as to the dangers of the journey. Today, a group of locals are meeting to discuss the issue, and I have been invited to join them.
métti na métti boo xam ne jeunes yi nit yu bëri liggéey.
yow dem kii nga essayé nga ko dem nga dugg si.
naa dem na te aw ma lu ma xam te war naa ñu jox yow boo nit boo xoolee nii am yaakaar si yow nooy def nga fekk say nawle ñu ngi dem.
jeunes yi nekk ñagal fii am na yu bëri ñoo xam te ne dañuy dem Conversational ñàkkuñu lu ñu dundee mais comme maanaam tey amuñu loo xamante ne mën nañ ko investir ba am si loo xamante ne mën nañ ci toog quoi. say parents yaakaar ci yow. nga dem ñëw amoo loo leen jox.
affaire bi risque la. saa nga yaa saa toppatoo man ba ma gisoon gaal tam tey nii mu dugg si dem.
More migrants and refugees reached the Canary Islands last year than ever before. Nearly 40,000 people arrived, double the number from the previous year, with more than 70,000 expected in 2024. Nearly all migrants are sub-Saharan Africans, many fleeing poverty, but also war, conflict, and climate change. Mohammed worked as a farmer, but he's been driving a motor taxi for months to make enough money for a passage.
waaw bii mooy gaal bi waaw parce que dafa war a jël lu mu tuuti moom sànre moom war na ko jël.
Mohammed is the eldest son in his family. Like many, he's keeping his plans secret to avoid worrying them.
sama yaakaar bi tamit foofu su ma eggee foofu mooy door waar bi rek su ma amee liggéey moom ma liggéey pour njaboot bi ginnaaw bi parce que lu ma bàyyi sama ginnaaw loolu laa xam te loolu rek lu ne laa jaar rek Afrique mais changement bi ba léegi amoo ko buñ ma woowee tey nii sax léegi nii sax fii laa la bàyyee man
ëllëg musiba xewoon
waaw
nan nga yaakaar ni say doom dañu dunde si Sénégal wala nan nga yaakaar ni
risque bi ndox bi moom moo gën a garaaw yow lu ma dellu si ndox bi kenn xamul mën naa dem rab yi remas yoon bi mën naa dem gaal bi këpp ñëpp dem pour ci ndox bi moom amul jàppukaay loolu dee rek la waaw mais il faut que jëlee risque koo amul moom ko gars yi kontoon man rek la ñuy seet te aw ma doole.
Mohammed has never been to sea, but a high percentage of Senegalese migrants living by boat work in the fishing industry. One of the main reasons is the decrease in fish stocks due to overfishing, especially by foreign boats.
Les gaal bi terni.
léegi ñoom si suba lañ demoon.
waaw.
Cheikh Mbeng represents the fishing community where I live in Toubab Dialaw, south of the capital, Dakar. mais saa yi lii nga ñuy jàpp tey.
waaw loolu mooy jafe-jafe.
d'accord
expliqué si suba lañ demoon. li nga ñëw indi lii géej gi mooy wane métti géej gi quoi.
instant yi métti na rek mool bi moom noonu la métti moom.
Many blame an agreement between the European Union and Senegal, which allows their vessels to fish in local water, and also boats from China. D'accord, mais Chinois moom ban problème lañ leen di indi.
lépp dañ koy baax amul yéen tout lépp la ñuy rawal. musée yi sax guddi gi nii dañuy wàcc ba tëbës.
mais loolu du yoon.
day ñëw ko def te loolu nekkul yoon.
léegi ñun ñi nga xam ne yéen a nekk si géej gi yàgg na si gis nañ ni ñu bari wax bu ñu demee amuñu doon sax dañuy préféré jël gaal yi dem Espagne.
dem Espagne waaw. léegi géej gi yàqu boo xamante ne liggéey yëpp ci askan dara yóbboo leen ci lu ñu seen njaboot.
Sheikh says smuggling networks also pay local fishermen to sell the boats to Spain.
genre mafia la ñoo xam ne dañuy ñëw tëgg gaal uniquement pour am xaalis seet ñaari capitaine ba ñetti capitaine mu dig leen xaalis fay leen ne leen yóbbul leen ma gaal gi yéen a may laxal gaal gi ba mu dem parce que lu ci mën a wax moom mool moo mën a yóbbu gaal mool bu qualifié moo mën a yóbbu gaal fii ba Espagne il faut nga qualifié sax du mool yëpp day am période boo xam ne da ngay jóge dëkk bii jaali dëj fii jóge fii jaali dëj fii jóge jaali dëj fii parce que ñun ñëpp ñooy amandoo ay dëj désastre la c'est fini.
According to rights group Walking Borders, more than 18,000 migrants have lost their lives on the road since 2018. Among them, there are more than 2,000 women and children. I am on my way to Gop, a small fishing village in the north of Senegal, to meet some women who know only too well the danger of the trip and also the pain of the families left behind. Last winter, tragedy struck this community when the sea claimed the bodies of 4 of their young women.
ñoo ngi fi. waaw na ngeen def waay. waaw ñu ngi si jàmm bu baax. alhamdulilah alhamdulilah.
Tur bi Maam Cheikh la. Fatim's daughter, Mam Astou, was just 17 when she disappeared one evening after school.
jour boobu bi ma duggee si néeg bi si laa fekk police mu génn police yi ak kayam yi yëpp si digg néeg daal di woote Maam Astou kenn wuyuwum bi ma génnee si laa génne xale da ngeen ma dem seetal Maam Astou si laa dem ma toog diir ma dégg ay yuux si bëlb bi ma dawee ba egg noonu ma dem xale jigéen ñi dugg si gaal gi ma leen kon man sama doom dee na ma xam naa ne gaal gi yuuxu yi metti na gaal gi xam naa ne këpp na sama doom deel si ëllëg si moom moo jëkk a feeñ si ay mbaal la laxasu xam naa nag sorewul.
Fatim's daughter had never mentioned anything about Spain or her desire to take a boat.
li de wane nañu wax dëgg yàlla taxoon na la. d'accord certificat d'étude bi la. lii mooy kii wam bi. certificat fin d'étude.
waaw
mais at bi la ko am.
waaw at bi la ko am waaw.
donc wax dëgg yàlla man sama xel ak sama bopp mënuma comprendre lu tax mu bàyyi fi lépp rek bëgg a dem noonu.
wallaay kan xamul de wallaay kan xamul man day wax dëgg yàlla xaw ma. daanaka yaay man su ma dundee ba jàng ba am mag wallaay dinaa la teral waaye nag yàlla dogal yàlla wettit.
Like Fatim, I also struggle to understand what moved Mam Astou to take such a deadly decision. I am keen to speak to 19-year-old Sata, who was a friend of Mama's too, and also joined the boat that night.
yow nga am wax ne ci gaal go am na ñoo fa xam ay say xarit ñu des fa yow nga xam ni sa bakkan aussi mënoon na fa des ban sensation la indil ban la ak lan nga ci jàngat
metti na la mais mënoo ci dara ndax loolu waroon nga ci mën a bokk mais bokkoo si yàlla moo la ci boolewul rek.
loolu xew fi nit ñi dee say xarit tax na nga changer idée wala.
non
sa xel ba léegi. dem mi ngi si
taxul ma changer idée. li daal mooy loolu. nga ñàkk sa bakkan boo ñàkkee sa bakkan am na yoo xamante ne doo ko fekkee am na yenn souffrance yu sa yaay di dund wala sa pap yooyu wala sa famille doo ko fekkee.
Like Sata, I wonder whether mamas too couldn't stand seeing her mom suffering anymore. Sadly, living only made it worse.
Why?
At least her body was recovered. Many others disappeared without trace. Only last week, another tragedy hit this village.
Parce que ñun dañ leen gis ñoo kii dañ leen gis ñoo bëgg a dip si leen ma gars yi ni ma jëlal gaal bi nga dem avant maa gis ma kenn rëcc na ma jàpp kenn ki.
xale yu jigéen ñi fi deewoon ñeent lan xawma.
waaw
mais lu fa fii la xewoon ban côté.
fii nii gaal bu mag bi moo taxawoon ne ñoom ñu gaal bu ndaw bi fab xale yi di yóbbu. léegi nag bu ñu yebee si bu ñu fabee gaal bu ndaw bi yëpp dem ba di jub gaal bu mag gi si la bu ndaw bi suuf.
parce que am na ku ma si wax sax moom doon na maanaam astu. moom doon na dellu si waay sax dafa tiit.
sama benn rakk bu sooboon mbaalam fa la ko fekk mu jàpp ko. moo sooboon mbaalam ñëw di xool si ndax jàpp na jën ñëw fekk ka si après mu ñëw woote si.
ah wax métti na de moom wax dëgg yàlla.
Learning about Mam Astu's story makes me wonder what could happen to Mohammed. He's still determined to go, and today he's got some news from the smugglers.
sànq lañ ma woo rek ma préparé mun nañu ma woo pour ma si semaine bi rek léegi nag xam nga ban bés lay doon
waaw loolu rafet na wala mu nekk yoonu jàmm
Caravan 2025.
So me movies are on the that's what I said. Me want some. I told them, yeah, if you have them, you know, I say, I'm moving to them. This sort of buy a dinner go mention. I don't know who else. I got a prefer. And take your man side when you be appreciated. You know, I say, from a woman, you know, brave. Guys, I wouldn't tell them, I see my uniform. I wish one day you would become. So Timbuktu, Ghana, Mali, Sumangulu, you know what you're shown. Okay, what you're shown. So Timbuktu, Ghana, Mali, Sumangulu, you know what you're shown. Diplomatic bus. What are diplomatic passport in the one? Yes, okay. Yes, okay. Yes, okay. Let's sing it. Verse 1. Let's sing together. Say, Mami, can't you roll that? See, Ganya, Boada, Watcher, Penny Kakra. See, Gaya, Divamba, Sikayu Boja, Appa, Sikayu Boja, Sikayu Boja, Sikayu Boja. One more time, say, Mami, can't you roll that? See, Ganya, Boada, Watcher. Sikaye Divamba, Sikaye Boja, Sikaye Boja, Sikaye Boja, Sikaye Boja, Sikaye Boja, Sikaye Boja, Sikaye Oye Boja, Sikaye Boja, Sikaye Boja, Sikaye Oye Boja. When you want a yard, when you went to me, when you went to me, Caravan, then Nancy Gaye Boji. I swear, Missy, when you are any day, when you went to me, Yashia, Sikaye Moje, Sikaye Moje, then Nancy Gaye Bojamba, Missy Sikama, our resort, Mewa, Sikasha Bushia. Sikama DJ, Sikama Homkan, ye Adasame, Wankan Nokore, Sikanya Wabra, Nibada Sanyi Presike, Kuntia Sekra, Ebu Sikea. Pastor for all we are young people tonight. I'm with your mommy. Pastor. Sadama kala kala go on to my video. Sadama kala kala go on to my video. Pastor, are we ready? Hey, Pastor. Hey, I'm perhaps a boys the girls get the go. That's right. Okay, verse 3, okay, let's go. And 1, what there? Are you ready? Verse 3, and 1, what there? And 2, what there? Okay, 1, 2, let's go. 1, 2, 3, let's go. What there? And 2, what there? And 3, What that? Yeah, stop. Yes, sir. Hey, mastery with the energy. That's right. See, give me the energy. 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 Wabino, one number Tokyo. I see now Wabinia. Waju, Refa Kize. Yatu Wabino, one number Tokyo. I see now Wabinia. Waju, Refa Kize.
Apaka, I come away, Dama, Dakika, Tepulo.
unwanted treasure meets the man who, in his quest to save his own life, decided to make the environment more bearable.
What problem did you want to solve?
So the pollution problem,
right?
The smoke from the burning of the plant is very poisonous. Personally, I was suffering. I could have asthmatic attacks and end up in the hospital. And I was like, if I don't find a solution to this problem, I can die.
Has it been all rosy for him? Well, he shared one of his experiences with us.
That shelter at Jolu Junction. I mean, it was beautiful to see. I used that stretch, but after a while, it vanished.
I couldn't sleep after building that bus. I'll tell you when I started sleeping.
Accompanying him is the Vibe 3. They'd be serenading us to some great tunes.
Girl, you fire, we getting lighter. Many girls for me out by your butter. Tell me who on you, mommy water. So I could be your Santa.
So this Sunday, join Frima Edunyame and Nanatufo Boateng on the Upside Down show at 7 p.m. for an uplifting and mind-changing moment.
Well, I go there with you. I go there with you.
Where politics meets power, where the tough questions are asked, welcome to Face to Face. Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou as he takes you face to face with the key players shaping the future of our nation.
I lost over $10 million at the trade fair.
You had a fight with the management of trade fair?
I don't have a fight with them. I just deplore the way they went about what they did.
Let's talk about the chief prosecutor of the state at the time that you were being prosecuted, Godfrey Yeboah-Dame, the Attorney General.
Yes. I think he was directed to jail us.
By who?
By the system.
Boko has been a failure for your government, though.
Can't be a failure.
You have not solved it.
No, you are not praising them, the previous government for solving Yendi, which was even a more difficult case.
It's quite obvious that from these votes, the people felt that let's just let you go.
So they were disappointed in us. You are essentially the worst government in the Fourth Republic.
I don't know how you are doing that. If you based on the indicators.
Yes, based on the number of people who refuse to come and vote for you.
If that is your analysis, then why not?
No filter, no boundaries, just the truth behind the headlines. Deep, bold, and unflinching. Face to Face with Umaru Sanda Amadou airs on Tuesdays at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV, where politics gets real.
This year, take the first step towards a deeper connection with God and one another. Join us for the Family Consecration Service, a powerful journey of faith, love, and renewal. In 2025, we are called to consecrate our homes, our hearts, and our lives.
The Lord is protecting you with His favor this morning in the name of Jesus. May the Lord favor your going out. May the Lord favor your coming in.
To dedicate ourselves and our families to the path of faith, grace, and unity. Through prayer and reflection and a shared devotion, the Family Consecration Service 2025 brings families closer together, strengthens bonds, and invites God's presence into every corner of our homes. It's on Thursday, 1st of May 2025 from 6 a.m. to 12 noon. The venue is the Oil Dome, Royal House Chapel International, Accra. There will be renewal of vows for married couples.
On this occasion, I'm asking you to forgive me for all the hits and pain I have caused you.
Join countless families around the world as we come together to consecrate our lives in the spirit of love and faith. A consecration for today and for generations to come. Make this year a new beginning. Family Consecration Service 2025 for the love of God and the love of family. Join us this year. Together, let's consecrate our families and our hearts. Curious about what's happening beyond your borders? Beyond Borders takes you there. Every Wednesday at 7 p.m., join Caleb Kudo as he explores the stories that shape our world, connecting you with Ghanaians in other cultures and seeing the world through their eyes.
So we've learned one thing, you leave your shoes outside. Wow.
Tuesdays,
I won't go to Ghana dressed in a Lacoste.
As director of operations.
From international politics to the human stories that define nations, Beyond Borders brings you a fresh perspective of Ghanaians around the world, one conversation at a time. Beyond Borders with Caleb Kuda airs Wednesdays at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Hello and welcome to People and Profit. I'm Charles Pellegrin. Great changes unseen in a century. The phrase is a recurring motto for Chinese policymakers, referring to the tectonic geopolitical shifts which are changing the way business has been done for the past 75 years or so. Countries that once followed the gospel of free trade and liberalism are changing tack and focusing on their national interests before anything else. Donald Trump's America being the case in point. Well, for more on these changes, we welcome to the studio David Bavrez. He's an investor based in Hong Kong and the author of the book Bienvenue en économie de guerre, or translated into English, although not officially, Welcome to the Wartime Economy. Thanks for being with us.
No, thank you very much.
So, David, your book talks about Europe needing to switch towards a war economy. But that term doesn't just refer to boosting investments in defense or arms or that kind of thing. It refers to a complete overhaul of the economy's purpose, one that isn't driven solely by consumer demand. Tell us more.
I think in 2022, we closed the 30-year cycle. The economy goes in 30-year cycles, and we had the economy of peace. The economy was driven by demand, by the consumer, and as an investor, I was trying to find companies that were developing products and services for consumers. Since 2022, the economy is driven by production, supply, and more importantly, bottleneck to supply. And the one that understood this first was Xi Jinping, because he's been preparing China for 10 years. The US has reacted relatively quickly in 2022, and we European guys were just starting to wake up and trying to adapt.
So that's how you choose to see the changes that we're seeing currently in the United States. Is what's happening under Trump, the United States turning to a war economy?
Yes, I think so, with a Trump style. So I'm saying, like everybody else, I'm very surprised by what's happening with the tariffs, because I think I made the mistake of thinking that tariffs were about fair trade, the fight against unfair trade. And in reality, tariffs are today, Scott Bessent told us, it's an instrument for fundraising. So what is at stake is not 1% of GDP in the US, which is the trade deficit of the US with China, which happens to be 350 billion US, very manageable. It's actually 120% of GDP. It's a national debt where the US government says in French we say la fête du slip is over. So I'd let you translate, because I don't know if you can say this on air. Basically, we are stopping 20 years of public re-leveraging, and we need to de-lever. And when you enter a de-leveraging cycle, the first one to deliver wins. And this is where we should stop saying Donald Trump is stupid, like we are here in Europe, he's gone completely crazy. No, he's actually very, very clever on saying the first one who's going to attack, and obviously the US say, I shouldn't be paying for it. The rest of the world should be paying for it.
So you said the debt party is over in the United States, and I think the interesting metric here is the fact that the United States is now spending more on repaying its debt or interest on debt, on servicing its debt, than on its defense or the equivalent
It's actually at par. It's 3% of GDP. And this is a very famous Ferguson law. Neil Ferguson, this British historian, looked at the UK in 1945 and said the UK lost its geopolitical weight when a country spends more on servicing its national debt to savers than spending on military. And my gut feeling, I can't prove it to you, is that it's the Pentagon telling the US government, you cannot spend more than 3% on servicing the debt. And the debt is 120% of GDP times 2.5% interest rates. But if you reprice the interest rates today, they're at 4.5%, 5%. So if we leave as is, in 2 years' time, the US is spending 6% of GDP on interest expense on the debt and only 3% on military. The US loses any credibility geopolitically on defense. And this is the way we Europeans need to understand that the reason why the US is abandoning Europe on defense is because the US cannot afford anymore, given its balance sheet, to pay for defense for all its allies all over the world.
And what about the arguments made or the calculations made saying that you can raise as much money with tariffs as you want, but it will never make up for all the tax cuts you've given on income tax, on corporate tax back in America? That I'm sure maybe he's clever, but you'll never get the same sums.
So the way it is very, very clever, as usual with Donald Trump. I want to delever the US, but not at the expense of the super rich, where I want to cut taxes, at the expense of the rest of the world, the exporters, and the poor people that are consuming goods that are being imported to the US. And unfortunately, so you get around 300 billion US on taxing 3 trillion of imports at 10% if the tariffs stay at 10%. But unfortunately for Donald Trump, what is done at the same time is totally crazy when you live like me in Hong Kong and you've read The Art of War, is not The Art of the Deal, but The Art of War, which is he managed to unite its ally and enemies against the US. And therefore, what is at stake now is a recession, which is going to cost the US potentially 1.2 trillion, so it's 4% of GDP, and get the US deficit even greater. And this is what I think we're all trying to sort out now, is how do we get out of this crazy plan that has been worked out by Mr. Navarro and go back to something where the US avoid the recession that everybody is announcing today.
Which is more the line held by Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary.
Exactly.
Let's put it that way. Let's switch to Europe now again. You're really calling on Europe to sort of wake up and to get its ducks in a row. You believe that the whole continent, in a way, needs to get back to work. Is there not still a place for the European social model as it exists today? Where's the line? How do you still preserve?
Not today, no, because there's no social model. What you call model doesn't exist. It's an anti-model. No one in the world is looking at Europe as a model you want to copy. So we should stop it. Our model is broken in the same way the Chinese model is broken. The PPP, the public-private partnership, has been destroyed by Xi Jinping in 2022. And the US model is broken because there is no more rule of law in the US. So the good thing is that the three models are broken. So we are not necessarily the losers because Germany is like China in 2008. Germany is the only power in the world without any leverage problem. So Germany has 1 trillion euros available to sort out the mess in which we are. And if we spend this 1 trillion in Europe, we could be like China in 2008 on relaunching our economy when the two other economies are struggling.
Before we go, I want to talk about China.
China is the big winner, completely unexpected.
You mentioned Xi Jinping has prepared for this for the last 10 years. Is this a blueprint?
And geopolitically, Donald Trump puts on a golden plate the entire South Global and potentially Europe to China's camp, when China normally should be singled out as the systemic rival. There is a manufacturing step where China, as the bottleneck, controls 70, 80, 90% of world market share and is going to squeeze US manufacturing. So China, it's slower economic growth, but strategically the way China thinks, China is winning.
Let's focus on China's auto industry specifically, for instance. The country has among the highest rates of electrical vehicle usages in the world. They control the battery supply chain, and they've developed a real expertise in car manufacturing at a fraction of the cost compared to other regions. It just so happens that the Shanghai Auto Show is starting this week, and that exhibition really underlines the dominant place that Chinese manufacturers are increasingly taking in this industry. Our correspondent Yana Lee sent us this report.
At the Shanghai Auto Show, visitors can get a glimpse of what could be the car of the future, as well as the latest features that prepare drivers for all terrains. New energy vehicles, though, are stealing the spotlight.
This is a Chinese EV brand that overtook Tesla in sales last year. BYD sold over 4 million units in 2024, most of it domestically here in China, but more and more abroad.
The EU and the US have slapped tariffs of up to 45% and 100% respectively on Chinese EVs, accusing them of benefiting from outsized government subsidies. Despite this, BYD aims to double its exports in 2025 by targeting markets elsewhere.
At present, BYD's monthly exports are around 40,000 units, including some markets in the Middle East and Southeast Asia.
Chinese innovation in the auto industry is not just about new energy, but also AI. Authorities have issued 16,000 license plates for self-driving cars. Pony AI is one of a handful of companies that have been given the green light to operate taxis on the road.
Our car deceleration or deceleration or even the turn actually are very human-like.
According to the company representative, Chinese consumers and local authorities are open to the idea of driverless vehicles.
Everyone is very, I would say, enthusiastic and also positive for the autonomous driving technology.
While European, Korean and Japanese automakers are now struggling to deal with Donald Trump's new 25% tariff on all foreign cars, Chinese brands have had the time to get used to that reality and are racing ahead.
Yana Lee reporting there. David Bavrez, what's your reaction when you see that report?
It's a typical illustration of fantastic innovation of the private sector in China at very low cost, because that is 20, 30, 50% lower than Europe. So we're dead. What your report that's very interesting fails to mention, you've got $250 billion of state subsidies behind all those cars. Secondly, BYD, you saw, is just cutting its prices by 20% today in China because the Chinese market is fully penetrated. The US market is closed. The only market overseas of size open is Europe. If we let the Chinese come with subsidized car exported at a loss, this is not only 10% of jobs in Europe that are at stake, it's 50% of private investment in R&D. So we need to explain to our Chinese friends, this doesn't work. And we need to figure out a way, and the tougher we're going to be in the negotiation, the more we're going to be respected. Because the Chinese will understand that we are saving Europe, which is what we should be doing.
David Bavrez, you are an investor based in Hong Kong, the author of Welcome to the Wartime Economy, an essay published in French. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
That's all for this week, but do stay tuned to France 24. We also have more episodes of People on Profit on the podcast platform of your choice or on the France 24 app. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
The weekend is here. You're welcome to the chat right here on Channel 1 TV with me, Akol Kumsi. You can find me on all social media platforms at PK_Kumsi. Kumsi spelled with a double N. Today promises to be very exciting and entertaining as always, because today I am having the band all the way from the UK right here with me in studio. And these guys, they've blazed the trail. I mean, back then we used to, enjoy music from, a Ghanaian UK band called Osibisa until these guys emerged. And I'm talking about the composers. In as much as they do not really sing, you still get to enjoy them. I love to call them Afrobeat jazz. But we'll give us all details about that right here on the show as well. And then also we are in the season of PR for TGMAs, all of that is happening. It looks like some people are taking advantage of this to actually belittle the efforts of others. So we'll be looking at artists and PR, especially in this season of TGMAs. Awards will be given out very, very soon. I think 2 weeks from now, we'll actually be enjoying the TGMA. So we'll be looking at all of that and how PR people need to, control themselves when they are belittling the effort of others. We have all this and more right here on the show for you on the chat. You can join the conversation on our WhatsApp number 0204447033, or you can actually send us a message. Me a message on our WhatsApp, our social media platforms everywhere. PK_Kumsin spells with a double N. Ladies and gentlemen, the composers will be in the house, but before that, enjoy this performance from the composers featuring Sarkodie and Friends, or composers Sarkodie and Friends. That happened in the UK, I think some 2 years ago. Enjoy it. We'll be right back to have more conversation right here on the chat. You're welcome.
Get it. Yep. Let's go.
South Nation in the building tonight. Huh? Yeah, came a long way. Time on they got it talk for the while on the record. Took a long break. You people call, but I said I'll be back in a second. For me, see, tell I said the Jimmy in the cassette. Huh? This time I tried to say that I will forget to gas. I'm gone. 24/7, we put in the work over time. I've been trying to get down on the low. Uncomfortable records, I leave on the street. Before paying to get back on the road. You go for skip on the moment in music. The sack on your story, you got it be told. The only thing I will show you the way. But I've been thinking, I still have been cold. All of you rappers are lacking the key. This is how I do this for long. 10 years, every time it be me. Everyone else just tagging along. Becoming my man, my kuma, you're free. Yeah, work a father, home, it's in the cause. I mean, your definition of a G. Look at myself, it's because of the pause. Who feel it? This shit is just cup of tea to me. I go free handle it easily. I go just hand over peacefully. Go problem once in a mood, Jimmy. The person come to me. The fast and it's in my heat. I won't multiply. But my yes to Jimmy. Ha! Used to hustle on the corner. Now the shot coming last. Now I do what I wanna. Full sound coming gas. What's the damn cane manner? Oh, sound rock jazz. Since yeah, I don't big friends. Only road is since you gone. Only road is since you gone. Only road is since you gone. Since yeah, I know big friends. No. Only road is since you gone. Only road is since you gone. Only road is since you gone. Since yeah, I know big friends. Only road is since you gone. I'm on the road to perfection. I drop all these classes and move to the next. And I'm still on the top. That shit niggas so vexing. Don't call me the best. Put up correction. There's no competition. This is not an election. Don't gang in the size. Out of the question. Fuck on this rap is the man with complexion. But then they need you just love and affection. And careful attention. But whoa. The want me to stop us. The more that I rap, I just make it so hard for them. I tell them the realest is back. So shut up. Nobody should talk with them. Yeah, I won't compare it to part of them. The partners rap in the flack with them. Just for the record. Damn if you have to pass out to the cross to a truck. It's a real time. I can go all the way. Funny that just had recording a day. Sanitation, sorry for the delay. Lunchtime, it's a little buffet. Stay fresh, can't fuck with that drip. Say less, very soon I go flip. Don't worry, some of I go dip. Bad bitch, just stop in the whip. Then I remember when I just came up. When I the right justice to the sun up. Some of me back to some couldn't come up. When you the play, make a play for my. This young and his wife in your equity. My kid can figure take long. People the pay for the high. Everybody you're a ringtone. Street boy from the ground up. You're not easy with the brick ball. The checking with pay slip. The tax cry, you would take more. Used to hustle on the corner. I'm a shot coming last. Now I do what I wanna. From a side coming gas. What's a damn cane manner? Oh, side black jazz. Since yeah, I know big friends. No. Only road is since you gone. Only road is since you gone. Only road is since you gone. Since yeah, I know big friends. Only road is since you gone. Only road is since you gone. Only road is since you gone. Since yeah, I know big friends. Only road is since you gone. And the cash about to move from Illuminati. Sorry man, you're lucky. On my way to Grammy. My God, you're in the group when coming pushing Bugatti. Me, I think it's funny because I keep on making money. Can you want the blessings reflected? It's a tsunami. DJ Mensa, Kesty Giovanni. Nakupa Sema Misha, keep walking through the valley. You believe in Juju? Christopher, but now tell me with you, you're Sawa. Now me can't have it. I don't have to give up. What was 17, the wouldn't think you better speak out the swag. The chemistry, the flow. You like that thing, I'm the best up on it. I'm the best of ever seen this style. Especially the hustle. The cat to see my rhythm, won't you need my hustle? I'm the most in the Illuminati. I say that was the sound of your Illuminati. In a second, I think it's controversial. Billy's a fuck contact me, I'm gonna put commercial. $500,000 for me. I paid on my double up. Next time, the Lord has set myself punch you get the process. Who feel this ever speeding up through me? What is that dropping? Some forcing, you better do the talking. Once you see a cash, I hear me spend it, just don't shop it. Be a best in crack, I mean you're free, I swear I'm lying. Be a Illuminati, come to Tuka, to Hawaii. Knock upon the Makotra, let me find the daddy. It's a damn present, yes, who still I was in the Illuminati. I'll tell you that once the sack of you will get Illuminati. Get to me when somebody in Kano, I come on now for frog, I'm on the sound, somebody I do feet in the beach shop, never number to before cool, flip style, throw them a shot to, but clever, so when I would do cold, one little bit problem, a little bit more to, never number I made to walk up across my man kind of by force. Huh? I'm also going to be Illuminati. How far that to say? All the guys on the side, are you ready? On that side, are you ready? Now we have Sack Nation. So this is the Sack Nation anthem right here. And if you're a full Sack Nation, let me see your hands in the air right now. Okay, it's gonna be great, man. I'm not even gonna do this one. You guys gotta do this with me, right? So if you know how we do it, everybody, let's go! We have the second verse, right? Second verse, right? Okay. To my thoughts in the ghetto, to my voice, full pin. For the love, for the hate, everything is right on thing. Forgive me for my mistakes. I guess it's me or them. But the mind, by the way, rest in peace, Goldie. All I do, I give it for the love. Success lives too lonely. When I'm gone, with the guy, I leave. I had an impact. Who's the name? I'm a to the number. I send it back in that. When you're part of my show, I still I go back to the club. Catch your cannabis is our song. This minute I can't hip hop. I guess I never begin the song, but I'm the best anyway. I won't say I want it. There's a money beef. I'm not ready anything. Just in case, you the rush. What can you say? Who put the shots? You the lie. What time if I met you? You just each other don't fuck. What can someone check your level? They be at you. I never let you beat. I guess I'm a person that will grow. They are let you to repeat. Chale, make a flow. Already got ready for the show. I said I'm going to open up the call. What for this? I think you want me to. Okay, let me show you how it goes. I don't know where you're show. This is why niggas on the block. My boy, I put it at the quote. Okay, no time to rap a holic. But the best I do want me cool. They get to my voice. He can't even hook cross still. These be my tears of joy. Everything say this is conflict. Now someone is still on court. Do we have Sanitation in the building tonight? Now everybody in the building, we're gonna do this together. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna be poor better. On the team, I buy him another hit. This year, I should be number frozen. What more for that to chill me? And I'm going to say my reason, and I'm going to do my five war. But then I'll be a quick, I want to tell my fight here to win the matema. Then I'm a penalty, and then I'm supposed to put up on my. I guess I'm going to do. Whoa, hey, yeah, I shall want to get up on it. Just some pipe, a few rice. But my bubble got a mini BT. Oh, no, I will not carry. Mini Pataqua, assassin ride, and I'm on a movie. But Papi, I was saying, hey, I thought to be a Mr. Kennedy. The whole Kashima, that's a 5 day. Oh, the two are not a cry. If you get human, I'm a two fear. This is what told the Biapa. And this is to Puma. Yo, oh, yeah, so too. Huh? And let's shoot this keep pay. The drumming up, the jack complain. You know what time it is. The way you did, you respect this girl to the kill me. When I see I'm the best, so maybe why you do this. I'm ready to come back. She didn't mash up my head. Oh, this girl, you go to make her go follow. The way you did, you respect but listen, you know, it's been a long time since I saw Millie said that she will always be my number one chick. Cause every minute pound, no one on team, I see a challenge, put that catch out. Till the hook up in my number. If it's another wedding, say you should have philosopher. Big time for the pip. If it's an American, it's a one of the pan over my big plot of part. Well, here go. On the command me die, and then we see a view, which you be a man. But you want to think I wouldn't work kind of flexing. And then baby, do, I mean, no. Then you bless me, I think you will fear. What's the one last year? It's in the near being. I forgot to give me this end. Come and tie the gear for us, so we're bad here. Oh, man, you want to do if you get you one on the cruise here. It's what told me. I just want to get the boom. Oh, yeah, so too. Still I go maintain. Huh? I bet shoot this keep paying. They're dropping low. Money not the problem. When I say I'm the best, so maybe why you do me. I'm gonna be more better. She mash up my head. Now. This girl go to make her go below. The way you did my spec. This girl go to kill me. Well, hey man, what the fuck is you want another scene? I'm gonna come out. You never tell me this. Yeah, it is the last of what you make catch. What you go back as a duck will be. I want to come give us a I don't forget to start the force. I won't pay me. If you have me teachers, kill it about in the life, you're gonna give me a woman to the bottom. Not time, believe you, try me a manco. I've been a bit of my cup of it. How many times I'm a bunch of my throw? I don't mean I'm a thinker and tear blow. The vampire, my father, won't want so. But some of what day I'm in Fanyo. So you must own, I'm in Nick woman. I've been on my phone, I go for me. I can't give a commune and I'm a woman to the children. So I believe I'm both out. But on the beer, the essence of the that's a bit of check. I didn't know my life here. Miss ya, when that's what I'm pumping. I put you in jail, I got some of it. Now some of the poop is in the house. Because I'm a shop with your beer, with your bar. It's a body bang, do we over here now? It's a bit of a not here, you are. Shall I get it while you're dying? Shall I sit like here, you shake it in? One antique and a hair will free show. Now then to a book was supposed to. Yo, what they was swimming, I can see a carry. I bought the Nachi as a polo. Get the water, so go. Who jam who are price in the same go. Yo, what they was swimming, I can see a carry. You wine. What's it? Oh, then no more. Shall I get it while you're there, catch you? Huh? Now. Huh? What else? Okay, yeah. Composer. What that time me, I know what teaching me peace. When my meat you have me in school fees, but I refuse to broke like. When they market you are operate. It's me the chicken on the rate. Back to the chicken on the rate. Okay. Yeah, when I was saying yeah, they must say the bike, and I'm going to pop in the tag. So come on and then la body. The way I see me yaki. I say, operate. Me the chicken on the rate. Got. It's me the chicken on the rate. God with the peace, huh? I mean the guy, Sanitation, yeah. That's him. fucked up? Who never fucked up? Hands in the air. No hands.
Everybody inside this building, if you love Ghana, if you're glad to be here tonight, you love soccer, you love the composers, let me hear you sing the song. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3.
Killer don't lie when I say I did it.
Come on.
Big stars, big cash, my way, but still I can't believe. Under 1 minute, still I can't believe. But I can't blame myself for this shit. I knew man that was born for this shit. Of course I fucked up.
Come on.
Who never fucked up? Hands in the air.
Hands up.
No hands. Still I can't believe. You know what I mean? I was young, what you expect from me? It is what it is. But I keep going, no. More like a rolling stone, cause I have no stopping time. Can nobody stop a man? Oh, I keep going, no. More like a rolling stone, cause I have no stopping time. Can nobody stop a man? No, I'm gonna run my race. I'm gonna keep my pace. Cause I really have no one to play. When I fall again, I can't stand this pain. I can't watch this pain.
Everybody sing it. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for David Melody on the guitar, Charlie Biggs on the keyboard, Steven Drummer on the drums, myself, Nana Pope. We are the composers. Now if you love Ghana, and you love soccer there, and you love good music, from the left to right, get your hands in the air. Hands in the air. Bounce, bounce. 1, 2, 3, bounce. Everybody, let's go. What else? What's it like? Huh? On the theater, remember when the baby and move about fear. I hope a problem you in our huntia. Or you were down for Jan and Malindia. Young Purabu and Musila Mumpia go. I want you to take me fair bunty no I was in my white mini. Now if you say me yes and say yeah, move me and I will never show. I feel the ready for me so I was it. Oh, now they got me in sano. I feel the move me too. Yeah, when I was in me yeah junkie, this I was so baby. I feel like I was in my couple young key. Can I live with some monkey? If I check I just say you the hungry. Why you here? Come on, that's a sharp bossy. Me who you the name of the say. When they make a pair of people, I didn't need to say. Man, I made that bench so rough. I wanna go be up for 1, 2, 3.
flop it. My enemies for me so I don't want to do so. But try some of them to prison. What probably particular reason? Okay, me home, we need to go for your meeting. But to assume I don't want to be I'm in there for who buying the money. Money not be problem, no. So when they show me who not many, remember when you watching out there? What's it? My floppy. Make so. But try someone they better to. What problem? Okay, me home. We need to go for you. Fatu assume I don't want to be. I'm in there, Papa who pint Timonia. Money no be problem. I don't know me. To when they come me when I'm in the. Remember when they watching another. Thank you so much, London.
And very soon I'll be having them right here in the studio with me to have a beautiful conversation. They have an event coming up in Ghana, I think tomorrow. So yes, we'll be there at La Boma to actually enjoy them. But that was a good one by Saka there and composers. This happened somewhere in the UK 2 years ago. And it's good that we're able to reminisce and relive and enjoy some of these old tunes that we've been enjoying for some time now. Because for some of us, I mean, we miss this, and it's good that they've been able to give us something to hold on to, something to go back to, something to live by, and actually something to enjoy this evening. But we're looking forward to having a conversation about PR, but yeah, I mean, you know, the rains and everything, so things have not been able to come through. But yes, quickly, before we go for a break, I mean, we're in a season where PR is becoming like a big thing because TGMS is almost here with us. PR is like now the game to play if you want to win an award. But one of the things that we really wanted to address is how people are now using PR to undermine the hard work of other artists. It's becoming one too many. Now people are actually undermining the effort of their fellow acts to, I mean, make a strong case for themselves to actually pick up the award. I want to post or read something that George Britton posted, I think a few weeks ago, about this whole PR conversation and how we are losing focus with the whole PR game. And he posted this on Facebook, actually. He said, how artists align themselves to public ridicule just for the sake of Ghana Music Awards. I was under the impression that the public, board, and academy were responsible for voting for the hardest working artist of the year. So where is this PR banter that belittles the efforts of other artists coming from? And I feel like it is something that we need to address. It is something that we need to check, and that shouldn't be in our music industry at all. We've seen it going on for some time now, and we need to bring some sanity into our entertainment space. We'll go for a quick break. When we return, we have the composers in studio with us right here on the chat for a beautiful conversation. Don't go anywhere, stick and stay.
Life It's a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome. It's Play to Aid.
Get ready for the game show where every play has a purpose. Welcome to Play to Aid, the only game show where your knowledge and skill don't just win you prizes, they help change lives.
What sport is considered the most popular in the world?
Football. Every point you earn goes toward real-world support, from school supplies to health kits, clean water to emergency relief. Play smart, play big, Play to Aid. Catch all the action, the drama, and the heat.
Most commonly spoken language in Brazil.
Portuguese. Play to Aid every Sunday at 3:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Edna, let's begin.
The Play to Aid game show is proudly sponsored by Tang Palace, Giraffe Island, and VVIP.
Where politics meets power, where the tough questions are asked, welcome to Face to Face. Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou as he takes you face to face with the key players shaping the future of our nation.
I lost over $10 million at the trade fair.
You had a fight with the management of trade fair?
I don't have a fight with them. I just deplore the way they went about what they did.
Let's talk about the chief prosecutor of the state at the time that you were being prosecuted, the Attorney General.
Yes. I think he was directed to jail us.
By who?
By the system.
Boku has been a failure for your government, though.
Can't be a failure.
You have not solved it.
No, you are not praising them, the previous government for solving Yende, which was even a more difficult case.
It's quite obvious that from these votes, the people felt that let's just let you go.
So they were disappointed in us. You are essentially the worst government in the Fourth Republic.
I don't know how you are doing that. If you based on the indicators.
Yes, based on the number of people who refuse to come and vote for you.
If that is your analysis, then why not?
No filter, no boundaries, just the truth behind the headlines. Deep, bold, and unflinching. Face to Face with Umaru Sanda Amadou airs on Tuesdays at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV, where politics gets real.
Looking for the latest buzz in Ghana's entertainment world? Welcome to Ghana Weekend, your ultimate destination for all things creativity and entertainment.
Stay in the loop with breaking news, exclusive interviews, and then insider stories from your favorite creatives and stars. From music, movies, fashion and art, lifestyle and culture, Ghana Weekend brings it all together. Get a daily dose of entertainment, discover new talent, and never miss out on the creativity that defines our vibrant culture.
Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle Ghana Weekend, on X Ghana Weekend, on TikTok Ghana Weekend, at Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube for the latest in entertainment, travel, and everything Ghana. Don't miss out. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, where entertainment meets creativity. Visit GhanaWeekend.com now.
This year, take the first step towards a deeper connection with God and one another. Join us for the Family Consecration Service, a powerful journey of faith, love, and renewal. In 2025, we are called to consecrate our homes, our hearts, and our lives.
The Lord is protecting you with His favor this morning.
In the name of Jesus, may the Lord favor your going out. May the Lord favor your coming in.
To dedicate ourselves and our families to the path of faith, grace, and unity. Through prayer and reflection and a shared devotion, the Family Consecration Service 2025 brings families closer together, strengthens bonds, and invites God's presence into every corner of our homes. It's on Thursday, 1st of May 2025 from 6 a.m. to 12 noon. The venue is the Oil Dome, Royal House Chapel International, Accra. There will be renewal of vows for married couples.
On this occasion, I'm asking you to forgive me for all the hits and pain I have caused you.
Join countless families around the world as we come together to consecrate our lives in the spirit of love and faith. A consecration for today and for generations to come. Make this year a new beginning. Family Consecration Service 2025 for the love of God and the love of family. Join us this year. Together, let's consecrate our families and our hearts.
Welcome back to the chat right here on Channel 1 TV with me, Cole Kumsin. You can find me on all social media platforms at PK_Kumsin. Kumsin spelled with a double N. I mean, in the first 30-45 minutes, we enjoyed the composers and Sarkodie. That was 2 years ago. As we go on with the conversation, I'll be dropping a few other performances they've had here and there. Then we'll talk about the big one that'll be happening tomorrow at La Boma, where they'll be on stage giving you electrifying performances. But ladies and gentlemen, I have the singular honor to have the composers with me right here in studio. How are you doing?
Yes. Very well. Very well. Thanks for having us.
So we have David,
that's right.
We have Nanapoku, and then we have Steve. Yes, the drummer. So he's the drummer, he's the keyboardist, and then he's the bassist. All right. Now, I have a quick fire questions for you guys. We want to dig deep into your lives to know a little bit about the composers. But first of all, who amongst you is always late?
I think it might be you. No. There was a time. There was a time.
Defend yourself.
But the reality is, if we go in recent history,
recent
history. But in truth, there was a time.
There was a time you were very late for everything.
There was a long time.
A long time.
Up until yesterday. When we go again, based on today.
All right. Who is? So, I mean, late is him. So, who is the first to arrive?
Charles. Between myself and Charles. Yeah, kind of between myself and Charles.
Yourself and Charles?
I'll say Charles. I'll say Charles more.
I'll say Charles,
Charles is the one that's not
okay. Here. Another one that comes to mind is who is the fashionista? If I'm not looking good, I'm not stepping out.
Ooh. No, I'm gonna give it to Steve. Yeah.
I think he's always about like, you know, combinations and calculation.
Steve,
Combinations
and
combinations. And who is the every day I have to find something to eat? The foodie.
I mean,
Charles. Yeah, Charles.
Oh, it looks like it's because Charles is not here to defend himself.
If you gonna say, we'll say it's Charles.
I think Charles always finds a way to have the food around him.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'll put it that way. But I can delay because I need to eat.
Oh.
But Charles will just, the snack will just come from somewhere.
Snack will come from where you expect it. All right, and then, I mean, who takes the most selfies? Like, he's going to take the most pictures anytime he has the opportunity. Oh my God, it looks like Steve has won in all of this. So we give the crown to him. Like, welcome to our studios here in Channel 1 TV. I'm super excited to have you here. But were you all born in the UK? All four of you? Yeah. Born and raised in the UK?
Yeah, that's right.
But having your Ghanaian heritage intact? Yeah. Now, did you always know you become instrumentalist, or you met it along the way? I'll start with you, Steve.
Yeah, I think for me, I always, music, that's all I've ever known. From a very young age, I was always playing drums, and I think from about 6, I was fascinated with the idea of seeing people do it as a profession, Then maybe when I got to about 13, that's probably when I knew like, okay, I want to actually do this as a
13
profession.
years?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's when I probably said, yeah, I want to do this as a profession. Maybe actually 11, 12. I was like, I want to do this as a profession. So.
And your parents were?
Yeah, no, they've always been very supportive. You know, I mean, naturally they would always have their one or two discrepancies that, are you sure, is this going to work? But I think through everything, even through the uncertainties, they've always found a way to still support, you know. So, and I've never saw their uncertainties as don't do this. It's just do it the right way to make sure you're protected and, you know, you can still give yourself a good shot at life.
Oh, good. Now, David, how about you?
You know what? I never initially thought I was gonna do music. I always had the interest though, from a very young age, but I never actually thought it was gonna be an official profession until I met these guys. To be honest, until I officially met these lot, I never thought it was gonna be a thing for me.
For you.
But when I met these guys, it was almost like, you know what? This is the thing I think I've been looking for. All of these years.
So you always had it in,
I had it in
you were
me,
able
but
to bring it out.
I think I'm almost like, I don't even know what the word is, but I've always kind of been behind the mantra of like, it's always best to go with a team and do things together with people. So I think because in the realm of music, it was always just kind of myself, me. I never really thought, like, this isn't something I would do until I met the guys, and I was like, you know what, maybe this is something.
Yeah, I mean, I think you are strong, a testimony of follow 4 musicians, and you become the 5th musician, surely.
Yeah.
Now, Napoko, how about you? I mean, how did it all start for you, especially with bass?
Well, for me, I started around the age of 3, showing my parents that I had interest in music, like playing little drums around from church to the house, pots and pans. I'll be playing drums. That was my first instrument at the time. Then developed around about 8 years old, started playing the keyboard. Then from the keyboard, then about 11, then I started learning the bass. All of it self-taught.
Self-taught?
Yeah, it was self-taught. Wow. I've never had a music teacher ever. And the thing is, we know it's a God-given gift because it's the thing that I can do without thinking.
Thinking about it.
I can see music, if that makes sense. So I found there's actually an actual word for it. I just don't remember it right now. There's an actual word for people who see music in like colors and shapes and stuff like that. But people who were not like that didn't understand what I was saying, but it always made sense to me. And so with that, my parents, thankful to God, they always used to help nurture the giftings and talents they saw in me, even my grandparents and everything. And so they would always push me in that direction, to the point that even when it came to a time to try and identify what I wanted to do with career and stuff like that, I'm blessed, obviously. I've got a good brain in my head, so I can do many things, but they can see that this is the thing that he's actually really going to go into. So I didn't necessarily think I would be a performer. I always knew I would work in the world of music in maybe business or some type of other capacity, because people don't realize in the world of music there's so many different capacities you can work. But like David said, obviously in meeting one another, then we realized that there was going to be power in our unity. So myself and Charles, the one that's not here, we went to primary school together. So I've known him since I was about 5 years old. Then our manager, I met him in secondary school. From the first day, we've been close.
Wow, that's Brian. Special shout out to you, Brian.
Brian, yeah. And then Stephen and David, all in the same area. We were all in North London all together, and we all met through different circumstances, all from very young, and we've all grown up. So our friendship and our unity didn't come because of music. We were actually friends.
Friends before.
Then we realized, oh, you play this. Oh, you played that. Oh, you. Okay.
So whose idea or whose energy was it that brought the light bulb moment? Like, oh guys, let's start this because this can work for us.
So even to carry on the story a little bit more, from secondary school we went to then obviously like the college kind of time, and typically for any young man, especially in the UK, you're trying to figure out what is the next step. So myself and Brian decided at that time that entertainment, because we used to do these birthday parties together and stuff like that. We always carry a big crowd with us whenever we're doing things. So how do we now take this crowd?
The most popular in the hood.
That kind of thing, yeah. Our network is vast. So we were decided, we're always throwing parties, but instead now, let's turn this into a company. We now have opened up a company, but then we realized we wanted the company's launching, which we held on the biggest boat on the UK, private party, everything, about 600 people. We wanted it to have the class of having a live band, but then have the energy of having a DJ. And then, so one day after church, we were just there all chilling at my house, having some nice Chinese food and discussing, which band is there that can do this? And we couldn't think of anybody.
There's none.
And then the idea
just came
that maybe we can do this. And then the idea became reality. Before that, we were doing like loads of different gigs and stuff like that with many different gospel artists and other artists in the circuit locally in the UK. But at that time, that's what we officially called the birth of the Composers. So that was in 2013.
Whoa.
And
so that's 12 years ago.
12 years ago now. So we've been blessed to now celebrate 12 years of the Composers officially. So since that day that we did that launching and it went amazingly well, then literally Brian's phone hasn't stopped ringing. We've been traveling the world and
traveling the world over, and I've been getting into.
That's it.
But let me come to you. How did this idea mean to you the first time you heard it? And now that you're seeing it in reality and it's unfolding, and I think this, most people say this is like the starting point for you guys, because you guys have actually not hit your apex yet. But how's the idea for you?
I mean, I think at the time it started, it came from inspiration from actually the US. You know, at the time there was the concept, I think we took the concept and blew it up like crazy, but it was something that existed, you know, just a bunch of guys that play music, come together. They might take a popular song and they will just strip the song apart and create their own rendition. I think for us, however, as people that were, I'd say also stakeholders in the culture, for us it was, let's do this in a tasteful way. Because, I mean, there's only so much musical entertainment you can give someone. So like Nana was saying, the concept of a DJ, but with a live band. So I think when the idea first came, it was a, you're not right enough, and I was like, okay.
But is this something that we can do?
Yeah, and it was like, okay, like, how would this be received? And you know, I think it goes two ways. When you do something to a crowd of people that's your people, everyone's gonna applaud you because it's them. But I think, you know, we'll probably segue into this later in the conversation, but Aquaba UK, who are the ones we're doing the show with, they were actually the first people to take a shot at us. So 12 years on, we're still with them. But they took a shot at us at Miss Ghana, and they said, I think we actually approached them. I can't remember, but we actually approached them and said, yo, like, can we do this at your show? And just, you know, relationship, they said, yeah, why not? And I think that day was I think we don't actually speak about how important that day was, because that was the day we looked at each other like, it works. It works.
So that was, so in his house was when the idea came.
The idea came, we did it at the launch.
The launch.
Which was great.
Everyone loved it. Because, I mean, but then again,
it's a familiar audience.
Like, these are our friends, so
it's almost like
not telling us the truth.
But I mean, they had fun. Yeah. But, you know, so that day, I remember it was, you know, initially a 30-minute slot. But typically events, things happen, things run out of time. And they literally said, we have to cut you guys. And imagine, you know, 4 young guys. At the time, I think I was even like 16 years old. Like young, eager, energetic. You're very energetic. You're like, no, we want to play, we want to play. And I think we even, I'll never forget this conversation of Brian saying to them, look, you just give us 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Let us just do what we do for 5 minutes. If it doesn't work, we'll give you the money back. That's how bold. And it wasn't any money. Like I'll happily say this on camera. It was probably like £600. Like it wasn't anything.
Your very first.
Yeah, it was something like it was just something to get yourself from A to B and put some chicken and chips in your mouth after. But it wasn't.
I've given you more Chinese, right?
It wasn't. But again, it wasn't about the money. We just wanted to do what we do. And you know, there's a video online. If you search deep in the YouTube algorithm, you'll probably find it. It was one of our sisters, Jackie. She put it online. And it went from, like, imagine being told you're going to be cut. We're all looking at each other like, okay, cool. Like, and we started 2 minutes, everyone still sat down like, hey, like, who are these guys?
How was the energy at that time?
The room was quiet.
It was quiet.
The room was
so quiet.
The room
was jamming to it. I'm sure it will be played on your mind. Like,
and I don't know if it's the room was quiet, generally quiet, or it was that, you know, like the films where everything just closes in when you're about to do something big. And I think like, because it was Miss Ghana, we decided to do like a rendition of popular Ghanaian music. So I think after the first like 3 songs, like a few people stood up like, oh, this is nice. But at that point, it was like, think of like a jazz bar, like just, you know, everyone's eating, talking, and you have the energetic people. 10 minutes in, more people. 15 minutes, the whole
auditorium.
Room. I'm talking like 1,000 people on their feet. And it's like, where we're kind of, we have that anxiety of we're gonna get cut. We literally look and
they're like,
then they were like, continue, like go on. So we played that full set, I think it was about 30 minutes. And I kid you not, I wish I remember the date. I just remember it was September 2013. From that day, that was like the second, after you had the boat party and this. That was the second catalyst, like crazy. From
went
there.
crazy.
Nuts. Absolutely nuts.
Now,
From there.
Can you tell me how's rehearsals like? So you walk into the room or you walk into the studio. How's the rehearsal on a regular day like?
On a regular day? I mean, wow.
You'd be surprised.
You'd be surprised. I mean, it's changed over the years, 100%.
Okay, so tell me the old one.
The
old messy one.
To be honest, back in the day, I feel like we were really laying the foundation. So back then, we actually used to rehearse every single week. It didn't even matter if we had a show or a gig or anything like that. We'd rehearse every week. I think every Saturday, we'd rehearse. We'd actually go to Nana's church, actually. We'd go to his church to rehearse every week in the early
all
days.
the Afrobeat songs, the secular songs in church.
Go down the side. Go down the side.
Can I tell a funny story? I never forget. Nana's mom walked out one day. So, you guys, this is not edifying. I'll never forget that.
But it's real. Big up. Big up Bishop and Auntie Lou, you know, because if not for them actually opening the doors for us to allow us to rehearse, I felt 100% we wouldn't be where we are today.
So your dad is a pastor.
My mom's a pastor as well.
Your mom is a pastor as well. Oh, okay, so go ahead. So you're playing all this unedifying songs.
You just turn it down when you see them coming in.
So. Not always. Sometimes it was gospel as well. We did everything. We were just utilizing our talents, you know. And like I said, we used to rehearse every single week, and I think that's what really honed our gifting to a point where, honestly, there'll be times where we didn't rehearse. There'll be times where we didn't, just because of like our scheduling and how busy things would get over time. But because of the foundation that we laid all those years, anytime we'd rock up to a show, it almost felt like, wow,
the synergy's built.
It was great. Like, it was like, oh, we've rehearsed this before. We know what to do. It's just so now. I mean, we still rehearse. Obviously, we still do rehearse, especially when it comes to our big shows. We even just come from rehearsal.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about how you just came from rehearsal and it looks very intense and exciting, but we've seen that you've worked with like the biggest acts when it comes to the continent of Africa, if not the world, right? Earlier, when we started the show, we played the full 45-minute session of you and Sarkodie, the Sarkodie Composers and Friends. Yeah. Now, let's start with Sarkodie. In as much as that will not be where we'll settle, we'll surely go and settle at Davido, because I feel like that's like the biggest that everybody is looking for it too. But how did he get in touch, and what actually influenced him, or what did he see to say, hey, I want to do this thing with you guys and we can actually make it work?
He has, there's a friend he has that was connected with some of our friends. So when the thing is with us, we like to go for opportunities.
Yeah.
So when we found out, oh, this person is connected to that person, who knows, we would go and try and knock the door. Oh, is there a way maybe we can get an opportunity to
so
meet
you were
him?
chasing opportunities.
Yeah, we chased the opportunity. So I can't remember, I think at that time, that's when Adonai had just first dropped. And he came to London And yeah, when he came to London, we're trying to find an opportunity to cross paths with him, to just show, because remember, the concept of what we do as composers is also, it's not just live band.
Yeah.
That's something that I think
people need to understand.
People need to understand.
Yeah.
Yes, we play instruments, but what we do is more than just live band. We elevate a whole show and its production. So we were trying to have the opportunity to show that if we work together, we can develop all of this amazing music you have and create a presentation that can now be world standard. And at that time, as you can imagine, there wasn't many artists who were even moving with bands in that capacity. So
most of them were miming, actually.
Yeah, they were miming and doing things in ways where it wasn't translating on a world stage. So yeah, I'll say that 2014 or so, 2014, 2015, we linked up. He was with his friend. We asked his friend, please, can you bring him to come and see us? We sat down, we played one or two of the songs. He was like, yeah, okay, yeah, it's nice. And then carried on, but we still maintained a certain level of contact over the years, and then had the opportunity to, I think the first proper show we did with him was the one in America. In the Apollo Theater, New York, which is a historic show that we did. It's still the first African show to sell out that particular venue in New York. So that was composers and Sarkodie. And from that time onwards, the rest is history. Like, that's our big bro. Do you know what I mean? And every time something matters,
they reach out.
He reaches out. We also reach out to him as well. Like, he's family. He's not even somebody on the outside. And it's very much the same way with some of these other artists, like you mentioned, Davido, and some other artists that we work with. In the earlier days anyway, more than anything, we used to try and find how can we get in contact with them. When the brand developed, people started to understand the value that we bring. And then they now contact, please, we're trying to do this thing. What you did there, can you help us do it here? And we love to do it, because at the end of the day, we're walking in our God-given talent and gifting. And yeah, we make money from what we do, but money is not the reason why we do it. You know what I mean?
So what's the reason why you do it?
Making an impact in people's lives and inspiring people through music and performance. What composers represents to people around the world is unity, inspiration, success. There's so much things that people have come to our shows and found their life partners and stuff like that.
Anyway, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, let's go enjoy composers and Davido, because I feel like there's one particular one. I hope my producer plays that one. But let's enjoy composers and Davido.
Los Angeles makes a boy. If I tell you, say I love you. Let's go. Say, my money, my body, now your own. Oh, baby. How much I get, how much I get? 30 billion for the I got you. Say, Versace and Gucci for your body, oh, baby. What? Say, no do, gotta phone. No do, say that now. No do, shakara away. No do, gotta for me, oh.
You're welcome back. So that was Composers and Davido. And actually, when it was played, I was asking them a question. I'll ask again. How's rehearsal with Davido like?
It's cool, man. He's like Nana was saying about soccer there. Like, he's a brother, you know. So you know what I find? Sometimes we probably spend more time talking than rehearsing. Yeah, because I think with him, we've worked with him for so long. Truth be told, that clip you even just saw of the 5 album show, the first time we actually played with him was on the stage at the show, ever. So
no, that's not true.
No, it's facts. It's the facts. He sent the album before.
Doesn't mean he trusts you guys that much.
Yeah, like we built that rapport for years, for over 10 years. So I mean, I think he was in the States doing some album promo, and then our schedule too, we just wasn't able to find a middle ground to rehearse. So it was just kind of like, all right, cool, like you guys work it out. And even where we was hoping to get some time in the sound check to rehearse, even that day we missed our flight so we literally landed maybe like
went on stage
from the plane to the stage. And the first time he was gonna hear, imagine that, the first time he was gonna hear
you guys play
any of his new albums in a performance was in a performance to a crowd of people.
Man,
and
you guys are really good.
And the show finished. She's like, yeah, it's good. It's good.
That's beautiful. Yeah. But let's talk about what's happening tomorrow. There's a big one happening tomorrow.
That's right.
Now let me know, how many times have you guys been or performed in Ghana?
Oh, wow.
A few times.
A few times. The Ghana Music Awards 2015.
Yeah.
Rapaholic 2017.
Yep.
I believe we did Sandbox.
Yeah, we've done Sandbox a few
Sandbox
times.
2018 when it was old Sandbox.
2018 and 2017.
Yeah, 2017 and 2018.
Yeah.
So a few. I mean, if you add anything, at least Polo Beach Club.
Polo
Beach,
yeah. All right. So what will be happening tomorrow? I mean, tomorrow we are going to La Boma.
La Boma.
That's right.
Yeah. The Pink Flamingo.
Yeah, the Pink Flamingo.
Mad Fest.
Yeah.
Barbie UK. Yeah, man. I think we missed last year.
Okay.
We missed last year, but and we didn't do December. We didn't do the Dirty December. We gave you guys a break this year. So, you know,
so you've come for the Easter.
Come for the Easter.
Right. Even after Easter, if you think about it, it's actually a bit after.
Yeah, it's just a bit after.
We're here.
Yeah, I mean, we're still in
Jesus is gone now. He's gone upstairs. He's gone upstairs. So, you know, this is the celebration.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, post resurrection. But yeah, it's going to be a great show, man. Ghana's always a beautiful place to come and play. I think if you take away the UK, this is actually our next home. Yeah. In fact, this is our first home. This is where we're from.
But Mutitri.
We do.
Mutitri. Mutitri pa. Okay, so China if I Jumedian BC.
Jumedian be Pink Flamingo.
Good one there. But so tomorrow, somebody's watching us for the first time. How is it going to be like? Because I know for sure Nana is going to be in front.
We're making some noise at the front.
Yeah.
You'll feel the vibe.
Yeah, you also be in front for sure.
I'll be in front.
You'll be standing and drumming for sure.
For sure, energy.
Standing and drumming.
Energy.
And I'm sure Charles will be
energy there,
keeping it cool. Is he the coolest in the band actually?
Do you know what? On face value.
On stage and on face value, yeah.
No.
You'd think so.
You would think so.
Oh, because he looks like he's like so calm.
He looks like, that's the key word.
He looks like he's so calm.
You know what's interesting?
Please just pray for him. We don't know what's wrong with
you. I look at all the personalities off stage, it's kind of opposite to what it is.
Yeah.
So
it's true though.
On the stage, you'd think David is very, because he's always, but he's probably the quietest one out of all. He is the quietest one out of all.
Yeah, I am.
Like you said, Charles is the one that, cool, calm and collected, but he's the one sometimes where you know. So it's interesting.
All right. But tomorrow, where is it happening again? Tickets, if somebody wants to get tickets, prices for tickets, time that it's starting. I know you guys don't joke with your time. Start time, but you're in Ghana, so you know.
That's what I was going to say.
What time is it starting?
I think 9
9. So it's like 9, 9:30, 10, 10:30, 11. Right.
Yeah, we'll do a bad 11.
9, 11. Yeah, but it started at 9. Yeah. I mean, where can people get tickets if somebody wants to get a ticket?
Akwaba UK. Akwaba UK, yeah. Oh, I believe you can probably buy on the door if it's not sold out. Yeah. Yeah, www.akwabauk.com. You get tickets there. On the door. This is Ghana. You can rock up on the door. They'll find somewhere for you to stand if you are willing to pay for your ticket. So
All right.
yeah.
But I don't know if you're following the TGMAs. Yeah. Who are you tipping to pick Artist of the Year?
I will not answer that.
Oh, why?
Do you know what?
Tell me.
Listen, I support anybody who wins, but I can say I really like what Blacko has been doing.
Oh.
I can't lie. So, and I believe he's
I
nominated
think it's tough
artist
this
of the
year,
year.
though.
It is tough though. It is really tough.
It's really tough.
I think it's hard to put one metric on what are we giving this based on.
Exactly.
It's not based on sales. It's not based on, like you said, everyone has done something amazing. Both secular. I mean, I think it was 3 years ago we saw gospel artists picking it up. Joe Metal 1 year, Dan Hamilton another year. So, you know, Blacko's done. King Promise is doing amazing. My Homeboy is doing amazing. You know, they're pushing like Ghana heavily. So it's tough.
Anyway,
we support Ghana. Any
That's it.
Any Ghanaian artist that
we have our
wins,
support.
that's the one that we want to win.
business is also on the line. So. But yeah, I mean, thank you guys so much for being here. It's been awesome. It's been fun. I've really enjoyed it. Tomorrow,
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Everybody that's watching, make sure you go and follow us on all social media. We love all of our Ghana family around the world, and especially right here.
Can you treat?
You're gonna make me throw up on TV. Can you do it? So I'm gonna do this one first. Composers, please follow us on Composers. On composers.co.uk.
Yeah.
That's the website, and then Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, everything. COMPOZERS.
Yeah.
God bless you.
Bless up.
I feel like this thing fascinates a lot. It does. No, seeing London Ghanaians is like, are you really Ghanaian?
No, but you see, the point is this. It's not like it's fascinating because, you know, most people, I don't know if you guys ever saw this, but there was this award scheme, and then you guys were described as Nigerian.
So funny.
But how did that make you feel when you found
I was
out?
very disappointed. Very disappointed.
It was funny. For me, I found it funny.
funny,
I found
I
like,
think-
it's like the names. Just look at our names.
Yeah.
Just take a second, look at our names. And I don't have an English name. My name is Nana Kwame Opoku Intorin Cancer. There's no more. Look at my face. I'm Ghanaian, like to the T. Like, proper. Like, well, if you want to go and call me Olu or something like that, don't get me wrong. We love our Nigerian people as well, but we are Ghanaian.
Yeah.
I think it stemmed from our affiliation with the
Nigerians a lot.
Yeah, and sometimes we've been on interviews out. I think the narrative that gets taken. Let me just clear this up.
Yeah.
If you must permit me to.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think the narrative sometimes of almost as if it's a choice we've made. It's not what it is. You know, sometimes I remember recently doing an interview with someone, and she said she invited someone on, and the person said, "Oh, why do you guys only choose to work with Nigerians?" I said, "We don't choose to only work with Nigerians because there's been." Even on this trip here, we did some work with Kojo Black.
Okay.
You know, which was absolutely amazing.
You're gonna see that soon.
Exactly. We did and yeah, I'm giving it an exclusive here on Channel 1. You know, that's something we did here. It's not about, I think sometimes people equate it to, they only want to work with the big acts. No. You know, one thing I did say to the lady on the interview, I was like, look, I think sometimes people should do a better job at reaching out to us.
Yeah.
Because we are very much, you know, with no disrespect, Kojo Black is a very new artist.
Yeah.
You know, when composers began, he probably wasn't doing, he's probably doing music at a very small scale, but, you know, he's found a way, his team got in touch with our team, and we made it happen.
Sure.
You know, it's not about the money, it's not about whatever, we just made it happen. So the notion of, they only work with the Nigerians, no. As you saw, we have many shows with Sarkodie. Many shows with Sarkodie, and there's so many Ghanaians. So,
they should reach out.
Just reach out.
That's the key thing.
Reach out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Composers will be there tomorrow. Pink from Flamingo. That's right. La Boma, 9 p.m. Go visit www.akwabauk.com to get your tickets. Go support them, and we'll all be there to have a good time. I'll see you next week right here on The Chat. I'm out.
Introducing Betway's Bet Influencer, a groundbreaking feature where you can make money by just sharing codes. He just needs to share his codes and make money. The more his codes are used, the more money he makes. Oh yes, so what are you waiting for? Anyone can be a bet influencer. Share your codes and make money. Bet Influencer, another world first from Betway.
This advert has been approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Betway, get way more.
Welcome. It's Play to Aid.
Get ready for the game show where every play has a purpose. Welcome to Play to Aid, the only game show where your knowledge and skill don't just win you prizes, they help change lives.
What sport is considered the most popular in the world?
Football. Every point you earn goes toward real-world support, from school supplies to health kits, clean water to emergency relief. Play smart, play big, play to aid. Catch all the action, the drama, and the heat.
Most commonly spoken language in Brazil.
Portuguese.
Play to Aid every Sunday at 3:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Edna, let's begin.
The Play to Aid game show is proudly sponsored by Tang Palace, Giraffe Island, and VVIP.
From trash to treasure, meets the man who, in his quest to save his own life, decided to make the environment more bearable.
What problem did you want to solve?
So the pollution problem,
right?
The smoke from the burning of the plant is very poisonous. Personally, I was suffering. I could have asthmatic attacks and end up in the hospital. And I was like, if I don't find a solution to this problem, I can die.
Has it been all rosy for him? Well, he shared one of his experiences with us.
That shelter at Jowli Junction. I mean, it was beautiful to see. I used that stretch, but after a while, it vanished.
I couldn't sleep after building that bus. I'll tell you when I started sleeping.
Accompanying him is the Vibe 3. They'd be serenading us to some great tunes.
Girl, you fire, I can't deny that. Many girls for me act by you better. Tell me who on you, mommy water. So I could be your Santana.
So this Sunday, join Frima Edunyame and Nanatufo Boateng on the Upside Down Show at 7 p.m. for an uplifting and mind-changing moment.
Well, I go there with you. I go there with you.
Curious about what's happening beyond your borders? Beyond Borders takes you there. Every Wednesday at 7 p.m., join Caleb Kudo as he explores the stories that shape our world, connecting you with Ghanaians in other cultures and seeing the world through their eyes.
So we've learned one thing: you leave your shoes outside. Wow.
Tuesdays, you know, I won't go to Ghana dressed in a Lacoste.
As director of operations.
From international politics to the human stories that define nations, Beyond Borders brings you a fresh perspective of Ghanaians around the world, one conversation at a time. Beyond Borders with Caleb Kuda airs Wednesdays at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV. This April, 97.3 City FM invites you to join us for a powerful journey of faith, reflection, and connection in our seasons of prayer. As we step into this season of renewal, we bring you a month-long special encounter that will uplift your spirit and strengthen your soul. Whether you're seeking peace, guidance, or simply a deeper connection in faith, this is the perfect opportunity to come together in prayer and find inspiration in the midst of daily life issues. It's time to reflect, refuel, and reconnect. So, mark your calendars, gather your loved ones, and be part of something truly reviving. Seasons of Prayer is on 97.3 City FM this April. Stay tuned and let's pray together for brighter days ahead. It's from the 1st to the 30th of April 2025. Tune in to Midnight Cry from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. This is your day from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. and Prayer Encounter from 12 noon to 1 p.m. Call 0244-981112 for more information. Let the power of prayer guide you this season. Seasons of Prayer is powered by 97.3 City FM. This year, take the first step towards a deeper connection with God and one another. Join us for the Family Consecration Service, a powerful journey of faith, love, and renewal. In 2025, we are called to consecrate our homes, our hearts, and our lives.
The Lord is protecting you with His favor this morning in the name of Jesus. May the Lord favor your going out. May the Lord favor your coming in.
To dedicate ourselves and our families to the path of faith, grace, and unity. Through prayer and reflection and a shared devotion, the Family Consecration Service 2025 brings families closer together, strengthens bonds, and invites God's presence into every corner of our homes. It's on Thursday, 1st of May 2025 from 6 a.m. to 12 noon. The venue is the Oil Dome, Royal House Chapel International, Accra. There will be renewal of vows for married couples.
On this occasion, I'm asking you to forgive me for all the hurts and pain I have caused you.
Join countless families around the world as we come together to consecrate our lives in the spirit of love and faith. A consecration for today and for generations to come. Make this year a new beginning. Family Consecration Service 2025 for the love of God and the love of family. Join us this year. Together, let's
Hello, you are welcome to the Channel 1 Newsroom. We're coming to you live from our studios at number 5 Ola Hansen Lane at Tesano here in Accra. I am Charles Ozukumi. Coming up. Ghana Bar Association President urges vigilance after historic suspension of Chief Justice.
Bar must continue to monitor the situation and not hesitate to express our opinion on it where the circumstances.
Also coming up, former Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia blames arrogance of power, economic hardships, and party divisions for NPP's 2024 election defeat.
Party for country say, 8 years,
We'll also bring you an exclusive report on the hidden struggles of Accra's sanitation workers. And later, Pope Francis laid to rest at St. Mary Major Basilica, honoring historic final wish. Thank you for choosing the Channel 1 Newsroom. Let us now get into the details of our stories. And President of the Ghana Bar Association, Ifo Agate, has urged members to remain vigilant and monitor developments closely following the suspension of the Chief Justice. She made the call earlier today in Accra at the Ghana Bar Association's 2025 media conference. There are more details in this report.
The suspension of Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu
has sparked widespread public debate and uncertainty about what lies ahead. Addressing participants at the Ghana Bar Association's 2025 Mid-Year Conference, President of GBA, Ifuagate, called on members to take an active role in proposing reforms to strengthen the enforcement of guidelines for the impeachment of Article 71 holders under the 1992 Constitution. She emphasized that such measures are essential to protect judges from arbitrary removal processes.
This is a novel one in our history as a country, and we, the bar, must continue to monitor the situation and not hesitate to express our opinion on it where the circumstances demand. It is important that in such matters, justice is not only done, but manifestly be seen to have been done. The epilogue of the judgment called for the formulation of rules of procedure for the impeachment of Article 71 office holders in the conduct of proceedings under Article 146 of the 1992 Constitution. The judgment concluded, and I quote, "Judges be accorded a fair measure of justice, fairness, and equity in all deliberations that affect them." It is about time that these guidelines were produced in order to eliminate arbitrariness in such proceedings, which ought to be held expeditiously and possibly in open court, given the necessary publicity such matters attract. The bar must take the lead.
Former Deputy Attorney General Dinah Sunabadapa stressed the urgent need to restructure Ghana's legal education system.
That level of, at the nascent stage of the legal practice, I realized by experience and by evidence that they're able to absorb most of the things we talk about here, public interest litigation, pro bono work, everything that we are discussing at that level, it sinks and it sinks well. And so my view is that thankfully we will usually engage within the bench, the bar, and the faculty of law in our discussions. I think that now that these issues have become topical, they should be expressed somehow at the nascent level of our legal education. And believe you me, we'll have a crop of lawyers that are coming, first of all, who recognize and appreciate what it means, the parameters of it and the importance of it. And so I agree with you that I'm happy to point, I think some of the faculties have now started these clinical work seminars. Those are the things we should be working in. And perhaps we shouldn't even leave it to the faculties themselves. The bar can collaborate with them to set the guidance on how these should be done.
On the issue of judicial integrity and corruption, senior partner at AB and David Africa, David Ofosudote, advocated for law firms to train their lawyers on anti-money laundering practices and how to identify warning signs.
In respect of corruption generally, there's a lot I think lawyers can do. I don't know how many lawyers make the conscious effort to KYC their clients. It's very important. Now we are subject to the law on anti-money laundering and financial intelligence, and we are persons who are supposed to report. But you can't report if you are not KYC your client. There's a lot happening, and they know that lawyers are a conduit. So we are a very key part in ensuring that anti-corruption, transparency, etc. But it's only when the bar puts in place systems and standards that can guide us and prevent that. Why should a lawyer not record his time sheets? As an example, it doesn't mean you are billing with time sheets. The very definition of the bar on fee says that it is the value of the time value of the services you render. It's in the bar, fees. So you have to show that this is what I am doing. It's as simple as that. So if there is a problem, then you can produce a record.
Here at the 2025 Mid-Year Conference by the Ghana Bar Association, conversations have been had on how to expand the role of legal professionals in national development, and also recommendations have been made to make the legal space more effective and efficient. Reporting for Channel 1 News, I am Ijubi Biafe Akintin.
Meanwhile, a law professor at the University of Ghana School of Law, Professor Kwadwo Appiah-Jetua, has called for either the abolition or a substantial empowerment of the Council of State following the suspension of Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu. Professor Piagetia raised concerns over what he describes as persistent political interference in the activities of the Council of State. Channel 1 News' Juliana Odame Asari reports.
The suspension of Chief Justice Gertrude Araba Isaba Tokonu by President John Dramani Mahama after the Council of State established a prima facie case based on 3 separate petitions seeking her removal has drawn widespread criticisms. Legal practitioners, political parties, and civil society organizations have challenged the Council's decision with allegations of undue influence by the ruling government. Among the critics is Professor Kojo Appiagyei-Etua, a professor of law at the University of Ghana. Speaking on Channel 1 TV's weekend news analysis program, The Big Issue, he argued that the institution should either be scrapped entirely or have its powers significantly strengthened to meet its original purpose.
I agree with the view that the council should be abolished completely. But even if it is not, their powers should be increased and there should be measures put in place to ensure the neutrality of the composition so that when they give a decision or advice, it should be as binding as possible.
Former Member of Parliament for Asante Akim North, Andy Appiah-Kubi, noted that the Council of State faces difficulties in making independent decisions due to the current mode of election and appointment of its members.
And we all knew how people were even elected into a Council of State. Do you remember what happened in Kumasi? And somebody got re-elected.
But that election didn't conclude.
Yes, but I mean,
but that was just one out
you
of
think that is
that was just one out of
the same situation happened in many places. So this Council of State, as Prof was saying, cannot be independent.
However, Abraham Amaliba, Director of Conflict Resolution for the National Democratic Congress, countered that the Council of State operates independently. He cited the instance of a council member who recused themselves from deliberations on one of the petitions as evidence of impartiality.
An institutional
yes, has abstained
in respect of one of the petitions.
One of the petitions, yes. So it tells you that if
that abstention, if it's true, is very huge.
That abstention, if it is true,
and very rich.
If it is true, simply means that the council is independent.
As the processes for the removal of the Chief Justice continue, will the framers of the Constitution review their powers or abolish the Council of State completely, as raised by critics? Well, that will be determined as the days go by. Reporting for Channel 1 News, I am Juliana Odame.
You are still watching the Channel 1 Newsroom here on Channel 1 TV. Let's now focus on party politics because the NPP's 2024 presidential candidate, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has attributed the party's defeat in the 2024 general elections to arrogance in governance, the rising cost of living, lack of ministerial reshuffle, the controversial e-levy, and the financial haircuts resulting from the debt restructuring program. Now speaking at the Takoradi Technical University Auditorium as he launched his nationwide thank you tour, Dr. Bawumia rejected claims that his religious affiliations caused the defeat, instead pointing to internal divisions and numerous uncompleted projects. Channel 1 News' Western Regional Correspondent Takwasi Ejenim reports.
Dr. Muhammad Bawumia, the NPP flag bearer for the 2024 presidential election, accompanied by party executives, including the party chairman, general secretary and parliamentarians, launched the party's nationwide tour in the Western region with a rally at the Takoradi Technical University Auditorium attended by party supporters. After expressing gratitude to the party's rank and file for their efforts in the recent election, Dr. Bawumia outlined the reasons behind the NPP's significant defeat in the 2024 general elections, responding to an alleged leaked report from the Mike Okwe's committee which partially blamed his religious affiliations for the loss. Dr. Bawumia instead pointed to the party's arrogance and the e-levy as contributing factors.
All the studies are so far. The big issues are one, cost of living. Niema bo ekosoro ahochiri ebai. The kanu eye adia yefreno arrogance of power. Express yasu na eye din. Yasu edin ye tie asem. Party for country say yenye reshuffle. And yes, sir. 8 years, yanti party for country say yempe e-levy. E-levy no ebe harding. The toso miansa party for country say haircut no debt restructure no DDEP. Somewhat in answer. Say sad debt restructuring no ebe harding because most of them are pensioners and Omapenibe announced said there will be no haircut. Semokai. Ghana for in ING. But ebaye no yebeye haircut.
Former MPP parliamentarian for Asante Central, Kennedy Ohine Japan, echoed calls for party unity as a strategy to secure victory in the 2028 general election. He urged the NPP to grant amnesty to Alan Chamantin and Paul Afoko, stating that this will be crucial for reorganizing and uniting the party for future success.
Regional and national executives said, Omuma amnesty from Afoko, Alan, to everybody that has been suspended. Omuma amnesty. Young Frau Omumra. Bien Cambo, say it yes, a catch now. Nibia, you're suspending a nice unit, or ye, or back, or Monsieur Four, or number 4. Oh, we have said the Panorama now, and Tuaba Empire.
NPP General Secretary Justin Frimpong Kodia stated that the party has no intention of making the Michael Quay Committee report public and urged NPP supporters to remain measured in their public statements.
Era Michael Quay mo edom report no abrin party. Omade baye no National Council edutum. Ohona no eti abedeku from Constitutional Amendment Committee. Say omontrance Michael Quay also abedeku the report about the amendment. Your uncle will man Era Michael Quay that's also all proposals for decide your committee in Canning Nambu. Nana Mepwa July your friend no extraordinary delegate conference. Na party negotiate. Na your constitution the BSS and crowd mama party nenya hodi no omonhwe no montupa na mo. Era Michael Quay krata odi abeye no yenti asese krata no yentimi mfa embeto aboti. Sabi here politics near you. I can't see now.
Let's stay with the New Patriotic Party. We're joined in studio by spokesperson for the Dr. Bawumia 2024 campaign team and presently an aide to the former president, Dennis Miracle Sabaji. Grateful to you, Dennis, for joining us here on the Channel 1 Newsroom.
Thank you for having me.
Good to see you again.
On a wet evening.
We're grateful that you are able to join us.
Sure.
This tour, one may ask, what's the point? I mean, the flag bearer lost the election, so what's the thank you tour all about? Why do you need to go on a tour to thank people?
I mean, several reasons. You know, even as part of our Ghanaian custom, gratitude is a very, very important thing for every Ghanaian. And so if you go into an election like we did in 2024, and you have over 4.8 million Ghanaians queuing to vote for you, and you clock 41.75% of the votes. I think it's proper and fair for you to go back to these people and say thank you for showing that faith in a vision that I shared and the proposals that I made. As part of the thank you tour is to also engage our party folks to reorganize, rebuild and restructure. And so you realize that even this thank you tour is coming after the party is done with its review process. Okay. And so as at now, you don't just go and speculate. You go meeting the people knowing exactly what the issues were. And the whole essence of the review was not to compare lamentations and complaints. The review was for us to see what we did right, what we could have done better, and what we need to do going into the future. And so armed with all of these information, now we can engage the party people, the general populace across the country, and start the rebuilding process. This is something that has also become a convention in our political dispensation. I mean, which year? In the year 2009, when Nana Dankwa lost the 2008 elections, he had to embark on a thank you tour. In 2013, he embarked on a thank you tour for the people's support in 2012. In 2016, when President Mahama lost, he had to go on a thank you tour. In 2020, he had to do it. It's simply to express gratitude to the people. I mean, whether you lose or win, remember that there were millions of people who believed in your vision, who spent energy, time, and resources to support your proposition for the country's development. And you must go to them and express gratitude to them.
Right. But it looks like this is going to be quite eventful. It's early days yet into this tour, and already the flag bearer is making the headlines. I mean, he mentioned arrogance of power, DDEP, a host of other reasons for which he believes that the party lost the elections. He says based on some research that the party has conducted. I mean, it's mind-boggling that the NPP knew all these things. Your party faithful had complained to you about these things, and yet you ignore them all through the 4 years, and you lost miserably in the election. How are the people supposed to keep faith with you now?
I think with the benefits of hindsight, we are all wise. You know that. With the benefits of hindsight, everybody is wiser. And what the former Vice President, Dr. Bawumia, is basically saying that having done the review, having moved across the country, listened to the people and heard the people, it is quite obvious that there are certain things we could have done better. And if you have a leader that is able to admit such shortfalls, then that is a leader you can trust. Because that is a leader that acknowledges that once you acknowledge your challenge, you are like 50% solving it. Because then you're going to be more receptive to the propositions to deal with it. And so he's basically telling the party people what all of us, not just one individual, but all of us as a party in government failed to do, which contributed, not entirely all the reasons, but contributed to our loss. And I mean, high cost of living is something that everybody acknowledges. When we were in power, we were even acknowledging high cost of living. He himself, Dr. Bawumia, acknowledged high cost of living, for which reason he made certain proposals to deal with that from 2025 going. He's also always had issues with A-levy. Yeah. And he's on public record indicating that he doesn't think that we should, under any circumstance, place any form of taxes or levies on digital transactions. And so if he's outlining these things, having come out as some of the reasons for our loss, I think it's a way to go. It's a better way to rebuild as an organization than to gloss over them and pretend as if they didn't exist. And if you sit in these party meetings, you realize that once these things are highlighted and come up, the party people receive them better, because then they feel that, oh, we have actually come to the realization that these things that we may have ignored in the past actually contributed to our losses. So moving forward, how do we deal with it? So moving forward, how to deal with it is also captured in our review document. But you know, that is not something for public consumption, because you have your competitors in the market. So we are going to look at that, and then it will serve as a guide going into the future to make our party stronger in our next government.
He also did mention that some of the utterances of the contestants in the flag bearership race was used against the party. I mean, we saw advert commercials of, especially Kennedy Japan, some of the things he said against Dr. Bawumia and the administration being used against your party during the campaign. What's the relationship between Dr. Bawumia and Kennedy Japan, and how is it going to look like going forward?
Dr. Bawumia is a complete unifier. He has one of the biggest hearts a human being can have, as I've seen. And so you'd realize that even before he embarked on this tour with the party national executives, he called for every single party person to get on board and actually sent out a direct invitation to all the party leaders he contested with in the 2023 primaries. He has a fantastic relationship with every single party member. He doesn't bear grudges. He doesn't hold issues against individuals and persons. He has a very open mind, very receptive to all manner of criticism. The only advocacy Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is making is that usually when we are going for internal contest, and as it is with every political contest, you surely have to throw in one or two jabs. You know, you have to do a few negative things to be able to look better than the opponent. And he is of the view that that is not the only way to run a contest, and that you can run contests purely on ideas and still succeed. And so if you're going into an internal contest and you throw a lot of mud at ourselves as party people, all we are doing is to arm our main opponent. Because in all of these things, in the internal contest, no MPP member is your competitor. Our real competitor in the political dispensation in this country is the NDC. And so he's only advocating, and he's on a very active advocacy against internal mud throwing at each other. Not just at their level, even from the polling station level, through the electoral area, region, constituency. Let's just protect each other and see each other as brothers and sisters who belong to the same fraternity, and rather set our eyes on the NDC, who are our competitors. And when that happens, we minimize and reduce the level of ammunition we give to our main competitor. Because otherwise, when you are done with the internal contest and you all rally together, your competitor now basically holds all the ammunition you threw at each other, and they will simply be throwing them at you, and it becomes very, very difficult for you to get yourself out of it. And I think that from today's engagement, it is the biggest takeaway for us as a political party. The fact that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is advocating that we should reduce the level of damage we do to ourselves when we are going for internal contests, so that we do not harm our opponents. That is the way to strengthen our party going into the future.
So now you're engaging party supporters, party faithfuls. That group is quite easy to convince because they are yours. But there is a chunk of the floating voters who did not vote for you, for which reason you lost the elections. What's the strategy going forward to mend the bridge between the NPP and the floating voters?
If you read the invitation, the notice we put out, it's not just the party people the events we are holding across the regions are not invitation-only events. So today, for instance, in Takrady, you have market women, you have some fisher folks, you have some driver unions all coming to the event and also expressing their views about some of the issues. So it is not just an MPP event. Of course, you have the MPP fraternity from the polling station, constituency, regional level coming, but the general public is not and stopped from attending this event. And today's engagement in the Western region saw a lot of the general public from different groupings participating in the conversation as well.
All right, we'll take a breather now. When we return, I'll ask you about something Kennedy Japan said at the engagement today. Okay. He talked about giving amnesty to all the people that have been suspended in the party, like essentially asking the party to bring everyone on board going forward. We'll discuss that when we return. But you're still watching the Channel 1 Newsroom here on Channel 1 TV. When we come back, Accra sanitation workers face daunting challenges over delayed salaries and low wages. We'll be back shortly. Please stay with us.
Poverty makes you do what you otherwise would not do. Wealth makes you live the way you wish to live. difference between poverty and riches.
It's either you're saying something progressive, or I'll just tell your wife that I'm carrying your child.
Where is my father?
Now that he's coming closer to the community,
My puppy go forget your own plans, so I go figure my own.
Introducing Betway's Bet Influencer, a groundbreaking feature where you can make money by just sharing codes. He just needs to share his codes and make money. The more his codes are used, the more money he makes. Oh yes, so what are you waiting for? Anyone can be a bet influencer. Share your codes and make money. Bet Influencer, another world first from Betway.
This advert has been approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Betway, get way more.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world. Piva Drink at a burst of refreshment.
And orange, give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
You're welcome back. This is the Channel 1 Newsroom on Channel 1 TV. Aide to NPP flag bearer for the 2024 elections, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, is still in studio with us. Dennis Miracles Abuaji. Dennis, before we went on the break, I was asking you about something Kennedy Japan said, that bring everybody back on board, even the people that you have suspended, grant them an amnesty. That would be quite difficult to do if you look at the relationship between the party and some of these people, the Afokos, Alan Tremateng, all these people. That would be very difficult to do.
I mean, there's nothing difficult about granting an amnesty in a political party and getting a lot of people on board. I mean, that is the advocacy. That is the position of the party anyway.
Okay.
That is the position. However, you know, you grant amnesty to, he's asking that we grant amnesty to those we have suspended. But if you look at it critically, it's not all the names he mentioned that are suspended by the party.
Okay.
So you cannot grant amnesty to somebody who willingly resigned from the party. I mean, Mr. Alan Tremateng was not suspended. In fact, he had nobody in the party had an issue with him. He willingly decided to leave the party and go form another political party. And so for him, amnesty doesn't really apply to him. He would have to say, I am willing to come back. And the party is ready.
The party is ready to welcome him.
Yes, I mean, a political party needs a lot of people, a lot of numbers. And so as many people that would want to come, who wouldn't want everybody coming on board? And so it's a call that everybody in the party agrees to, and it's a call that the national leadership also agrees to. And I think the party has already indicated its open door readiness to receive everybody and let everybody get on board. But of course, not all the names he mentioned on suspension. Mr. Polafoko has not been suspended from the party. He's still a member of the MPP, so he hasn't left the party. His issue only had to do with the position he was holding, but he wasn't suspended. You remember it was together with Mr. Kwabena Japan. And Mr. Kwabena Japan has been one of the biggest advocacy of this party since then. He was not suspended from the party. It was with his position at the time. So Polafoko is still a member of the party. He hasn't been suspended from the party. Alan Tremateng has not been suspended from the party. He has left the party to go and form another political party. But just the position of the party across the country is that everybody that is willing and ready and believes in the ideologies of the new patriotic party, the party is ready to
Alan
receive
returns
everybody.
today, NPP would welcome him.
Why not? We are still waiting. If General Mosquito should leave the NDC and come to the MPP, would receive him.
You know that's
how much
not
more?
happening.
It can happen. Why not? We've seen a lot of people, big shots leave their parties and form new political parties. So that is possible.
Some people say that this thank you tour is using the party structures to prepare the ground for Dr. Bawumia to return in the next flag bearer elections.
Every thank you tour in all political parties, since the time, I mean, let me just recollect from 2009, has always had this controversy. So this is not new. I am just looking at the story here. Nana, thank you tour not to test Akufo-Addo's popularity, MPP, 16 September 2013. Nanalu using thank you tour to test his popularity, MPP, 22nd September 2013. So it's normal. The NDC in 2017, people like Dr. Dofo and Co also had an issue with Mr. Mahama when he was doing his thank you tour. It's normal. It's something that always comes with it. But the fact of the matter is that you would always have the flag bearer of the immediate ended elections being the face of the thank you tour. Because what are we doing? We are thanking the people for stepping out to come and vote for us. Who did they come to vote for? It's the flag bearer. And so surely you should expect the flag bearer to be out there thanking the people, even without the party. In fact, this is the first time in any of even the political parties that you've had the flag bearer actually say that I want to join hands with the national party and also all aspirants within the internal elections to go on the thank you tour. This is the first time. Typically, it is just the flag bearer who is going out there to thank people for queuing to vote for him. And so it's nothing new. But the controversy is also not a new thing. It's always been there. It's an age-long controversy that always comes with, thank you tours.
All right, I'm grateful to you, Dennis. Dennis Miracle Zabwaje is aide to the NPP flag bearer for the 2024 general elections, Dr. Bawumia. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Away from that, rainstorms swept through parts of Ghana on Saturday, April 26, 2025, causing widespread power outages across the affected areas. The Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG, confirmed the disruptions in a statement assuring customers that engineers are working diligently to repair faults and restore power supply. According to the ECG, the downpour damaged sections of their network, leading to the outages. The company apologized for the inconvenience caused and assured affected customers that efforts are underway to resolve the issue as quickly as possible. Now, in some other news, in the quiet hours before dawn, as Accra sleeps, thousands of young sanitation workers are already hard at work sweeping the streets clean. Yet behind this daily routine lies a harsh truth: low wages, delayed salaries, and a growing call for justice. In this report, Channel 1 News' Nia Ikuokan reveals the hidden struggles faced by those who keep our capital city spotless while remaining invincible themselves.
Every morning, just as the first rays of sunlight kiss the skyline of Accra, a quiet workforce takes to the streets. Dressed in reflective vests and armed with brooms, thousands of sanitation workers begin their day, sweeping pavements, clearing gutters, and trying to keep the capital city of Ghana clean. They are part of the Youth Employment Agency's Sanitation Module, a program designed to offer people jobs while addressing Accra's growing sanitation crisis. But behind this well-intentioned initiative lies a troubling reality. For 6 days a week, these workers sweep the same dusty stretches of road, battling heat, fumes, and public indifference. Yet, for their tireless efforts, they receive a monthly stipend of just 250 Ghana cedis. The lion's share, 600 Ghana cedis per worker, is paid to Zoom Lion Ghana Limited, the private contractor responsible for managing the initiative. Even the modest 250 Ghana cedis isn't guaranteed on time.
School fees. Da me the poor in Jumapa, a cookroom up a quasha, Bola and Coffee with Fee, or Jabesi. You must have my table, prep in Coffee, beginning, tall in Yas, so Bola in a Jaco, Nina on.
This issue, however, is more than just late payments or low wages. Workers also report a complete absence of medical insurance, despite being exposed daily to unsanitary conditions, hazardous materials, and long hours under the sun.
Why I need two more doctor no bem insurance bem no bem ko gbo free ko tenu atiti dua no ba ni hela mobode nche shikabo no ka ba doctor eji wale sanike hawo.
This has sparked public outrage. Many Ghanaians have begun to question the fairness of the arrangements between YEA and Zoomlion, calling for a thorough review and in some cases outright termination of the contract. In response to the growing criticism, Dr. Joseph Sianwe Japon, executive chairman of the Jospon Group of Companies, which oversees Zoomlion, has defended the company.
The YE contract is here, and the contract is YE who fixed the fee, it's not us. So what the contract stipulates in 8.1.2, the agency shall pay an amount of 258 cedis per month to each beneficiary. It's not Zoomlion, the agency.
Amidst these challenges, the sanitation workers show up every morning armed with their tools and a quiet determination to make their city clean, even if the system fails to treat them with dignity. But is such a contract worth renewing?
We are at a point of taking a decision. One, as to whether to review and amend the previous contract between Zoomlion Ghana Limited, who manages our sanitation model, or two, to entirely terminate the contract pending the board approval, or three, is to increase the basic salary. As I have stated earlier, that I shall not on any occasion negotiate any contract that will fall below the minimum wage.
Management of waste management firm Zoomlion Ghana Limited is optimistic that with the relevant support from the government, it would be able to deliver on its mandate of ensuring a clean society. Reporting for Channel 1 News, Ni Ayukwe Okai.
Let's now focus on roads. Users on the stretch from Tema Community 1 to the Tema Harbour and Meridian Port Services are urgently appealing to the government to repair the deteriorating road. They stress that this critical link, vital for business activities at the port, should have been properly tarred and maintained to facilitate the smooth movement of goods to and through the harbour. Daniel Odromensa has more in this report.
At 12:15 p.m. on Friday, April 25, 2025, when a news team visited the stretch, several articulated trucks carrying containers were seen slowing down considerably as they struggled through deep potholes scattered along the road. Sibamoro, a long-time user of the route, was spotted assisting his relative in moving a truck that had become stuck in a pothole. He expressed deep frustration over the road's condition, describing how it makes commuting extremely difficult. Ibrahim Awini, a commercial motorcycle rider, shared that the road has been deteriorating steadily over the past 8 years, with the situation worsening dramatically when it rains.
For right now, if you rain for right now, he owe me but sometimes it cost accident for here, you understand me? Plenty accident they happen for here until the two I have to talk. Maybe go back to they can't do the road fast because of the road the road they do accident too much until they will make fast and can't do the road fast.
Prosper Ifa, a resident, pointed out a specific section of the road that continues to develop potholes despite periodic repair efforts by the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority.
There were her. Tebia chief from Gapoa for Ebeyetia. Yet no how by end about 20 something years. Tembia, I had no team who had a crow her. Tembia, seen a yes, is sacred. My contractors had their war, a big coup, and some the machine about the yellow correct. To say we are, and so not still, Sane, Samuel. It is a free man crying about up to here. A hand corner, 10 years, am I a cause accident? And then come to for run about to Nahangasa so. Instead of walking a castle into no. Tembia also to me, see, I am a crown, so cry some coa to the runner motus no. And so see,
They urge the government to act swiftly and fix the road to prevent further hardship.
But every day below the way the car is spot here, master, is too bad. It's too bad until they watch here and do the road fine. Because if they can't do the road fine, always here will be poor, you understand?
Meanwhile, the Department of Urban Roads has announced that plans are well advanced to rehabilitate the stretch.
For the drivers, the nature of this road has become unbearable. As such, they are calling on the relevant authorities to see to the reconstruction of this road. For Channel 1 News, I am Daniel Odro Mensah.
You are still watching the Channel 1 Newsroom on Channel 1 TV. Still ahead. Pope Francis laid to rest at St. Mary Major Basilica under an historical final wish. We'll be back shortly. Please don't go away.
Introducing Betway's Bet Influencer, a groundbreaking feature where you can make money by just sharing codes. He just needs to share his codes and make money. The more his codes are used, the more money he makes. Oh yes, so what are you waiting for? Anyone can be a bet influencer. Share your codes and make money. Bet Influencer, another world first from Betway.
This advert has been approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Betway, get way more.
So much love in the air. What are we looking at?
Thank you guys for joining us for this unforgettable night.
Paw Patrol is on a roll.
It's Max Verstappen in the lead. The megastar is here. Absolutely sensational.
Let's go!
Just taking a trip down memory lane.
Get unbelievable entertainment that is unbelievably easy to own. Get and stay connected to DSTV.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Thank you for staying with us here on the Channel 1 Newsroom. Now, drivers and passengers commuting along the Damongo Solar Bole Road are appealing to the government to urgently maintain and reconstruct the deteriorating road in the Savannah region. They complain that the poor condition of the road is making travel increasingly difficult and hazardous for both passengers and vehicles, especially with the onset of the rainy season.
Damongo Solar Road, part of the 147.5 kilometer Fufulusu solar double-sealed surface road project was constructed in 2012 and commissioned in 2015. Today, the once praised road has severely deteriorated, becoming a death trap for both travelers and vehicles. Speaking to Channel 1 News, some drivers reported that armed robbery cases along the stretch have become rampant, calling for increased security patrols to safeguard lives.
The bad nature of the road is also, is exposing us to robbery, because we get to a point that the car would not be able to move as fast as possible, and that exposes all of us as passengers to robbers.
At least we need more securities for the road, because the road is too bad. Instead of you to use 2 hours to Sola or Bole, you use more than 4 hours to reach that place.
They also lamented the poor road conditions frequently cause vehicles breakdowns, making it necessary for government to intervene urgently to maintain and reconstructing the road.
This thing destroys ties all the time. A lot of cars get accidents through the passing through here, and with this kind of roads, if you ply through one or in a month or so, you need to get new tires, and this is terrible.
Passengers also expressed frustrations over the long hours now spent on the road due to its poor state, which has led to a sharp rise in transportation fares.
Previously, the charges that they were taking us were lower, but I want to believe that because it costs them also. If you use your car on this road and go back about 1 or 2 times, you will need to change some spare parts. And of course, that cost build up, they would have to push it on us as passengers.
They further highlighted the difficulties in transferring pregnant women and sick patients from Bole to Tamale, stressing the agent's need for the road repairs to facilitate safer and quicker travel.
In fact, the road is not good at all. We are suffering. Even if they are to transfer a pregnant woman to Damango or Bole for delivering, it always be a problem because the road is not good at all.
Mumuni Mohammed, the assembly member for Kabampe and the presiding member for the West Gonja Municipal Assembly, stated that deterioration of the road began while the contractor was still on site.
The entire road was constructed in 2012. The contract was awarded to 2 Chinese companies. One was China Water and Electrical Company Limited. Then we have the China Harbor and Engineering Limited. 10 years down the line, portions of the roads has deteriorated so badly. And then because of that, it has made commuters and vehicle owners so much worried.
They are pleading to government to come to their aid, to assist them, and also to the sector minister, roads and highways, to also look up to it for their lives and safety. It's really paramount. Reporting for Channel 1 News, Malik Gazari, Kabampe, Savannah region.
Let's now head to Tamale, where doctors at the teaching hospital there have called off their strike, which began on April 23, following an incident during a visit by Health Minister Kwabena Minta Kando. The decision came after meetings with the Parliamentary Health Committee, the overlord of Dagban, and the Ghana Medical Association. The minister expressed regret over the incident and pledged support, including the immediate donation of equipment and medical supplies. Emergency services were restored on April 25 and full services have resumed effectively. The doctors say they will now work with hospital management and other stakeholders to improve conditions and ensure better healthcare delivery. Now, away from that refreshing news, Pope Francis has been laid to rest at the Basilica of St. Mary Major in Rome, honoring his final wishes to be buried outside the Vatican, the first pontiff in over a century to do so. His coffin was transported from St. Peter's Square at the Vatican to his final resting place following a funeral attended by an estimated 250,000 mourners, including world leaders and monarchs. The beloved pontiff passed away on Easter Monday, April 21, at the age of 88. There is more in this report.
The funeral rites began with a mass at the Vatican, drawing thousands of faithful from across the globe. Cardinal Giovanni Battista, Dean of the College of Cardinals, delivered a homily reflecting on Pope Francis's enduring commitment to the causes he championed, caring for migrants, ending wars, and protecting the environment. On Saturday morning, over 250,000 people gathered at St. Peter's Square and its surroundings to bid a final farewell to Pope Francis during the Requiem Mass. Following the service, his coffin was carried in a solemn procession through the streets of Rome to the Basilica of St. Mary Major as thousands lined the route in tribute. Pope Francis will be remembered as a transformative figure in the Catholic Church. Since his election in March 2013, he became known as the People's Pope for his tireless advocacy for the poor, marginalized, and for a more inclusive and a compassionate church. Among the dignitaries present at the funeral were Prince William, U.S. President Donald Trump, former U.S. President Joe Biden, and French President Emmanuel Macron. The event also saw a significant moment as President Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky met for the first time since their tense encounter at the White House earlier in February. After the Mass and the solemn procession, the Pope's coffin arrived at St. Mary Major Basilica, where he was laid to rest. Meanwhile, in Ghana and many other parts of the world, parishes held prayer vigils to honor the late pontiff's memory. In Accra, a special Requiem Mass was celebrated at the Apostolic Nunciature, presided over by His Excellency Monsignor Julian Kabori in collaboration with the Ghana Catholic Bishops' Conference. As the Church mourns, attention now turns to the future. More than 1 billion Catholics worldwide await the election of a new Pope. Around 120 cardinal electors under the age of 80 will soon gather in the Sistine Chapel for a conclave to select the next Supreme Pontiff.
Now, Richard Akpokavi has been elected as the new president of the Ghana Olympic Committee following the GOC Elective Congress held on Saturday, April 26 at the Accra International Conference Center. Akpokavi secured an impressive 44 votes, defeating his opponent, Michael Agri, who received 19 votes. Gabi Ofei from the Channel 1 Sports Desk report.
Richard Akpokavi was elected president of the Ghana Olympic Committee, securing a commanding 44 votes to defeat Michael Odum Agri, who garnered 19 votes in the GOC Elective Congress. This victory marks a remarkable turnaround for Akpokavi, who narrowly lost the 2021 presidential bid to then incumbent Benunu Mensah by just 7 votes. Akpokavi's leadership experience as GOC General Secretary from 2017 to 2021 has now paved the way for his 4-year term as president. Kofi Adams, Minister for Sports and Recreation, officiated a swearing-in ceremony for Akpokavi and other newly elected members.
I, having been elected to the office of the Ghana Olympic Committee, / Commonwealth Games Association of Ghana, do in the name of Almighty God.
Speaking after the election, Richard Akpokavi pledged to empower athletes and invest in women's sports.
Athlete empowerment. The athletes' voices need to be heard clearly. On every committee, on the executive board, we must hear from them because we are there for the athletes. So that's very important. Also, women, building the capacity of women. We need to do that. There are very few. I know today, only I think 2 women or so on the board. That's not enough. We need to do more for the women. And then what is important for me also is that there's too many disputes, too much, acrimony. We need to come together as one body, as a GOC team, so that we can build and plan for the next 4 years for sports in Ghana.
Ernest Danso, president of the Ghana Baseball and Softball Federation, was elected 3rd vice president of the Ghana Olympic Committee, securing 43 votes against Mohamed Mahadi's 19. Mauku Afajinu and Frederick Latte ran unopposed for 1st and 2nd vice president, respectively. For the 5 Olympic sports positions, Delphina Kwe, Ghana Swimming Association, George Lamte, Richmond Kwaku, George Tete, and Kamal Sule were elected. However, Prosper Harrisonado, General Secretary of the Ghana Football Association, fell short with 28 votes, missing a seat on the executive board despite a strong campaign. In his closing remarks, Minister for Sport and Recreation, Kofi Adams, urged the newly elected members to prioritize completing the stalled Olymp Africa Juvenile Sports Excellence Center at Amasaman, a key project for youth sports development.
I've been given the responsibility. The Amasaman project, please, when you sleep and you have to keep awake, that should keep you awake. And let's see how we can complete it and put it into use.
Now, the president of the Ghana Football Association, Kurt Okrekum, has been appointed as the second vice president of the Confederation of African Football, CAF. CAF President Dr. Patrice Motsepe announced Okrekum's appointment during a press conference held here in Accra on April 26, 2025, following a CAF Executive Committee meeting. During the announcement, Dr. Motsepe commended Kurt Okrekum for his outstanding contributions to the development of African football.
My brother Kurt, and just say how proud I am of the good work he's doing, and I'll say to Kurt what I say to every other president in every other nation in Africa: when the Black Stars wins, we are happy. So you're doing good work. And also I want to thank our head of state, President Mahama, for the meeting we had, and he's an outstanding leader and is doing excellent work. And, his commitment to supporting football in Ghana and to work together with our brother Kurt is excellent news for the future, because we do need this partnership between government and football. Vice President is homegrown. One of our most outstanding, and has made enormous to football in Ghana and on the African continent. And we are so proud that, when I arrived here, Ghana didn't have a vice president. When I'm leaving here, Ghana has a second vice president. Our brother Kurt, who's president of football here, is the second vice president of CAF.
And that'll be all for this package of the Channel 1 Newsroom on Channel 1 TV. I am Charles Osukumi. Thank you for watching.
What's up, fam? Hello there, you're welcome. This is Vox Pop Central with yours truly Tajudeen right here on Ghana's #1 and Ghana's favorite television station, Channel 1 TV. Today we are right here at the Kwame Nkrumah Circle to bring you something exhilarating and something exciting right here on the show. But like I tell you all the time, when you see me on the street, move fair. Don't run, don't run, don't run. I'll catch you right after this break.
Welcome
It's Play to Aid.
Get ready for the game show where every play has a purpose. Welcome to Play to Aid, the only game show where your knowledge and skill don't just win you prizes, they help change lives.
What sport is considered the most popular in the world?
Every point you earn goes toward real-world support, from school supplies to health kits, clean water to emergency relief. Play smart, play big, play to aid. Catch all the action, the drama, and the heat.
Most commonly spoken language in Brazil.
Portuguese. Play to Aid every Sunday at 3:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Edna, let's begin.
The Play to Aid game show is proudly sponsored by Tang Palace, Giraffe Island, and VVIP.
My name is Prosper.
Prosper, that's a nice name.
Yes.
Prosper, if you have 5 apples and you take away 3, how many apples do you have?
2 now.
Wow. Complete the rhyme. London Bridge is falling down.
Falling down, London Bridge is falling down, my dear lady.
Let's go. London Bridge is falling down.
Falling down, London Bridge is falling down, my dear lady.
A lion.
A lion, a lioness.
A lion has a tail.
A lion has a tail. A lion has a tail now.
Why are you crying?
What is the difference between half siblings and step siblings?
Your step siblings. You say? Your step siblings is maybe 9. Your father, other wife, your stepmother, children and brothers, children and the rest. Child.
And you have siblings.
Half siblings is your siblings. That one your siblings from your own parents.
You see all this Igbo when people they smoke for empty belly? And the result be that.
What's your name?
Asante.
Asante. Oh, that'd be a nice name. If you have 5 apples and you take away 3, how many apples do you have?
Come again.
If you have 5 apples and you take away 3, how many apples do you have?
2.
I don't think you have the facilities for that, big man.
London Bridge is falling down.
Okay, London Bridge falling down. You say? London Bridge falling down.
A lion has a tail.
That one there, maybe school time. I forgot everything.
We do not care.
What is the difference between half siblings and step siblings?
That one I don't go if you understand you.
What do you mean by that?
I'm not
you don't understand. But you get half siblings for that?
No.
But you get step siblings for that?
6.
Step siblings?
Yeah.
So what's the difference between step siblings and half siblings?
That one I don't understand. Go and sit down.
What's your name?
Vida.
If you have 5 apples and you take away 3, how many apples do you have?
2.
Complete the rhyme. London Bridge is falling down.
Falling down.
Oh, come. Please come.
London Bridge is falling down, my first lady.
That's the way you talk. Repeat them again.
London Bridge is falling down, my first lady. Oh.
A lion.
A lion has a tail. It has a big head and a very small waist.
Last one before I let you go. What is the difference between half siblings and step siblings?
Half siblings and step siblings. But they are all the same. They are all the same.
Oh, okay.
Half siblings is the same as step siblings.
Okay.
So they are all the same.
They're very deep.
Thank you.
London Bridge. What's up?
Oh, I'm fine.
What's your name?
I'm Steven.
That'd be nice. Why they stone you to death?
No, why?
If it's so, if you have 5 apples and you take away 3, how many apples do you have?
2. 2 egg left. If I have 5 apples,
yes,
I take away 3.
Yeah.
2 egg left.
Let's complete the rhyme. London Bridge is falling down.
Huh? Hey. falling down. London Bridge is falling down. My first, am I right? My first lady.
A lion.
A lion has a tail. It has a big head and a very small waist.
Clap for her.
What is the difference between half siblings and step siblings?
Half siblings and step siblings. I don't know the same.
Do me a favor, please. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. I'm saying.
Derek, if you have 5 apples and you take away 3, how many apples do you have?
You have 5 apples and you take away 3. You still have 5 apples.
What?
You still have 5.
Complete the rhyme. London Bridge is falling down.
Falling down. London Bridge is falling down. My first lady.
Good.
My fair lady.
So which is which now?
Fair lady.
So let's take it again. London Bridge is falling down.
Falling down. London Bridge is falling down. My fair lady.
A lion.
A lion has a tail. It has a big head and a very small waist.
Good job.
What is the difference between half siblings and step siblings?
Difference between half siblings and step siblings. They are all the same thing.
Wool up, just wool up.
Is it?
They are siblings, as in maybe your parents have you have an adopted. I don't know how to say it, but it's like your dad having his own children with another mother or something, and then you guys are still.
So which one is that?
Same. That's half siblings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And the step.
Yeah, I think they are all the same thing. I'm so confused.
If you have 5 apples and you take away 3, how many apples do you have?
2.
Complete the rhyme. London Bridge is falling down.
Something like, am I right? Falling down. London Bridge is falling down.
Let's go. London Bridge is falling down.
London Bridge is falling down.
I like how you ended it. It's like the C sharp. Falling down. A lion.
A lion.
Yes.
A lion has a tail. It has a big head and a very small waist.
Last time before I let you go, what is the difference between step siblings and half siblings?
Step siblings and half siblings. That one there.
Right? Do you have step siblings?
Yeah. I can't tell.
Yeah.
I can't tell.
You can't tell.
No. I can't tell. I don't have a step sibling.
But you have half siblings?
No, I don't have some.
Hey, now you are a lone ranger.
Okay, I understand. So, siblings, we are 3 in number, but I don't know the step and then the half, and I don't understand.
If you have 5 apples and you take away 3, how many apples do you have?
2.
Let's complete the rhyme. London Bridge is falling down.
Falling down, Lord, that's really falling down. I don't know the words. I don't know the words.
Because last time I like if you throw 1 stone. A lion has a tail.
A lion has a tail. Hey, I forgot the concluding part. It's been a while.
Are you sure? What is the difference between half siblings and step siblings?
Half siblings and step siblings. Yeah. Step siblings is like maybe my mom get married to someone else, then gave birth to. Okay. Then half siblings, to my own understanding, like a family friend. Let me just say a family friend.
Wool up, just wool up.
You have a lot of half siblings, Charlie?
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, I have a lot of family. Yeah, a lot.
What's your name?
Napoleon.
Why is Shada like that? Where did you go? Charlie?
I go class.
You go class, If you have 5 apples and you take away 3, how many apples do you have?
I have 5 apples and I take away 3. 2.
Yeah?
2.
What's going on in this life?
Let's complete the rhyme. London Bridge is falling down.
I don't know.
A lion.
A lion has a tail. It has a big head and a very small waist.
What is the difference between half sibling and step sibling?
Half sibling and step sibling. There's a lot of explanation.
Okay. Give it to the Morifan. No. Next question. Let's try another question.
Don't provoke me to anger.
What's your name?
My name is Ebube.
Ebube! You have shown me so much mercy. Ebube, if you have 5 apples and you take away 3, how many apples do you have?
If I have 5 apples and I take away 2, you left. If I now take away 3, you left 2. Go and sit down.
Let's complete the rhyme. London Bridge is falling down.
Falling down. London Bridge is falling down, my dear lady.
Yeah. London Bridge is falling down.
Falling down. London Bridge is falling down, my dear lady.
A lion has a tail.
I don't know that one. I don't know that one.
You never said nursery.
I never seen that one before.
Hey. Okay. What is the difference between step siblings and half siblings?
Step siblings and half siblings. Yeah. I think the difference there will be maybe different mother, or different father. That's why they are siblings. They are step.
Wow.
Anybody that if I call you my step now, that meaning maybe my mom gave birth. It was my stepmother that gave birth to you or something like that, or my stepfather.
Your stepmother gave birth to me.
Yeah.
Oh. That'd be deep. Yeah. And the half sibling.
Me, I have siblings.
No, the half siblings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have siblings.
Oh, you do have siblings?
Me, I have siblings. Why?
Okay.
I have 3 sisters. We are 3 sisters, 3 boys.
You say?
We are 3 sisters, 3 boys.
You are still watching Vox Pop Central with yours today, Tajuddin, right here on Ghana's #1 and Ghana's favorite television station, Channel 1 TV. I'll take a short break. Don't go nowhere.
From trash to treasure, meets the man who, in his quest to save his own life, decided to make the environment more bearable.
What problem did you want to solve?
So the pollution problem,
right?
The smoke from the burning of the plant is very poisonous. Personally, I was suffering. I could have asthmatic attacks and end up in the hospital. And I was like, if I don't find a solution to the problem, I can die.
Has it been all rosy for him? Well, he shared one of his experiences with us.
That shelter at Jowlu Junction. Yeah. I mean, it was beautiful to see. I used that stretch, but after a while, it vanished.
I couldn't sleep after building that bad shelter. I'll tell you when I started sleeping.
Accompanying him is the Vibe 3. They'd be serenading us to some great tunes.
Girl, you fire, we can't deny that. Many girls for me at by you better. Tell me who gon' you mommy water. Say I go be your Santa.
So this Sunday, join Frima Edunyame and Nana Tufo Boateng on the Upside Down Show at 7 p.m. for an uplifting and mind-changing moment.
Well, I go there with you. I go there with you.
Yeah, welcome back from that break. This is still Vox Pop Central, which just really touched in right here on Ghana's #1 and Ghana's favorite television station, Channel 1 TV. What's up?
Yeah, I'm fine.
The person?
The friend is Jerry.
Jerry?
Yeah.
If you have 5 apples and you take away 3, how many apples do you have?
Maybe more than that.
You say?
More than that.
You say, so apples 5. Now we move 3. Say now
3. 3.
Keep it up. I want to come with it, baby.
Okay. Yeah, rhyme with so. London Bridge is falling down.
Falling down, falling down. I really stay falling down. I really.
London Bridge is falling down.
Falling down, falling down. Every bridge is falling down. Falling bridge.
Charlie, a lion
as it is, and not a big head and a very small boy.
You say?
As it is, because a big head and a very small boy. Small boy.
Like I said, we have a step sibling, and we have a half sibling. That's what you're saying.
Step down. We're down for.
I just say, if I come second way, I don't talk to this man. I don't talk to anybody.
He's lying.
Charlie, what's up? What's your name?
Korea Burger.
Korea Burger. If it's so, Korea Burger, if you have 5 apples and you take away 3, how many apples do you have?
2. Make use of your brain now.
Make we complete the rhyme. London Bridge is falling down.
I don't understand.
You won't understand.
A lion
has a tail. It has a big hair and then very small waist.
You say? A lion has
a tail. It has a big hair and very small waist.
What is the difference between half siblings and step siblings?
Difference in there, say what baby are there.
What do you that? No, but I say like what church you like half siblings and step siblings, no.
I brought for someone in here, you know, the one when you to a street level there, and you brought for lie to
lie. Lie. If you have 5 apples and you take away 3, how many do you have?
Two now.
Is it?
I have 5 apples. I take 3. It be 2.
Let's complete the rhyme. London Bridge is falling down.
Falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down. My dear lady. Everywhere, go to school, go to school, go to school.
So this guy is very deep. The guy is very deep. Last one before I let you go. What is the difference between half siblings and step siblings?
Okay. Half siblings is like my father's brother's children. That one is my half siblings. Then my step siblings is like that is like my father's children. When they marry, like their children too, because my step siblings.
You way you explain it to me, I understand. Mr. You had to cough me. Take them again.
I say I have siblings. I have siblings be like my father and children.
Okay.
My father and brother and children. Then when the children grow, when they marry, then my own children to be my siblings. That one be my step siblings.
Shall be very deep. Caroline, if you have 5 apples and you take away 3, how many apples do you have?
5 apples and you take away 3. You have 2.
You are a disappointment.
Let's complete the rhyme. London Bridge is falling down.
Falling down. Yeah. Okay, London Bridge is falling down. London Bridge is falling down, my first lady.
Stop it there.
A lion.
Okay. A lion has a tail. It has a big head and a very small tail.
Come on again.
A lion has a tail. It has a big head and a very small waist.
Perfect. What is the difference between half siblings and step siblings?
Half siblings. The difference between half sibling and step sibling. Yes, step sibling and half sibling is similar. Yeah, because step sibling is it's the same.
What are you talking too much?
Half sibling, maybe your mom is the same but different step sibling to the same thing, so it's the same.
What's your name?
I'm a Kofi NDC.
Okay. Ezu.
Eza.
If you have 5 apples and you take away 3, how many apples do you have? 2. Let's complete the rhyme. London Bridge is falling down.
Falling down. London Bridge is falling down. Falling down, London Bridge is falling down. My baby picking.
My baby pick. Yeah, my baby picking. A lion
has a tail. It has a big head and a very small waist and a very small.
What is the difference between half siblings and step siblings?
Oh, the half thing doesn't mean make full. The half is not making full.
Chai. That's why it's half.
Yes.
It's not making full.
No.
Okay, tell me more.
Let's assume it. I and my brother, we are the same mother, but different fathers. We are not completed full.
Okay.
It's half. But when we are from one womb with the same man and the woman, then it's called indirectly it's full.
Which one is that?
So I'm saying, I'm trying to say, so far as if I have my siblings, one mother but different father, we are half. We are not full.
Hi.
Hi.
What's your name?
I'm Yvonne.
Yvonne. If you have 5 apples and you take away 3, how many apples do you have?
2.
Okay, let's complete the rhyme. London Bridge is falling down.
Falling down. London Bridge is falling. My dear lady.
London Bridge is falling down.
Falling down. London Bridge is falling down. My dear lady.
A lion.
A lion has a tail. It has a big head and a very small waist.
Give me that.
And a very small waist.
Last one before I let you go. What is the difference between half siblings and step siblings?
Half siblings and step siblings. Okay. Step siblings, it's like my mom's husband's kids, right? Yes, and half siblings. For that one, I don't understand.
You won't understand.
Tahiti. Yeah. If you have 5 apples and you take away 3, how many apples do you have?
You have 5 apples. Well, you take away 3. Yeah. You have 2.
Let's complete the rhyme. London Bridge is falling down.
Falling down. London Bridge is falling down.
A lion.
A lion have it. A lion have a tail. Have a small tail.
What is the difference between half siblings and step siblings?
Half siblings and step siblings.
Yeah.
Like I said, the half siblings is like your family, your own family. Where the
step sibling.
The step siblings is that your, like I say, your wife's side.
Like a mother, like a son.
Sorry. If you have 5 apples and you take away 3, how many apples do you have?
2.
Let's complete the rhyme. London Bridge is falling down.
Falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down, my dear lady.
A lion, a lion.
The lion has a tail. It has a big head and a very small wrist
Okay. What is the difference between half siblings and step siblings?
Half siblings and step siblings.
Yeah.
I think there's no clear difference over here. It's the same thing, but then just different ways used to
describe them. What's your name?
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth. If you have 5 apples and you take away 3, how many apples do you have?
2.
Ah, good. A lion, a lion.
A lion has a tail. It has a big head and a very small wrist.
Okay. Perfect. London Bridge is falling down.
Falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down, and that is all I know.
I don't think you have the facilities for that, big man.
What is the difference between half siblings and step siblings?
Half siblings and step siblings. Okay, so I don't really know, but step siblings are maybe from just one of the parents.
Are you sure?
But half sibling, could it be just a large family? Maybe your cousin could be a half sibling or something.
Go and sit down.
Alright folks, so this is why I end today's episode of Vox Pop Central with Josh really touching right here on Ghana's #1 and Ghana's favorite television station, Channel 1 TV. I hope you had a great time. But like I tell you all the time, when you see me on the street, Murife, don't run, don't run, don't run. I'll catch you same time next week. It's a wrap.
U.S. President Trump spoke of a liberation day when he announced his tariff package, only to plunge the global economy into turmoil. Perhaps that's why he suspended most of the tariffs for 90 days. But not those targeting China. China hit back and threatened to halt exports of critical raw materials like rare earths. The dispute is now a trade war. Uncertainty is spreading, reaching even the export terminal in Bremerhaven. Also on Made this week, the EU, a pivot to Asia in international trade, sustainable building materials in India and Germany, and Medellin, textiles and tourists instead of drugs.
These cars are still rolling towards the U.S.
At BLG Logistics, a port in Bremerhaven, a major German shipping hub, Mercedes, VWs, and BMWs are loaded onto the Platinum Ray Glovis, a cargo ship headed for Brunswick in the U.S. state of Georgia. 84% of the cars waiting here for export are from German manufacturers. According to industry group VDA, another 450,000 German-made vehicles were exported there last year. Supervisor Lisa Seegelken wants to stay optimistic for now.
Of course, all our employees are worried. But we've already lived through a few crises. So we're all still assuming that nothing major will change for us.
However, BLG Logistics could be severely affected by these new U.S. car tariffs of 25%. 1.5 million vehicles make their way abroad through Bremerhaven annually. A third are destined for the U.S. The head of the logistics company is therefore not so optimistic.
We estimate the number of cars will drop by half, so we're preparing for that, with lower sales, lower profits, and fewer jobs to be expected.
And it could get even worse.
The Trump administration has announced yet another weapon, and it's already in the works. The idea is to impose penalties on every ship call by a Chinese shipping company or any ship built in China, even if it's not operated by one. These penalties would be $1.5 million per ship call. That would be the next blow, cutting into trade routes like a chainsaw.
To avoid these penalties, they could only use U.S. ships in Bremerhaven. However, there are too few of them available to meet the demand. Those in the import business could be affected too. Jörg Boyle, for example, imports vehicles, like this former police car, from the US to Germany. He converts them to European standards for his customers. His company, Auto Kalkofen, also repairs American models with spare parts from the US. Many of these goods come from countries like Mexico and Canada, but now face higher U.S. tariffs. That drives up costs for companies buying from the U.S. and eventually for consumers too. The same applies to other products, such as retro signs, which Jörg Boyle also sells. If the EU imposes counter tariffs on U.S. imports, it could become more expensive for him.
If they say, I'll add 20% now because Trump wants 20, and we'll add another 20, then it gets really expensive.
In the port, you can already feel that there could be counter tariffs.
We know of an American motorcycle manufacturer that, anticipating European tariffs, has already chartered 25 cargo planes to ship its motorcycles to Europe early.
At the port, they're considering expanding trade with other regions and sectors, like renewable energy, to reduce dependence on the U.S. and on car imports and exports.
One way for the EU to escape the tariff dilemma is to shift trade away from its transatlantic partner, the US, and toward Asian markets. To India, for example, a rising economic power. And China could also become an increasingly important trading partner. In fact, many European companies are already ramping up investments in both India and China. We took a closer look at a few examples.
Reciprocal tariffs on countries throughout the world. Reciprocal. That means they do it to us and we do it to them.
Tariffs, tariffs, tariffs. It seems US President Donald Trump knows no other word these days, and it's a threat that's also affecting European industry. How hard will they hit Europeans? And if relations with the US are so difficult, why not expand trade with Asia even more? Hannover Messe, one of the world's largest trade fairs, is the place to feel the pulse of German industry. Major players and mid-sized firms are engaging with the global market. A passionate debate is underway over punitive US tariffs. Of course, this worries us as it's a termination of a rules-based world and of a global economic order. It's worrying because we've successfully globalized over the last 30 years, precisely on the basis of self-given rules, which are now being questioned and breached from all sides, which will cause epochal changes. This is worrying right now. Should companies focus more on regions like Asia? And can they? Many already do. That's clear at the trade fair. China and the US are still Europe's top import partners. At 21%, the US remains Europe's leading export market, followed by the UK, with China third at just 8%. Sounds promising? Not quite. Germany, once the world's top export nation, is now pursuing a different path, producing directly in Asia instead of exporting. Many industries have done this for years, especially since the COVID crisis.
In order to reduce our CO2 emissions, if you think about the logistics of our product, we have a strategy local for local, and we develop our products locally also now in India. We produce them more and more in India, and of course then we sell them in India.
Why? One example from rural Germany. EBM Papst, a southern German fan manufacturer, has been in China since 1996 and recently opened a new headquarters there.
We want to be close to our customers, as we want to reduce transportation costs and provide good customer support. So we are usually where our customers are, which today is primarily China, India, Singapore, and Malaysia. As a rule, we started with a sales office in these countries, then we also relocated final assembly there relatively quickly. And now we have a localization level in China of over 80%. That is, over 80% is produced in China for China.
China has become indispensable for European companies.
China has long since become not only the world's factory, but increasingly also an important location for research and development. Important innovations come from China, and the trend in China for China is very present, as are the important technological developments.
China has long been the EU's top Asian trading partner, but that could soon change. India is catching up. Why? India's economy has been growing steadily at 6% for years, something most European countries can only dream of.
India is now the most populous country with a rapidly growing middle class, so there are many market opportunities.
In the last 20 years, Asia meant China. But that has changed quite a bit in recent years, partly because China has become different as a competitor and partner, especially since the coronavirus pandemic. This means that more companies are now looking to other countries in Asia. And the number one alternative or complement to China is clearly India.
India is a democratic system, and therefore it's highly attractive, and we will see more and more companies moving into this.
I'm a big fan of India. This is a great culture. This is a very young country, and it's full of energy, it's full of innovation, it's vivid, it's digital. This is really amazing.
You can already feel that enthusiasm, especially in the electronics and digital industries, which got an early start. For years, German electronics exports to the Asia-Pacific region have been well above average.
India has an incredible smart population. I would say I have not seen the smartness of people in other places of the world as I have them met in India.
In India, what will be the biggest growth rate? It's hard to say because it's booming everywhere.
There are already 6,000 European companies in India, providing 1.7 million jobs. A free trade agreement could make things even easier. EU representatives have recently renegotiated one with India. Free trade agreements have become more important in view of President Trump's punitive tariff debate.
The EU has already signed free trade agreements in Asia with Japan, South Korea, Vietnam and Singapore. Such agreements are becoming increasingly important because the multilateral trade order around the World Trade Organization has come to a standstill, partly due to Donald Trump.
So what's the takeaway from all this? That Trump's tariff debate ultimately affects everyone, and Asia's trading partners are becoming more important. Is India the rising star? Yes and no.
India has a lot of advantages, but it does have a few obstacles. I always say, just buying a piece of land in India is still a bit of an adventure. We really do need a free trade agreement, because India still has some of the highest customs duties in mechanical engineering in the world today.
If I compare it to China, doing business in China is much easier. In India, I feel also sometimes some bureaucracy, let me put it this way. And things are developing much slower in India compared to China, for example. This could be improved, so then India would develop much faster.
India is already developing at breakneck speed, and more companies are choosing to develop and produce there. The old trade order has been thrown into disarray, not least by Trump's announcement of punitive tariffs. Asia could benefit.
The real estate sector is also facing a crisis. Major cities around the world are in growing need of more affordable housing. At the same time, construction and material costs are soaring. On top of that, conventional building methods are extremely harmful to the climate. We visited startups in India and Germany that are developing climate-friendly building materials.
Brickmaking in India is tough manual work and far from environmentally friendly. Entire families often earn their living in these kilns. India's population is growing by 13 million a year. All those people need homes, and construction is booming in the cities. But this isn't sustainable, and it clashes with India's climate goals. The country aims to be climate neutral by 2070. Yet construction is one of the biggest CO2 offenders. One man wants to change that. Tarun Jami and his brother founded Green Jams, a startup producing agrocrete, a carbon-negative alternative to concrete.
Construction is one of the largest contributors to climate change, which means that there is a direct correlation between construction and the billion-dollar climate disasters that we're seeing every year. So there's definitely an urgent need to decarbonize the construction industry.
They use recycled materials like straw, rice, and cotton waste from fields, mixing them with water and a binder made from industrial waste. Their goal, to replace conventional concrete. The first plant is in Visakhapatnam, Goa.
We've invented our own alternative cement, which essentially is compatible with crop residues, because of which agrocrete, the world's first verified carbon-negative bioconcrete, can also be applied for structural applications which directly replace conventional cement concrete.
Recycling materials to build anew, an idea gaining traction beyond India. In Berlin, researchers Christian Gate and Michael Kretschmann are making building blocks from recycled waste. Earth has been used as a building material for centuries, one of the first humans used for their homes. Now, thanks to technology, it's possible to produce earth-based blocks with much better performance than in the past. It took the architecture students years of experimenting to develop their first prototype. How do you keep the material from cracking? How do you make it waterproof? Now they have the answers and have been nominated for the German Environmental Award. What's unique is that their earth-based blocks are made entirely from recycled material, excavated soil that would otherwise be discarded during construction. The soil is processed and delivered in the right condition. We check the moisture and make sure there's enough water for it to stick. This earth-moist state is just wet enough for the material to bond. Earth as an alternative to concrete, a model for the world, says Eike Roswag-Klinge, one of Germany's leading experts in sustainable building. In Germany, earth-based construction still makes up only a tiny share, less than 1% of total building volume. We have to get concrete out of construction. Right now, the world builds with concrete, and that's disastrous. We need to completely rethink how we build. Investors in India backed Green Jams. It was the only way the small company could get off the ground. And even though agrocrete is 10% more expensive than conventional concrete, the benefits are huge, says the inventor.
It is 3.5 times more thermally insulating, which means that some of the homes that we have built with agrocrete do not need any air conditioning.
The founders in Germany want to move beyond the lab and launch a company with their prototypes. They've done initial tests and are now looking for building partners. Pressing will be done by machine. But the blocks are still more expensive than conventional ones. We also have to rely on customers who say the environmental premium is worth it, that they're willing to accept 20% higher material costs for the sake of sustainability. The first houses in India have already been built. The founder sees huge potential and plans to expand across the country.
India is the second largest construction industry right now, and it is on track to becoming the world's largest construction industry. This is definitely a growing market, and it is growing slightly higher than conventional construction industry.
Housing is in high demand worldwide, and the founders in both countries hope future construction will rely more on sustainable materials.
Pablo Escobar, Colombian drug lord and terrorist, shaped the city of Medellin like no one else. He was the first to industrialize the drug trade. Gang violence remained common long after the kingpin's death in 1993. But that's history now. Medellin has undergone a dramatic transformation. The key? Tourism and textiles instead of drugs.
Medellin, a bustling city of millions. Pablo Escobar is now just a fridge magnet. Comuna 13, once a violent neighborhood, has become a major draw for tourists. And to keep it that way, the city backs young artists like rapper Raices. Art in this neighborhood and community has made a difference, offering people an alternative to war and violence and a new way of seeing their world. Enrique Gomez also had to shift his perspective. A victim of decades of violence, he once planned to become a lawyer. My father had a farm. During the conflict, they gave him 24 hours to leave or die. I moved to Medellin to get my family out, and since I knew no one, I started selling on the street. It's not just Enrique Gomez. The whole city is changing. Medellin is now the heart of Colombia's textile industry. He once sold pants and t-shirts on the street. Today, 600 employees produce clothes for him, and thousands of Colombians have also found a future in the industry. The textile industry is strategically important for the country. It creates over 1.5 million jobs. 90% are held by women, many of whom support their families and are victims of armed conflict. Enrique Gomez and other textile entrepreneurs are supporting small businesses in and around Medellin to help create more jobs. One of them had 8 female workers. We brought him here, supported him. Now he has over 90. Other women who have fled conflict regions have also found work here.
I was displaced from Cordoba because of the terrible guerrilla violence there. I came here, took a sewing machine course, and now I can make a living.
But Colombia's textile industry with 1.5 million workers is under pressure as cheap competition from China keeps growing. Shein, Temu, AliExpress, they're like biblical locusts, destroying national industry. And that's not just true for Colombia, but for Europe and the US too. If the government doesn't act fast, the sector will disappear. Social stability in Medellin would quickly collapse without it. The textile industry still plays a key role. After the peace deal with the FARC, many fighters and victims looked for new opportunities, like Guillermina Valencia, who now works in the Clothing for Peace project alongside a former FARC member.
You know, appreciation for everyone, both for them as perpetrators and for us as victims, is pretty complicated in this country. To help them and us, we came up with the idea of organizing ourselves.
Guillermina's husband was abducted 41 years ago, her brother later. Sewing helped her survive. She earns little in the Clothing for Peace project. Sales are just too low.
The money, yes. There was some international aid for certain workshops. But here in Medellin, we haven't received much support yet.
So far, the initiative has only sold online, but now it has its first store in Medellin. The project's leader, a former FARC rebel, knows how vital economic success is. These clothes are made by farmers who, thanks to the peace agreement, now run village workshops in places like Anori and Ituango. Peace is also about the economy. It's about social justice and about ending inequality in Colombia. Things are expected to improve as the project opens a second, better location downtown. A former drug cartel property will be used for training and sales, a symbol of change. It's a testament to the current government's commitment to driving productive projects forward. Why? Because in Colombia, there are many drug-related assets, many like this one that they still have. And no other government has ever used these funds for productive projects, for peace agreement signatories, communities, or the marginalized. The initiative might also benefit from the city's tourists, another driver of Medellin's growth. Tourism is an important part of our economy. Today it provides around 110,000 jobs and accounts for almost 7% of our city's gross domestic product. Tourism, culture, and textiles. It's this mix that's driving the city's transformation into a safer place. But the government must nurture this change, otherwise stability will disappear, and with it, the exuberant atmosphere and the music projects in the districts. The memory of Pablo Escobar is slowly fading, and only a few tourists come to this memorial. But the cartels are still active in the areas surrounding the city. Medellin seems like an oasis.
That's it for another edition of Made. From the impact of Trump's tariffs on the global economy, to climate neutral construction, to the transformation of Medellin. See you next time and take care.
This is Sister right here on Channel 1 TV, and if you're listening, it's City 97.3 FM, and you are welcome. My name is Chris Carter, and I'm so excited to be here with you to go through your letters that you have sent us. If you're wondering, maybe joining us for the first time, and you're wondering, what is this show about? This is the show where we get to help you solve all those problems that you have in your relationships. We might not be able to solve everything as per experts, but we'll be able to share our thoughts and give you some directions on how to navigate those problems. Because I do this with the sisters, and you are going to be meeting the sisters real soon. So let's take a quick break, and we will get to meet the sisters.
Where politics meets power, where the tough questions are asked. Welcome to Face to Face. Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou as he takes you face to face with the key players shaping the future of our nation.
I lost over $10 million at the trade fair.
You had a fight with the management of trade fair?
I don't have a fight with them. I just deplore the way they went about what they did.
Let's talk about the chief prosecutor of the state at the time that you were being prosecuted, Godfrey Yeboah Dame, the Attorney General.
Yes. I think he was directed to jail us.
By who?
By the system.
Boku has been a failure for your government, though.
Can't be a failure.
You have not solved it.
No, you are not praising them, the previous government for solving Yendi, which was even a more difficult case.
It's quite obvious that from these votes, the people felt that let's just let you go.
So they were disappointed in us. You are essentially the worst government in the Fourth Republic.
I don't know how you are doing that. Based on the indicators.
Yes, based on the number of people who refuse to come and vote for you.
If that is your analysis, then why not?
No filter, no boundaries, just the truth behind the headlines. Deep, bold, and unflinching. Face to Face with Umaru Sanda Amadou airs on Tuesdays at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV, where politics gets real.
Welcome back. It's still Sister right here on Channel 1 TV, and if you're listening, it's 97.3 FM. Like I told you before we went on the break, that I will be introducing the sisters. Drum roll. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the sisters. Rosie.
Hi, Chris.
Zito and
Hi,
Dr.
Chris.
Ethel.
Hi.
How is everybody doing?
Fantastic. Nice.
It's good to have you here again.
Good to be here.
Yeah. Did you enjoy last week?
I did.
You did?
I did. I think there were interesting stories.
Yeah.
And it was lovely to hear my sisters fire all those, It was awesome.
And we also equally enjoyed her.
Yes, darling.
What's going on with you?
Nothing much, just life and exciting adventures. Rosie, you assist.
Rosie, what's up?
I'm interested in the adventures.
Okay, we're all interested in the life adventures, you know.
Yeah. Oh my God. I want to have a few.
All right. Seems like there's some inside jokes happening, but yeah. We'll keep you updated in case anything happens. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, joining us today, you know, with some refreshments and, you know, cooling our tempers with his very delicious cocktails and natural juices is the Juice Guy. Hi.
Hi, Chris.
How are you?
Hi, sisters. I'm very
Hi.
well.
Hi, Juice Guy.
New week.
Yeah.
So let's see what stories we have.
Yes, I like the fact that you say, let's see what stories we have, because we're going to be asking you some questions real soon, you know. Today, we'll try to pick your thoughts. Okay, and I hope it doesn't put you in trouble. Especially if some special person is...
say.
Exactly, especially if some special person is watching you right now. Anyway, we'll be expecting your drinks real soon, and let's just get straight into the letters of the day. Ladies, are you ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go. Dear sisters, I've been following your show for some time, and I truly appreciate the insightful and thoughtful advice you share on the various topics you discuss. I'm reaching out today with a personal concern, and I'm hoping you can offer some guidance. Here's my situation. I'm in a relationship with my fiancé, and while I love him deeply, there's one issue that's starting to weigh heavily on me. His extreme jealousy. At first, I thought it was a sign of him caring about me, maybe even a little protective. However, as time goes on, his jealousy has started to feel more controlling and suffocating. He gets upset when I spend time with my friends. He questions my every interaction with other men, and he often accuses me of things without reasons. At first, I didn't think much of it. I chalked it up to love. But lately, I've started to wonder, is his jealousy a sign of love, or is it more of a sign of insecurity? Is it something I should overlook because he loves me, or should I be concerned that there are deeper issues at play? I've tried talking to him about how it makes me feel, but he just brushed it off, saying I should understand that he's just protective because he loves me. But I'm beginning to feel trapped and unsure about what to do. I want to be with him, but I don't know if this is a healthy dynamic. I would truly appreciate your advice. Is there a way to help him with his jealousy, or is this something I should reconsider? How can I help him see that love is built on trust and not control? Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to hearing your thoughts. Your wisdom means a lot to me. The 3 wise sisters. I just added that, by the way.
Okay.
It's lovely to hear.
All right, Suja, I'm going to be starting with you today.
Today I'm going to approach this quite differently from what probably my sisters would be expecting me to approach it from.
Right.
I find these relationships to be one of those things where there are things we can all handle in life, and there are other things some people cannot handle. And personally, I've always found jealousy to be one of those things where it could be born out of, in my opinion, 3 main things. 1 is insecurity. 2 is lack of trust for the person that you are with. And then 3, based off of past experiences in his life, he would have then probably built a certain boundary around his thoughts about certain things, or his heart, and therefore it creates this sense of jealousy when he's dealing with his partner. And for a person that has had an experience where it's caused me to be slightly territorial, for lack of a better word, when dealing with my partners, I can understand where he's coming from. And personally, it's not a deal breaker, especially if he's doing everything else in the relationship properly, as a gentleman should do, and he's treating you right, on every other level. Because jealousy can also reflect in a man who is quite narcissistic in nature. However, jealousy is just one trait of a narcissistic person. So if he's not exhibiting all the other traits of somebody who is narcissistic, and it's just the jealousy which is the element, because that's what you've written to us, it's not a deal breaker for me. And I feel even if it's something for you to worry about, you can consider therapy. Mm-hmm. You can consider having someone else that he respects in his life talk to him. And especially for men, we all will attest to the fact that when a man, let's say, for example, now he marries you and settles down, they tend to now calm down a bit to certain things, like you spending time, because then it's like they've gotten what they want, so now they don't mind you, like, you know, spending more time with your friends, because they also probably want to spend time with their football, their friends and other things. If he's a loving and genuine and trustworthy person, and all those other important elements of being with a great partner is taken on the box, and the only thing is the jealousy, I think it's something that can be worked on, in my humble opinion. Mm-hmm. It doesn't really change anything for me. Mm-hmm. If it matters to you that much, by all means get therapy, but I don't think you should at this point start considering whether to be with him or not, if you love him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rosie.
Hi, Chris.
Hi, Rosie.
So for me, even God says he's a jealous God.
Yeah. Oh.
So every relationship needs a dose, some healthy amounts of jealousy. So for instance, I'm in a relationship and I saw my husband with another, or my boyfriend with another woman in a certain way, and I don't feel jealous, mm-hmm. then it means that for me, I translate it as not even having serious passion for whoever you're
mm-hmm.
with. Anything that you love and cherish, when there is that moment where you feel like that thing is giving, like somebody else is taking attention from you as far as that person is concerned, it's okay to feel jealous. But I think jealousy should have boundaries. And when jealousy is healthy, you actually have a feel good about it. So it's like you're with somebody and your boyfriend can say, why don't know, why don't I need you now? Who was that? You know, like, but why are you jealous? I need to know. You know, there's a feel good about it, where you feel like, oh my God, he cares about me. He cares about me. He's looking out for me. But the moment the jealousy moves to a certain stage where you become uncomfortable, then it becomes unhealthy.
So what makes it uncomfortable?
That's what I'm saying. It gets to a certain stage where you feel, you see, I think it's a relationship. You see, a relationship, I believe, should not be too difficult. Mm. You should reach a stage where you both understand each other. You both understand your excesses and are comfortable with your excesses, because you see, nobody can be perfect for you. Mm-hmm. You can also not be perfect for anybody. But you need to have that nice, balance where their excesses are things you can handle, you can tolerate. And your excesses are also things that he can handle and he can tolerate. The moment these excesses start causing doubts and they start getting uncomfortable and you need to be second guessing and it becomes excessive, such that you feel like you can't be your own person. Mm-hmm. So in order to maintain a relationship, you need to cut ties with your friends. Mm-hmm. You don't need to talk to your colleagues. You need to be very careful who speaks to you. When somebody calls you, you need to be very careful who calls you. If your colleague from work calls you and then says something and it can be misconstrued and all of that, and picking your phone and checking. You see, once it gets to that stage, then it ceases to be a relationship. For me, it becomes an investigative scene. Prison. So for me, jealousy in itself is not bad. It is not bad. But the levels being described in this story, I believe, is alarming. Mm-hmm. And people who are fueled with such levels of jealousy, it's only now you're dating, you're not married. Such a person can even kill you before they realize that they've killed you out of jealousy. And a man's jealousy, a woman's jealousy, the result of a woman's jealousy is a lot of talking. I come and tell Chris, can you imagine? And what is it? And then that's girl. And that's a woman's jealousy. We talk. It's like hot. My colleague in the office will say, hot talk that doesn't cook rice. But when it comes to men, their jealousy is intense. is from a deep-rooted place. It's like something that they cherish, that they hold dear, has been taken away from them, and they feel they need to retaliate, they need to revenge. And sometimes if they can't deal with the object who is attempting to mess with their thing, they now deal with you, who is allowing that person to come and interfere with what they hold dear. And I think that is a psychological issue.
It is sickening.
It's sickening. So for me personally, if I were in knowing the kind of person I am, I'm a very bubbly character. I love people. I love to engage people, both sexes. Like my background was very male-dominated. I'm a science student, you know, played basketball, does sports, do all of these things.
Ride bikes.
I ride bikes. I'm always around guys. So if you're that kind of a person that you can't handle me with other guys, for me personally, this will not be a relationship for me. But for somebody else who is probably receiving money, care, attention, and they feel like, Charlie, this is what is most important for me, and they don't mind giving up all their friendships, all their relationships with one man, it's fine. But the day that he also says he doesn't, they realize they don't have friends. You don't have anybody around you. So for me, I think it's not, for me, it's not appealing to me. I will get out.
Right. And now to add to what you actually said, it reminded me of a relationship that I was in one time. And this guy was so jealous. Like you said, if they can't do anything about it, you know, if it's somebody else around you, they can't do anything about it, it's going to come to you.
Yes.
This guy was so mad at me. Guys, you're not going to believe it. This guy was so mad and furious at me for a man looking at me.
That's insane. That's extreme. Yeah.
That's serious.
And you were happy that he was looking at you. Oh my God. You were happy he was looking at you. The man was looking at you and you were happy. I was like, yo, are you serious? That's when I realized, oh, okay, I can't do this.
Yes.
And that was the first time I saw that. Why is he looking at you and you are happy and you're shining your teeth? I'm like, it's like, I was confused.
Okay,
you will.
So
to that extent, I think
I was so confused.
That's wild.
Because a
like
joke
that,
is as funny as the person receiving it.
No, but it was not a joke.
But that's what I'm saying. A joke is as funny. So for us, you didn't see it as a joke, and you saw it as, you know, you're uncomfortable with it. For
He
me,
was fuming. He was turning red. He was a dark person, but he was turning red.
But interestingly, I don't find that to be love, because if you love someone, you are actually the one willing to show them off. And when other people are appreciating their beauty or whatever qualities they have, you are so proud that you know. But once a man is not doing that, then it's not love. Then I wouldn't define that trait as jealousy per se. You know, it's something else. It's something else. Yeah.
So, Ethel, what are your thoughts, especially about what I just said, and you know, when it comes to men who try to separate you from your friends, because there are a lot of men that also have everything negative to say about every friend.
Yeah.
There's no good friend. She's like this. She's a gold digger. She's a this one. She's a this. Like, there's this, your friend is spoiling you. She's doing this. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah. I think I agree with my sisters on the fact that every relationship requires some amount of jealousy. But I want to say that we should come to that point where we normalize getting out of a relationship for the small things that people think is nothing.
Right.
That's
a good one.
It means a lot to me. It can be where I press my toothpaste. That alone.
If it aches you, it aches you.
That's it. We can't do this. It doesn't matter how trivial it sounds. People should laugh about it. I can't do it. Because when you are left alone with a person in a room and they keep doing that one thing
that irks you,
I mean, sometimes it just gets there. So I think that, you know, this one, I hear red flags. I mean, I see red flags. I don't think it's comfortable. I wanted to call it obsession, but I'm doubting, because I feel a lot more evil, you know, in this, because
she finally uses the word evil.
I guess my association is affecting me. You know, because I feel this person is looking for something.
Yeah.
It's not that I've seen it.
There's
and
no
I'm not-
problem. They're just looking for problems, always.
At least even for your boyfriend, he saw someone looking at you. But this one, he's actually searching. He's doing a whole research to find that which to, say, hey, I got you. But there's nothing there. And it's so sad. And I mean, the point where you talk about isolation.
Yes, yes.
It frightens me because I have gone through a divorce. And to think that, there were times, I now look back and I'm like, this person, there were times, don't go, why are you calling your parents? Just not necessary.
My family.
My family. And for me, I come from a family that we knit together. And so
we're attached.
Yes, and I'm like, no, I can't do this. And it took me to get out before I could even see that this is what this was doing to me. And it scared me to feel that if I had gotten to that point where he succeeded in really isolating me, what would I have done? Because it was only, that was what saved me, my family.
And that's how narcissists
That's
behave.
what
Yes,
happens.
they isolate you from everybody.
And
then attack.
And it's so dangerous because then you have nothing. You don't have friends. You don't have the family that would have soothed you, that would say it's okay. And so we need to be that sensitive to that point where, look, I feel like this is it's small, but no, I need to get out of here. So I think my sister is seeing right, is getting to the excesses. This person doesn't love her that much. It's not love. It's something else. It's not really obsession. Is you love so much that you just want it all to you.
Yeah, translated into showing off and But this is like
it's something I don't know.
And
I just want to hurt you.
It's like what I went through.
And you know what? on hindsight, not directly related to this topic, but you see, especially with women, the friends that you have before. Like the true friends and family that you have before you get married, as much as possible, still keep in touch with them. Because sometimes a lot of people after the marriage, and sometimes I dare say, some of the counselors have a part to play in this.
They do.
Where they let you feel like because you're getting married, you should only get yoked with only the married people. Don't hang out with the single friends that you have and blah, blah, blah. But the thing is that those friendships, that's what keeps you sane. When you're at home and you are mad at your man and you feel like taking something to hit him in a second, it is your friends that you call who will bring you back to sanity. It doesn't mean you have to tell your friends what's going on in your home, but that is your space of solace. You understand? And once a man starts wanting to dissociate you from your friends,
it's a red flag.
It's a red flag. So I want to just tell ladies that, look, listen, it's beautiful to form a friendship with your husband. It's beautiful to have your husband be your best friend. It's beautiful to have your husband be your 5 and 6. But you see, before your husband met you,
there was somebody
you had a life and you had a group of people that you call friends. I'm not saying that you should leave your husband at home and go and spend time with your friends, but make sure that you're still in touch with them. When they are getting married, make sure you are there. When they are having babies, make sure you are there. When your other friends are visiting each other, make sure you are part of it. Don't always be giving excuses. Find time and pick up a phone and call your friends. Find time and go on lunch dates with your friends. If once in a while you want to have a weekend sleepover with your friends, find time and do that. Because listen, the moment a man successfully separates you from your friends, and the thing is that people who love you so much, when you manage to separate yourself from them in that manner, they remember the hurt and pain. When you need them the most and you want to fall back at them, most of them, 60-70% of them, would tell themselves that, look, listen, when you were getting married, you thought you didn't need me. So why are you coming to me now? And then that's when you start feeling all alone, and that's when you start feeling like, okay, they are the best thing that you have. Because what happens is that they blow the hot air and then they cool you with some cool air. Then you keep oscillating. You're in this bubble, and then until you get up one day and then you don't even know who you are. So I think that, lady, I don't know that you are still in touch with your friends, but whatever this guy does, make sure that you don't lose friendship with your friends. because that is your safe place.
Yeah.
And if you're not comfortable with it, when it gets to a point where you are ached and you can't sleep and you are thinking and
like
you are
how she's
stressed
feeling right now.
and you are growing
Yes.
a pimple because of this, and because of this you have to sit down and write an email to sister.
Oh.
It means that you need to exit. And please don't look, I bet you if this guy proposes to her today, all these thoughts will change.
Oh God, please.
And it will sit back for another one month and then to rear its head
We
again.
cast it away
So
in
my
the name
dear,
of Jesus.
before it gets to that point where he'll lure you with, oh, let's get married, I beg, oh, just exit. Thank you.
One important point I want to add to what Rosie has just said is the fact that a lot of us women too, once you start dating someone and you start to like them because you feel they like you and you start to fall in love with them, we tend to think, let me speak bad about my friends, or let me tell them everything my friends have told me. And this is what sometimes creates that
friction
thing of the man saying, I don't like this, your friend.
Yeah.
She's a bad influence. I hate it with a passion when people fall in love with men who show up in your life and will live your life after a few months or years and tell them things about friends they've known for so long. For me, I always say, once someone comes into your life and they don't like me, the onus is lying on you to make sure they do. And if they don't, it's your problem.
Yeah.
You are the problem.
All right. You're the problem. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
This year, take the first step towards a deeper connection with God and one another. Join us for the Family Consecration Service, a powerful journey of faith, love, and renewal. In 2025, we are called to consecrate our homes, our hearts, and our lives.
The Lord is protecting you with His favor this morning in the name of Jesus. May the Lord favor your going out. May the Lord favor your coming in.
To dedicate ourselves and our families to the path of faith, grace, and unity. Through prayer and reflection and a shared devotion, the Family Consecration Service 2025 brings families closer together, strengthens bonds, and invites God's presence into every corner of our homes. It's on Thursday, 1st of May 2025 from 6 a.m. to 12 noon. The venue is the Oil Dome, Royal House Chapel International, Accra. There will be renewal of vows for married couples.
On this occasion, I'm asking you to forgive me for all the hits and pain I have caused you.
Join countless families around the world as we come together to consecrate our lives in the spirit of love and faith. A consecration for today and for generations to come. Make this year a new beginning. Family Consecration Service 2025 for the love of God and the love of family. Join us this year. Together, let's consecrate our families and our hearts.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's still Sister right here on Channel 1 TV. And if you are listening, it's City 97.3 FM. Yes, you caught me enjoying my drink from Juice Guy, a wonderful cocktail with some natural juices. So if you want some, all you have to do is reach out to him. Thank you, Juice Guy.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
All right, Juice Guy, but wait. Before we get into the second topic,
okay.
What's jealousy? How do you know what's jealousy when it comes to men? What's the healthy jealousy to men, like for men?
Is he jealous? Is he a jealous man?
So for me, I'm struggling to understand what you mean by that, because when guys tend to show so much care, most at times you have the opposite sex thinking he's being too jealous, especially when you have had stories being told, and this friend did this with me, and so you've been told stories about individuals.
Right.
So you want to be guided to the extent.
So you want to take your girlfriend away from that person?
Sometimes.
Because
Just to
of the
be
stories
sure.
you've heard?
Exactly, because probably you may not have experienced them yourself. So you're only being cautious by the way you're going to go about everything, because of course it is her friend,
Right.
and you don't want to lose the friendship too. So sometimes you want to either stay away or be cautious, because I bet you if Zito is that girl, no.
Well, he's saying we should stay. Okay, like he's going to protect his girl, like if Zito was the girl's friend. But at the end of the day, Zito actually said something right. As a woman, be careful the things you say to a new man that you just met, especially about your friends.
Even your husband.
Because you understand, because there are some men out there that make it a duty to separate you from your friends and isolate you from everyone else. And that's a very easy way, especially when you start running your mouth. That's a very easy way.
And they know how to use your information against you when the time is right.
Yes.
Most of the times, our experiences also, all of us, our experiences
Shape us.
inform us and shape our decisions. So it will not be out of place if a guy is telling you, hey, stay away or take a second look at this person. You know, he might have experienced something similar. So sometimes.
I just wonder, I think in that scenario, a clear or communication in its essence would help.
Yes.
Because if that is your intention and you let me know, it's a good one.
Yeah.
I know this. And if your lady is that reasonable, she would understand that it's coming from a good place. I think what we are worried about is where it's unhealthy and it's becoming something that you are not comfortable with.
Right.
And so if you have that good intention, communicate it.
Okay.
Yeah. And we'll be fine.
So, you know, when it continues, then it becomes the jealousy.
Well, yeah. The ugly jealousy.
The ugly one.
Anyway, let's get straight into the second letter. Good evening, sisters. Please, I need your humble advice. I'm married with 2 kids and my husband is tormenting my life. This man has been abusing me physically, oh God, not again, emotionally and mentally. Since I got married to my husband, I have never cheated on him, but he has been accusing me of things I have no knowledge about. He will search my phone. If he doesn't find anything suspicious, he will request for my call log, my mobile money transfer messages, and even if someone calls me, he will be eavesdropping just to find out who I'm talking to and what I am saying. If I go to work and talk to someone, he'll say I'm dating the person. If someone greets me, he'll quickly ask whether I know the person or the person knows me. In fact, I'm tired of this whole marriage thing and I want to walk out for the sake of my life and the peace of mind. My children are 1 and 5 years old. Anytime I've tried talking to him, he's told me that he has no problem. Please advise me. Is it the right decision for me to walk out of this marriage with my children when he's always threatening me that if I leave the marriage, he will come for his children? Sisters, what should I do? I don't want to lose my children, but I am tired of this marriage. I'm tired of the marriage too. I'm not even inside, but I'm tired.
You can't lose your children.
No,
you will not. You know, I stand to be corrected, but per the legal laws, unless, of course, you are not capable of taking care of the children, you have a mental situation, or probably you have a criminal record or something of the sort, when it comes to divorce or separation and the children are 1 and 5, hardly would they give the children to the man. And from your submission, I can tell that you're working, because you spoke about going to work and your colleagues, and then you're of sound mind. So there's no way
you can let your children.
They can take the children away from you. If anything at all, you would get custody of the children, and then he would have to be made to be paying child support, or maybe have visitation rights and all of that. But he can't take the children away from you. That's one.
Hallelujah.
So I think that shouldn't be a burden for you. So yeah, like this story is.
That's what I needed to hear from me.
It's an upgrade of what we read earlier.
Yeah, a scary one.
My only problem is that your first child is 5. How did the one come about? You see,
wait a bit.
No, I'm just saying that.
No. She means like you've seen all these things
I've seen all
happening.
these things.
After
You see,
5 years, and you still had another one.
You see, there's one, like maybe the guy went and cheated on you, and you go and talk about it, and maybe you want to make up. But you see, this one is a continuous, excessive abuse.
Yes.
You can't talk to anybody. You can't go to work in peace. You can't do this in peace.
And there's physical.
This is the first time I've heard that they'll say, bring your phone, let me check your Momo transactions. Because he wants to know who is sending you money and who you are sending. This is new to me. Yeah. This is new to me. It means that, Charlie, the guy is... And I'm like, so you had one, no problem. Maybe the mind was fresh, no problem. 4 years of this and another one came.
Yeah, another one.
That's what I'm asking. How did the one come? You see,
while enduring all this torment.
Yeah, you see, there are some traits. You see, when you start hearing it, and you have one child, and especially we women, we decide whether we want to get pregnant or not. Let me be frank. Listen.
Yeah.
We decide whether I want to get pregnant or not.
My body.
My body is my body. So when you see some of these things, don't compound it by having multiple.
Extra.
So that when you are going, you don't have to have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to deal with. So I'm just saying that I don't know how the second one came about, but the second one has come. A child is a gift from God. People are looking for it, they can't find. So I'm happy you have a beautiful 1-year-old. But my dear, this is excessive. And until you're able to control it to some extent, your mental health is very important. And what happens is that when your mental health is not in the right place, you project it onto the very children you think you are protecting. So a time is going to come, your child is going to do something, and you snap at the child, shout at the child for no reason, beat the child for no reason. Sometimes you may even lock the door and don't want to see your children for no reason, because your child is a reminder of all the abuse that you are going through, and it's an outlet of your frustration, because your child cannot do what your husband is doing to you. So you let out your frustration and everything on the child. So you wouldn't want it to get there. I think that it's difficult because you are married, but it's not impossible.
To leave.
To separate. And there's no way he can take those children away from you. There is no way. If you have the financial means, get a place of your own, even if it's a 1-bedroom apartment.
Bounce, yeah.
Get lawyers involved, and then get your children, and then go and stay in a 1-bedroom place. Get separated. If it becomes necessary to get a restraining order, get it.
Do it.
Because I'm all for mending relationships, because sometimes until you are in it, you don't really know maybe the genesis and all of that. And I'm all into giving excuses. I've said it several times that if your husband cheated on you, that wouldn't be a license for me to leave. The question is how? And is it continuous? And I'll look at a lot of dynamics before I leave. But there are certain things, when it becomes excessive, continuous over a number of years, you need to take that step and just get out.
Right.
Just plan your exit.
Right.
And get out for your own sanity and for the sanity of the children.
Right. So, Dr. Otel, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'll take it just from where she left off. You plan your exit. I think that she herself has come to a good conclusion. She's tired, and it's a good thing. Get tired, and you are in your right space of in your head to be tired. And so your next step, I think your worry is that the kids, and she has given you a great answer. You won't, but you have to plan it. If he gets ahead of you, because these kind of people can create scenarios that can paint that picture that you are an irresponsible mother. It would shock you. They can do stuff. So plan, talk to the right people, get the right, be in the right space. And you can't start that fight from where you are. So yes, get to have your own place, because it's possible that one that she's doubting or wondering how it came about could be him with all of that pressure. We've heard about somebody raping their loved ones. So all sort of things can happen if you stay in that place. So get out and get a good lawyer, a good lawyer, and get be well grounded, be prepared for financial responsibilities. Yes, and I bet you your life will be so much better. You have no idea the good things that are waiting for you
it's always the fear of leaving what I'm used to, and that little comfort that you think you're used to. A lot of people are afraid of leaving. A lot of people are afraid of starting all over again. A lot of people are leaving a 3-bedroom to a 1-bedroom to start all over again, even though there's abuse in it. So like I think a lot of us women are living in that fear of what society will think. Oh, I was a married woman. Now she's a divorcee. Oh, she's going to be on the streets.
And you know how divorcee is like the woman is just a bad woman.
Yes.
When they hear divorcee, you are a bad woman.
It's always the woman.
Nobody wants to hear what happened to you. You're supposed to endure. You were made to endure pain, you know. And people say, why are we, you know, it's like women these days are rushing out of marriage, and we are advising them too. It's because the scales are getting off our eyes. Yes, we are getting wiser. You know, we are loving ourselves more. We are listening to wonderful ladies like this, and we are knowing that we are better off. You know, we can do more when we are loved, and we are beginning to recognize what love is as against what love is not. Because men for a long time have wrapped all sorts of things in
to control the narrative
and make it look, oh, I love her. I'm doing, you know how he's given the excuse. I'm doing all of this. I don't have a problem. I'm doing all of this because I love you and I'm trying to protect you. But we are getting wiser, and I am happy about that. I'm only sad that from last week, it appears all the stories have had to lead us to say, leave there.
Wow.
It's a bit.
Sometimes you can actually mend, but there are certain cases where mending it's not an option.
No.
Yeah. So Sisha has so much wrapped up in her stomach. I can feel it boiling.
Oh, not quite. I'm particularly happy about the fact that she's working from the letter.
Thank you, Lord.
As a sister, it's one of those things that matter to me a lot. And I think there is a statistic we all never, or we rarely look at. Some people end up forever damaged through physical abuse.
Yes.
Some people end up in the mental hospitals through physical and emotional abuse. It's not all about even death. You can be living and you just be dead inside. You just give up on everything. You just tell yourself, you know what, this is it. I'm living in this. And your life truly amounts to nothing because of the kind of person you end up settling with. And what pains me is a lot of us women do not consider all these other things. But most people, once we start talking about this, look at, oh yeah, you can die. But there is more to everything else that can happen if you don't die, apart from actually dying.
Autoimmune diseases.
Exactly. There's so much.
Mental
the scope
diseases,
is so huge.
like so many things.
And so, you know, one of the things I regret most in my life is there was a whole phase where I condoned abuse, to the point where I am in a phase now where something as minute as you verbally insulting me or saying something that is derogatory to my being is such a trigger point. It's not even funny. Like, I will break up with you.
I can walk
if
out.
you tell me my teeth is too small, we are done. Is that bad? And
can I have a look at your teeth? They are too small.
She'll break up with you.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. And my hope and prayer is a lot of us women evolve to the point where it does not have to get as bad before you get out. Because sometimes by the time you eventually get out, your mental and psychological well-being is so damaged, you will need 10 more years to get out of that, to come to level playing field, to now actually work with something. And that's the part that hurts more than anything else. When you are now finally damaged, and you now have to work your way from ground from
heal
down
yourself, you know,
to now be something
it's
worthy
never
of.
complete.
Yes,
Healing
you'll
is
never
never
be
complete.
the same. I
Yeah.
always say, once you condone abuse to a certain level, you never come out of it the same. The way you treat other people, the way you see life and the world, it's bad. And so, please, madam, once I heard the verbal abuse, everything else was like, it was like there were tentacles. Run. Run. We cannot emphasize this enough, that the damages are dire to your being. Please run. Once a man tries to abuse you, no matter how loving and caring he is, it damages the kids even if they are not touched. It damages the kids even if they are not touched in the entire process of kids and seeing such things at home. It's not a safe ground. If you love your kids, get out. If you love your life, get out. If you have any self-respect and self-worth left, use that little one and the job you have to rent a place and get out. Now, one last point I'll add to it based on a recent experience is, again, I am happy that she's working, because sometimes in instances like this, a lot of women fear when they don't have a job that I don't want to go back home, because there is a thing that families also do that is just unfortunate, and it puts women in a very terrible space. They will tell you to come home, but after a week, you become that failure in the family where nobody respects you anymore, where nobody wants to treat you like somebody who, everything around you, sometimes it's not being said verbally, but actions around you make you feel like you failed in life and you're not worthy of respect. Yes, and some even, and so
family meetings, they don't invite you because they don't think you are worthy.
And so I am so passionate about that as well, that if you have a job, the last place you want to go is back home. If it means selling pure water as an extra job, it should, but it is not.
It should be.
It should, but it is not. I'm telling you firsthand, it is not. Whatever happens in your life, that's the last place you should go. And honestly, it's one of those things. I've just come to that point. This is it. This is a life we have. But whatever it is, get out of there. Wherever else, go be.
If I may, just on that, if I had to say that, I might have cried, you know, because I have a life experience. And one thing I would want my sister to expect, we are telling her to go. If she's a Christian,
the church will be
pastors will call her.
Yeah.
They will pretend to hear the story. They will say, oh, jealousy. Oh, say no dear.
Oh,
where the come. My sister, listen and say thank you and cut that call and never pick their calls again. And so you have saved yourself.
It's quite,
I have had to tell pastors, I say, hello, you know what? This thing that you talk about hurts me. Can we not talk about this ever again? It's my life. So let's leave it here. Some elders, they will call you. The family members, they will call you. Please, no matter how you love them, they will tell you that because of your position in church and in community, and you know you are a mentor and the young ones are looking up to you, please be selfish. At this point, all you need is to be selfish and plan and run.
All right. Okay. I think this was a very emotional letter, especially for the fact that you would think that family would come to help, or family can be the safe space, but it just dawned on us that sometimes family will be the ones that will push you back into a situation that you're not supposed to be in. And I think we need to do better as African families. Anyway, ladies, thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris,
for this letter and joining us. This is emotional.
Yeah, it is.
It is sad because one or two of us, or three of us, or each and every one of us has felt it before. And there are women out there that are watching us right now that are still going through the same thing. So thank you for sharing your thoughts. Thank you for sharing your advice. Thank you for just talking about this, because it's heavy and it's something that we do not talk about. Because from this, I just realized that, hey, families sometimes are culprits. The church sometimes is culprit. to telling women to stay in things that are killing them. And like Zito said, it's not just about the physical abuse that you see, but there are things happening that you are not seeing but are happening.
They're happening.
Autoimmune diseases, there are plenty. A lot of women are going through autoimmune disease. Your body is fighting you. You don't know what's happening. You are getting inflamed. They say, oh, your body is inflamed, this and that. It's the anger. It's the everything, the confusion. It's the so many things that you're going through. And I'm glad that we talked about it. Ladies, thank you so much for joining me on this episode. And let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. And I will share my final thoughts.
Welcome. It's Play to Aid.
Get ready for the game show where every play has a purpose. Welcome to Play to Aid, the only game show where your knowledge and skill don't just win you prizes, they help change lives.
What sport is considered the most popular in the world?
Football. Every point you earn goes toward real-world support, from school supplies to health kits, clean water to emergency relief. Play smart, play big, play to aid. Catch all the action, the drama, and the heat.
Most commonly spoken language in Brazil.
Portuguese. Play to Aid every Sunday at 3:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Edna, let's begin.
The Play to Aid game show is proudly sponsored by Tang Palace, Giraffe Island, and VVIP.
Hello everyone, thank you so much for joining us on this episode of Sister Sister right here on Channel 1 TV, and if you're listening to City 97.3 FM. But it's quite unfortunate that we have come to the end of the show. But before we wrap up the show, I would like to share my final thoughts on the letters that you have sent. By the way, thank you so much for sending in your letters. It seems like all the letters today is wrapped around jealousy. Jealousy. So, like the sisters have said, jealousy can be in two parts. Healthy jealousy and unhealthy jealousy. And an unhealthy jealousy is toxic jealousy. I would say, like Rosie said, once you begin to feel that you are uncomfortable with how this person is making you feel when they get jealous, or you are beginning to walk on eggshells, my sister, my brother, run. Because I'll say my sister, my brother, even though it's a sister that sent this letter, I'll say my brother too, because we've seen women that are also crazy. We've seen women that can break bottle on your head just because you spoke to the other girl. You understand? Once we begin to see that, see, carry your slippers like this. Just they go. They go back to your mama house. Because no, seriously, jealousy can actually cause you to lose your life. We don't say these things, but jealousy can cause you to lose your life. A lot of people have lost their life because that jealous person just hit them. Small hitting, they always call it small, just small hitting, I hit you. She just died, or he just died. Because of small bottle I broke on your head because you spoke to one girl, you just died. Like jealousy, when it's extreme and you do not feel comfortable about it, the only thing I can say is just leave. If nothing can be done about it, especially this lady says she's talked about it, you know, but it's still not changing. Sis, if your heart is telling you leave, the sisters are behind you. No, I told you in the beginning, like, leave, just leave. And now the second part, that is, when I was reading the whole letter, like the whole when I was reading the whole thing, I was tired. My tired was tired with the woman's tired. She said, I'm tired. I was tired. Like, I'm tired for you. I'm not even in a relationship. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm tired. Just leave that relationship. And like I said, your letter has opened another door that we do not talk about. When women are abused in a relationship and they run back home to their father's house, to their mother's house, to the family that they were in before they got married. Like, why would the family treat them like outcasts just because their marriages did not work? We don't talk about this a lot, but this message actually has opened this Pandora box. Why do we always want to push women back into situations that are killing them just because of family name, just because of you come from the church, your father is a chief, you are destroying the family name, your marriage did not work, so you are not like I don't know, I'm tired. Like, this whole story made me tired. I'm tired, honestly. To the woman that sent it, my heart goes out to you. I'm sorry. But like Zito said, I'm glad that you are working. And Rosie actually made me happy. Like, because from a layman's point of view, I was thinking, oh yes, okay, can the man actually do something about the children? Can he take the children? But it's good to know that, no, he cannot take the children. He cannot take the children from you. So, yes, you've gotten the assurance that he cannot take the children from you. And a lot of men use these children, I will take the children from you, I'll take the children, as a tool to let you stay. If you leave the children, can they take care of the child? Can they really take care of the child? Let's be real. They can't. The highest they'll do is, okay, I'll take them to my mother. I'll take them to my sisters. And the mothers and the sisters will say, hey, bring the child. You people too, your story is for another day. But yeah. I'm glad that the man can't take the children from you. And if you're in this situation and you are working, please save yourself, because a lot of women are dying every day. Like I said, April is Sexual Abuse Awareness Month, and it's good to create this awareness that a lot of women and girls are dying from situations like this, just because we do not talk about it. And I'm glad you brought in your letter. Thank you so much for contributing to the Sexual Abuse Awareness Month with your letter. Thank you so much for trusting us to read it too. And thank you so much for letting us share it to the world, to know that, okay, what's going on and how we can actually find help for each other. Thank you. My name is Chris Carter, and this has been Sister Sister on Channel 1 TV and City 97.3 FM. That's if you're listening. See you next week. Bye-bye.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. Yeah. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, you should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebaut. How Zebaut there? Zebaut won Chaboke.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me.
Join
the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Want the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive.
Me ke man bi mo no Kofi Adam no my kami. Matwale. Ma ke la ke no ya ne. Meneke. Fe mo sha ko ba club me fe ke DJ. Ni wo hia ka wo hye. Ye Yesu gba mi. Amen.
Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday.
Hello, you are welcome to the Channel 1 Newsroom. We're coming to you live from our studios at number 5 Ola Hansen Lane at Tesano here in Accra. I am Charles Ozukumi. Coming up. Ghana Bar Association President urges vigilance after historic suspension of Chief Justice.
Bar must continue to monitor the situation and not hesitate to express our opinion on it where the circumstances.
Also coming up, former Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia blames arrogance of power, economic hardships, and party divisions for NPP's 2024 election defeat.
Yasu na eyeti. Yasu eti yetie asem. Party for country say yenye reshuffle. 8 years yanti.
We'll also bring you an exclusive report on the hidden struggles of Accra's sanitation workers. And later, Pope Francis laid to rest at St. Mary Major Basilica, honoring historic final wish. Thank you for choosing the Channel 1 Newsroom. Let us now get into the details of our stories. And President of the Ghana Bar Association, Ifua Gate, has urged members to remain vigilant and monitor developments closely following the suspension of the Chief Justice. She made the call earlier today in Accra at the Ghana Bar Association's 2025 media conference. There are more details in this report.
The suspension of Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu has sparked widespread public debate and uncertainty about what lies ahead. Addressing participants at the Ghana Bar Association's 2025 media conference, President of GBA Ifua Gate called on members to take an active role in proposing reforms to strengthen the enforcement of guidelines for the impeachment of Article 71 holders under the 1992 Constitution. She emphasized that such measures are essential to protect judges from arbitrary removal processes.
This is a novel one in our history as a country, and we, the bar, must continue to monitor the situation and not hesitate to express our opinion on it where the circumstances demand. It is important that in such matters, justice is not only done, but manifestly be seen to have been done. The epilogue of the judgment called for the formulation of rules of procedure for the impeachment of Article 71 office holders in the conduct of proceedings under Article 146 of the 1992 Constitution. The judgment concluded, and I quote, "Judges be accorded a fair measure of justice, fairness, and equity in all deliberations that affect them." It is about time that these guidelines were produced in order to eliminate arbitrariness in such proceedings, which ought to be held expeditiously and possibly in open court, given the necessary publicity such matters attract. The bar must take the lead.
Former Deputy Attorney General Dinah Sunabadapa stressed the urgent need to restructure Ghana's legal education system.
That level of, at the nascent stage of the legal practice, I realized by experience and by evidence that they're able to absorb most of the things we talk about here, public interest litigation, pro bono work, everything that we are discussing, at that level, it sinks and it sinks well. And so my view is that thankfully we will usually engage even the bench, the bar, and the faculty of law in our discussions. I think that now that these issues have become topical, they should be expressed somehow at the nascent level of our legal education. And believe you me, we'll have a crop of lawyers that are coming, first of all, who recognize and appreciate what it means, the parameters of it and the importance of it. And so I agree with you that I'm happy to point, I think some of the faculties have now started these clinical work seminars. Those are the things we should be working with. And perhaps we should even leave it to the faculties themselves. The bar can collaborate with them to set the guidance on how these should be done.
On the issue of judicial integrity and corruption, senior partner at AB and David Africa, David Ofosudote, advocated for law firms to train their lawyers on anti-money laundering practices and how to identify warning signs.
In respect of corruption generally, there's a lot I think lawyers can do. I don't know how many lawyers make the conscious effort to KYC their clients. It's very important. Now we are subject to the law on anti-money laundering and financial intelligence, and we are persons who are supposed to report. But you come to report if you are not KYC your client. There's a lot happening, and they know that lawyers are a conduit. So we are a very key part in ensuring that anti-corruption, transparency, etc. But it's only when the bar puts in place systems and standards that can guide us and prevent that. Why should a lawyer not record his time sheets? As an example, it doesn't mean you are billing with time sheets. The very definition of the bar on fee says that it is the value of the time value of the services you render. It's in the bar, fees. So you have to show that this is what I am doing. It's as simple as that. So if there is a problem, then you can produce a record.
Here at the 2025 Mid-Year Conference by the Ghana Bar Association, conversations have been had on how to expand the role of legal professionals in national development, and also recommendations have been made to make the legal space more effective and efficient. Reporting for Channel 1 News, I am Ijubi Biafe Akintin.
Meanwhile, a law professor at the University of Ghana School of Law, Professor Kojo Appiah-Jetua, has called for either the abolition or a substantial empowerment of the Council of State following the suspension of Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu. Professor Appiah-Jetua raised concerns over what he describes as persistent political interference in the activities of the Council of State. Channel 1 News' Juliana Odame Asari reports.
The suspension of Chief Justice Gertrude Araba Isaba Tokonu by President John Dramani Mahama after the Council of State established a prima facie case based on 3 separate petitions seeking her removal has drawn widespread criticisms. Legal practitioners, political parties, and civil society organizations have challenged the Council's decision with allegations of undue influence by the ruling government. Among the critics is Professor Kojo Appiah-Jetua, a professor of law at the University of Ghana. Speaking on Channel 1 TV's weekend news analysis program, The Big Issue, he argued that the institution should either be scrapped entirely or have its powers significantly strengthened to meet its original purpose.
I agree with the view that the council should be abolished completely.
But even if it is not, their powers should be increased and there should be measures put in place to ensure the neutrality of the composition so that when they give a decision or advice, it should be as binding as possible.
Former Member of Parliament for Asante Akim North, Andy Apiakubi, noted that the Council of State faces difficulties in making independent decisions due to the current mode of election and appointment of its members.
And we all knew how people were even elected into a Council of State. Do you remember what happened in Kumasi? And somebody got re-elected.
But that election didn't conclude.
Yes, but I mean,
but that was just one out of
think that is
that was just one out of
and the same situation happened in many places. So this Council of State, as Prof was saying, cannot be independent.
However, Abraham Amaleba, Director of Conflict Resolution for the National Democratic Congress, countered that the Council of State operates independently. He cited the instance of a council member who recused themselves from deliberations on one of the petitions as evidence of impartiality.
An institutional
yes, have abstained
in respect of one of the petitions.
One of the petitions, yes. So it tells you that if there
that abstention, if it's true, is very huge.
That abstention, if it is true,
and very rich.
If it is true, it simply means that the council is independent.
As the processes for the removal of the Chief Justice continue, will the framers of the Constitution review the powers or abolish the Council of State completely, as raised by critics? Well, that will be determined as the days go by. Reporting for Channel 1 News, I am Juliana Odami.
You're still watching the Channel 1 Newsroom here on Channel 1 TV. Let's now focus on party politics because the NPP's 2024 presidential candidate, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has attributed the party's defeat in the 2024 general elections to arrogance in governance, the rising cost of living, lack of ministerial reshuffle, the controversial e-levy, and the financial haircuts resulting from the debt restructuring program. Now speaking at the Takoradi Technical University Auditorium as he launched his nationwide thank you tour, Dr. Bawumia rejected claims that his religious affiliations caused the defeat, instead pointing to internal divisions and numerous uncompleted projects. Channel 1 News' Western Regional Correspondent Takwasi Ejenim reports.
Dr. Muhammad Bawumia, the MPP flag bearer for the 2024 presidential election, accompanied by party executives, including the party chairman, general secretary and parliamentarians, launched the party's nationwide tour in the Western region with a rally at the Takoradi Technical University Auditorium attended by party supporters. After expressing gratitude to the party's rank and file for their efforts in the recent election, Dr. Bawumia outlined the reasons behind the MPP's significant defeat in the 2024 general elections, responding to an alleged leaked report from the Mike Okwe's committee, which partially blamed his religious affiliations for the loss. Dr. Bawumia instead pointed to the party's arrogance and the e-levy as contributing factors.
All the studies so far, the big issues are one, cost of living. Niema bo ekosoro, ahochiri ebai. The kamu eye adia. Yefreno arrogance of power. Express yasu na eyeti. Yasu edi yetie asem. Party for country say yenye reshuffle. And yes, 8 years yanti party for country say yempe e-levy. E-levy no ebe hagi. The Tosomiansa Party for country said haircuts no debt restructure no DDEP. Somewhat in answer. Say sad debt restructuring no Because most of them are pensioners. And Omapenimbe announced said there will be no haircut. Several Ghana for in ING. But haircut.
Former MPP parliamentarian for Asante Central, Kennedy Ohine Japan, echoed calls for party unity as a strategy to secure victory in the 2028 general election. He urged the NPP to grant amnesty to Alan Chomantin and Paul Afoko, stating that this will be crucial for reorganizing and uniting the party for future success.
Regional and national executives said, Omuma amnesty from Afoko, Alan, to everybody that has been suspended. Omuma amnesty. Young Frau Omumra, Nian Kambo, say it to me, yes, a catch now. Nibia, you're suspending a nice unit, or a back, or the four, or number four. Oh, we say the Panorama now, and Twaba Empire.
NPP General Secretary Justin Frimpong Kodia stated that the party has no intention of making the Michael Quay Committee report public and urged NPP supporters to remain measured in their public statements.
Michael Quay mo edomo report no abring party. Omode baye no National Council edutum. Ohona no eti abedeku e from Constitutional Amendment Committee. Say omontrans Michael Quay esoso abedeku the report about say any amendment. Yo akwa wo kwa manko Michael Quay no that's so owo proposals for decide ya committee ni kan nyina mbo na meboa July ye frɛ no extraordinary delegate conference na party ni go shia na ye constitution be be essence sakra obam mama party na nya hodi no omo hwe no mo tupa na mo Michael Quay krata odi abeye no ye tia sese krata no ye timi mfa embeto aboti sabi your politics near you know I can't say now.
Let's stay with the New Patriotic Party. We're joined in studio by spokesperson for the Dr. Bawumia 2024 campaign team and presently an aide to the former president, Dennis Miracle Sabaji. Grateful to you, Dennis, for joining us here on the Channel 1 Newsroom.
Thank you for having me.
Good to see you
on
again.
On a wet evening.
We're grateful that you are able to join us.
Sure.
This tour, one may ask, what's the point? I mean, the flag bearer lost the election, so what's the thank you tour all about? Why do you need to go on a tour to thank people?
I mean, several reasons. You know, even as part of our Ghanaian custom, gratitude is a very, very important thing for every Ghanaian. And so if you go into an election like we did in 2024, and you have over 4.8 million Ghanaians queuing to vote for you, and you clock 41.75% of the votes, I think it's proper and fair for you to go back to these people and say thank you for showing that faith in a vision that I shared and the proposals that I made. As part of the thank you tour is to also engage our party folks to reorganize, rebuild and restructure. And so you realize that even this thank you tour is coming after the party is done with its review process. Okay. And so as at now, you don't just go and speculate. You go meeting the people knowing exactly what the issues were. And the whole essence of the review was not to compile lamentations and complaints. The review was for us to see what we did right, what we could have done better, and what we need to do going into the future. And so armed with all of these information, now we can engage the party people, the general populace across the country, and start the rebuilding process. This is something that has also become a convention in our political dispensation. I mean, which year? In the year 2009, when Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo lost the 2008 elections, he had to embark on a thank you tour. In 2013, he embarked on a thank you tour for the people's support in 2012. In 2016, when President Mahama lost, he had to go on a thank you tour. In 2020, he had to do it. It's simply to express gratitude to the people. I mean, whether you lose or win, remember that there were millions of people who believed in your vision, who spent energy, time, and resources to support your proposition for the country's development. And you must go to them and express gratitude to them.
Right. But it looks like this is going to be quite eventful. It's early days yet into this tour, and already the flag bearer is making the headlines. I mean, he mentioned arrogance of power, DDEP, a host of other reasons for which he believes that the party lost the elections. This is based on some research that the party has conducted. I mean, it's mind-boggling that the NPP knew all these things. Your party faithful had complained to you about these things, and yet you ignored them all through the 4 years, and you lost miserably in the election. How are the people supposed to keep faith with you now?
I think with the benefits of hindsight, we are all wise. You know that. With the benefits of hindsight, everybody is wiser. And what the former Vice President, Dr. Bawumia, is basically saying that having done the review, having moved across the country, listened to the people and heard the people, it is quite obvious that there are certain things we could have done better. And if you have a leader that is able to admit such shortfalls, then that is a leader you can trust. Because that is a leader that acknowledges that once you acknowledge your challenge, you are like 50% solving it. Because then you're going to be more receptive to the propositions to deal with it. And so he's basically telling the party people what all of us, not just one individual, but all of us as a party and government failed to do, which contributed, not entirely all the reasons, but contributed to our loss. And I mean, high cost of living is something that everybody acknowledges. When we're in power, we're even acknowledging high cost of living. He himself, Dr. Bawumia, acknowledged high cost of living, for which reason he made certain proposals to deal with that from 2025 going. He's also always had issues with A-levy. Yeah. And he's on public record indicating that he doesn't think that we should, under any circumstance, place any form of taxes or levies on digital transactions. And so if he's outlining these things, having come out as some of the reasons for our loss, I think it's a way to go. It's a better way to rebuild as an organization than to gloss over them and pretend as if they didn't exist. And if you sit in these party meetings, you realize that once these things are highlighted and come up, the party people receive them better, because then they feel that, oh, we have actually come to the realization that these things that we may have ignored in the past actually contributed to our loss. And so moving forward, how do we deal with it? So moving forward, how to deal with it is also captured in our review document. But you know, that is not something for public consumption, because you have your competitors in the market. So we are going to look at that, and then it will serve as a guide going into the future to make our party stronger in our next government.
He also did mention that some of the utterances of the contestants in the flag bearership race was used against the party. I mean, we saw adverts, commercials of, especially Kennedy Japong, some of the things he said against Dr. Bawumia and the administration being used against your party during the campaign. What's the relationship between Dr. Bawumia and Kennedy Japong, and how is it going to look like going forward?
Dr. Bawumia is a complete unifier. He has one of the biggest hearts a human being can have, as I've seen. And so you'd realize that even before he embarked on this tour with the party national executives, he called for every single party person to get on board, and actually sent out a direct invitation to all the party leaders he contested with in the 2023 primaries. He has a fantastic relationship with every single party member. He doesn't bear grudges. He doesn't hold issues against individuals and persons. He has a very open mind, very receptive to all manner of criticism. The only advocacy Dr. Bawumia is making is that usually when we are going for internal contest, and as it is with every political contest, you surely have to throw in one or two jabs. You know, you have to do a few negative things to be able to look better than the opponent. And he is of the view that that is not the only way to run a contest, and that you can run contests purely on ideas and still succeed. And so if you're going into an internal contest and you throw a lot of mud at ourselves as party people, all we are doing is to arm our main opponent. Because in all of these things, in the internal contest, no MPP member is your competitor. Our real competitor in the political dispensation in this country is the NDC. And so he's only advocating, and he's on a very active advocacy against internal mud throwing at each other. Not just at their level, even from the polling station level, through the electoral area, region, constituency. Let's just protect each other and see each other as brothers and sisters who belong to the same fraternity, and rather set our eyes on the NDC who are our competitors. And when that happens, we minimize and reduce the level of ammunition we give to our main competitor. Because otherwise, when you are done with the internal contest and you all rally together, your competitor now basically holds all the ammunition you threw at each other, and they will simply be throwing them at you, and it becomes very, very difficult for you to get yourself out of it. And I think that from today's engagement, it is the biggest takeaway for us as a political party. The fact that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is advocating that we should reduce the level of damage we do to ourselves when we are going for internal contests, so that we do not harm our opponents. That is the way to strengthen our party going into the future.
So now you're engaging party supporters, party faithfuls. That group is quite easy to convince because they are yours. But there is a chunk of the floating voters who did not vote for you, for which reason you lost the elections. What's the strategy going forward to mend the bridge between the NPP and the floating voters?
If you read the invitation, the notice we put out, it's not just the party people the events we are holding across the regions are not invitation-only events. So today, for instance, in Takrady, you have market women, you have some fisher folks, you have some driver unions all coming to the event and also expressing their views about some of the issues. So it is not just an MPP event. Of course, you have the MPP fraternity from the polling station, constituency, regional level coming, but the general public is not and stopped from attending this event. And today's engagement in the Western region saw a lot of the general public from different groupings participating in the conversation as well.
All right, we'll take a breather now. When we return, I'll ask you about something Kennedy Japan said at the engagement today. Okay. We talked about giving amnesty to all the people that have been suspended in the party, like essentially asking the party to bring everyone on board going forward. We'll discuss that when we return. But you're still watching the Channel 1 Newsroom here on Channel 1 TV. When we come back, Accra sanitation workers face daunting challenges over delayed salaries and low wages. We'll be back shortly. Please stay with us.
Poverty makes you do what you otherwise would not do. Wealth makes you live the way you wish to live. But revenge cancels the lines between poverty and riches.
It's either you're saying something progressive, or I'll just tell your wife that I'm carrying your child.
Where is my father? Now that he's coming closer to the community, I
My papi go forget your own plans, so I go forget my own.
Introducing Betway's Bet Influencer, a groundbreaking feature where you can make money by just sharing codes. He just needs to share his codes and make money. The more his codes are used, the more money he makes. Oh yes, so what are you waiting for? Anyone can be a bet influencer. Share your codes and make money. Bet Influencer, another world first from Betway.
This advert has been approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Betway, get way more.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world. Piva drink at a burst of refreshment.
And orange, give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva drink. Refreshment for every Piva drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back. This is the Channel 1 Newsroom on Channel 1 TV. Aide to NPP flag bearer for the 2024 elections, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, is still in studio with us. Dennis Miracles Abuaji. Dennis, before we went on the break, I was asking you about something Kennedy Japan said, that bring everybody back on board, even the people that you have suspended, grant them amnesty. That would be quite difficult to do if you look at the relationship between the party and some of these people, the Afokos, Alan Tremateng, all these people. That would be very difficult to do.
I mean, there's nothing difficult about granting an amnesty in a political party and getting a lot of people on board. I mean, that is the advocacy. That is the position of the party anyway.
Okay.
That is the position. However, you know, you grant amnesty to, he's asking that we grant amnesty to those we have suspended. But if you look at it critically, it's not all the names he mentioned that are suspended by the party.
Okay.
So you cannot grant amnesty to somebody who willingly resigned from the party. I mean, Mr. Alan Tremateng was not suspended. In fact, he had nobody in the party had an issue with him. He willingly decided to leave the party and go form another political party. And so for him, amnesty doesn't really apply to him. He would have to say, I am willing to come back. And the party is ready.
The party is ready to welcome him.
Yes, I mean, a political party needs a lot of people, a lot of numbers. And so as many people that would want to come, who wouldn't want everybody coming on board? And so it's a call that everybody in the party agrees to, and it's a call that the national leadership also agrees to. And I think the party has already indicated its open door readiness to receive everybody and let everybody get on board. But of course, not all the names he mentioned on suspension. Mr. Polafoko has not been suspended from the party. He's still a member of the MPP, so he hasn't left the party. His issue only had to do with the position he was holding, but he wasn't suspended. You remember it was together with Mr. Kwabena Japan. And Mr. Kwabena Japan has been one of the biggest advocacy of this party since then. He was not suspended from the party. It was with his position at the time. So Polafoko is still a member of the party. He hasn't been suspended from the party. Alan Tremateng has not been suspended from the party. He has left the party to go and form another political party. But just the position of the party across the country is that everybody that is willing and ready and believes in the ideologies of the new patriotic party, the party is ready to
Alan
receive
returns
everybody.
today, NPP would welcome him.
Why not? We are still waiting. If General Mosquito should leave the NDC and come to the MPP, would receive him.
You know that's
how much more? It can happen. Why not? We've seen a lot of people, big shots, leave their parties and form new political parties. So that is possible.
Some people say that this thank you tour is using the party structures to prepare the ground for Dr. Bawumia to return in the next flag bearer elections.
Every thank you tour in all political parties, since the time, I mean, let me just recollect from 2009, has always had this controversy. So this is not new. I am just looking at the story here. Nana, thank you tour not to test Akufo-Addo's popularity, MPP, 16 September 2013. Nanadu using thank you tour to test his popularity, MPP, 22nd September 2013. So it's normal. The NDC in 2017, people like Dr. Dofo and Co also had an issue with Mr. Mahama when he was doing his thank you tour. It's normal. It's something that always comes with it. But the fact of the matter is that you would always have the flag bearer of the immediate ended elections being the face of the thank you tour. Because what are we doing? We are thanking the people for stepping out to come and vote for us. Right. Who did they come to vote for? It's the flag bearer. And so surely you should expect the flag bearer to be out there thanking the people, even without the party. In fact, this is the first time This is the first time in any of even the political parties that you've had the flag bearer actually say that I want to join hands with the National Party and also all aspirants within the internal elections to go on a thank you tour. This is the first time. Okay. Typically, it is just the flag bearer who is going out there to thank people for queuing to vote for him. And so it's nothing new, but the controversy is also not a new thing. It's always been there. It's an age-long controversy that always comes with, thank you to us.
All right, I'm grateful to you, Dennis. Dennis Miracle Zabwaje is aide to the NPP flag bearer for the 2024 general elections, Dr. Bawumia. Thank you for coming. Away from that, rainstorms swept through parts of Ghana on Saturday, April 26, 2025, causing widespread power outages across the affected areas. The Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG, confirmed the disruptions in a statement, assuring customers that engineers are working diligently to repair faults and restore power supply. According to the ECG, the downpour damaged sections of their network, leading to the outages. The company apologized for the inconvenience caused and assured affected customers that efforts are underway to resolve the issue as quickly as possible. Now, in some other news, in the quiet hours before dawn, as Accra sleeps, thousands of young sanitation workers are already hard at work sweeping the streets clean. Yet behind this daily routine lies a harsh truth: low wages, delayed salaries, and a growing call for justice. In this report, Channel One News' Nia Yukoyokan reveals the hidden struggles faced by those who keep our capital city spotless while remaining invincible themselves.
Every morning, just as the first rays of sunlight kiss the skyline of Accra, a quiet workforce takes to the streets. Dressed in reflective vests and armed with brooms, thousands of sanitation workers begin their day, sweeping pavements, clearing gutters, and trying to keep the capital city of Ghana clean. They are part of the Youth Employment Agency's Sanitation Module, a program designed to offer people jobs while addressing Accra's growing sanitation crisis. But behind this well-intentioned initiative lies a troubling reality. For 6 days a week, these workers sweep the same dusty stretches of road, battling heat, fumes, and public indifference. Yet, for their tireless efforts, they receive a monthly stipend of just 250 Ghana cedis. The lion's share, 600 Ghana cedis per worker, is paid to Zoom Lion Ghana Limited, the private contractor responsible for managing the initiative. Even the modest 250 Ghana cedis isn't guaranteed on time.
School fees. Da mimi ndepo yenkwa edwuma po a ekokrom akwahwe a bola nkofo ogiti we fiefie oje be sisi so ye be so ahmache ye be pra nkofo bini tol nyina ya sese bola nyina aja akọ ne nyina onhu ye ho bobo.
The issue, however, is more than just late payments or low wages. Workers also report a complete absence of medical insurance, despite being exposed daily to unsanitary conditions, hazardous materials, and long hours under the sun.
Why I need more doctor no bem insurance bem no bem ko gbo free ko tenu atiti due no ba ni hela mobode nche shikapo no ka ba doctor eji wale sanike hawo.
This has sparked public outrage. Many Ghanaians have begun to question the fairness of the arrangements between YEA and Zoom Lion, calling for a thorough review and in some cases outright termination of the contract. In response to the growing criticism, Dr. Joseph Sianwe Japon, executive chairman of the Jospon Group of Companies, which oversees Zoom Lion, has defended the company.
The YEA contract is here, and the contract is YEA who fixed the fee. It's not us. So what the contract stipulates in 8.1.2, the agency shall pay an amount of 258 cedis per month to each beneficiary. It's not Zoom Lion, the agency.
Amidst these challenges, the sanitation workers show up every morning, armed with their tools and a quiet determination to make their city clean, even if the system fails to treat them with dignity. But is such a contract worth renewing?
We are at a point of taking a decision. One, as to whether to review and amend the previous contract between Zoom Lion Ghana Limited, who manages our sanitation model, or two, to entirely terminate the contract pending the board approval, or three, is to increase the basic salary. As I have stated earlier, that I shall not on any occasion negotiate any contract that will fall below the minimum wage.
Management of waste management firm Zoom Lion Ghana Limited is optimistic that with the relevant support from the government, it would be able to deliver on its mandate of ensuring a clean society. Reporting for Channel 1 News, Ni Ayukwe Okain.
Let's now focus on roads. Users on the stretch from Tema Community 1 to the Tema Harbour and Meridian Port Services are urgently appealing to the government to repair the deteriorating road. They stress that this critical link, vital for business activities at the port, should have been properly tarred and maintained to facilitate the smooth movement of goods to and through the harbour. Daniel Odromensa has more in this report.
At 12:15 p.m. on Friday, April 25, 2025, when a news team visited the stretch, several articulated trucks carrying containers were seen slowing down considerably as they struggled through deep potholes scattered along the road. Sibamoro, a long-time user of the route, was spotted assisting his relative in moving a truck that had become stuck in a pothole. He expressed deep frustration over the road's condition, describing how it makes commuting extremely difficult. Ibrahim Awini, a commercial motorcycle rider, shared that the road has been deteriorating steadily over the past 8 years, with the situation worsening dramatically when it rains.
For right now, if you rain for right now, he owe me but sometimes it cost accident for here. You understand me? Plenty accident they happen for here until the two I have to talk. Maybe go back. Maybe they can't do the road fast because of the road. The road they do accident too much until they will make fast and can't do the road fast.
Prosper Ifa, a resident, pointed out a specific section of the road that continues to develop potholes despite periodic repair efforts by the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority.
About 20-something years. Tembia, I don't think you had a crow. Tembia, seen a yes, is a my contractors had their war, a big coup, and some the machine about the yellow correct. To say we are, and so not still, Sane, Samuel. It is a free man crying about up to here. A ham corner, 10 years, am I a cause accident? And then come to for runabout to Nahangasa so. Instead of walking a castle into no. Tembia also to me see I no crown, so cry Samukoa to the runner motus no. And so see
They urge the government to act swiftly and fix the road to prevent further hardship.
But every day below the way the car is spot here, master, is too bad. It's too bad until they watch here and do the road fine. Because if they can't do the road fine, always here will be poor, you understand?
Meanwhile, the Department of Urban Roads has announced that plans are well advanced to rehabilitate the stretch.
For the drivers, the nature of this road has become unbearable. As such, they are calling on the relevant authorities to see to the reconstruction of this road. For Channel 1 News, I am Daniel Odro-Mensah.
You're still watching the Channel 1 Newsroom on Channel 1 TV. Still ahead. Pope Francis laid to rest at St. Mary Major Basilica under an historical final wish. We'll be back shortly. Please don't go away.
Introducing Betway's Bet Influencer, a groundbreaking feature where you can make money by just sharing codes. He just needs to share his codes and make money. The more his codes are used, the more money he makes. Oh yes, so what are you waiting for? Anyone can be a bet influencer. Share your codes and make money. Bet Influencer, another world first from Betway.
This advert has been approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Betway, get way more.
So much love in the air. What are we looking at?
Thank you guys for joining us on this unforgettable night.
Paw Patrol is on a roll.
It's Max Verstappen in the lead. The megastar is here. Absolutely sensational.
Let's go!
Just taking a trip down memory lane.
Get unbelievable entertainment that is unbelievably easy to own. Get and stay connected to DSTV.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Thank you for staying with us here on the Channel 1 Newsroom. Now, drivers and passengers commuting along the Damongo Solar Bole Road are appealing to the government to urgently maintain and reconstruct the deteriorating road in the Savannah region. They complain that the poor condition of the road is making travel increasingly difficult and hazardous for both passengers and vehicles, especially with the onset of the rainy season.
Damongo Solar Road, part of the 147.5 kilometer Fufulusu Solar double-sealed surface road project was constructed in 2012 and commissioned in 2015. Today, the once praised road has severely deteriorated, becoming a death trap for both travelers and vehicles. Speaking to Channel 1 News, some drivers reported that armed robbery cases along the stretch have become rampant, calling for increased security patrols to safeguard lives.
That nature of the road is also, is exposing us to robbery, because we get to a point that the car would not be able to move as fast as possible, and that exposes all of us as passengers to robbers.
At least we need more securities for the road, because the road is too bad. Instead of you to use 2 hours to Sola or Bole, you use more than 4 hours to reach that place.
They also lamented the poor road conditions frequently cause vehicles breakdowns, making it necessary for government to intervene urgently to maintain and reconstructing the road.
This thing destroys ties all the time. A lot of cars get accidents through the passing through here, and with this kind of roads, If you ply through in a month or so, you will need to get new tires. And this is terrible.
Passengers also expressed frustrations over the long hours now spent on the road due to its poor state, which has led to a sharp rise in transportation fares.
Previously, the charges that they were taking us were lower. But I want to believe that because it costs them also. If you use your car on this road and go back about 1 or 2 times, you will need to change some spare parts. And of course, that cost build up, they would have to push it on us as passengers.
They further highlighted the difficulties in transferring pregnant women and sick patients from Bole to Tamale, stressing the agent's need for the road repairs to facilitate safer and quicker travel.
In fact, the road is not good at all. We are suffering. Even if they are to transfer a pregnant woman to Damango or Bole for delivering, it always be a problem because the road is not good at all.
Mumuni Mohammed, the assembly member for Kabampe and the presiding member for the West Gonja Municipal Assembly, stated that deterioration of the road began while the contractor was still on site.
The entire road was constructed in 2012. The contract was awarded to 2 Chinese companies. One was China Water and Electrical Company Limited. Then we have the China Harbor and Engineering Limited. 10 years down the line, portions of the roads has deteriorated so badly. And then because of that, it has made commuters and vehicle owners so much worried.
They are pleading to government to come to their aid, to assist them, and also to the sector minister, roads and highways, to also look up to it for their lives and safety. It's really paramount. Reporting for Channel 1 News, Malik Gazari, Kabampe, Savannah region.
Let's now head to Tamale, where doctors at the teaching hospital there have called off their strike, which began on April 23, following an incident during a visit by Health Minister Kwabena Minta Kando. The decision came after meetings with the Parliamentary Health Committee, the overlord of Dagban, and the Ghana Medical Association. The minister expressed regret over the incident and pledged support, including the immediate donation of equipment and medical supplies. Emergency services were restored on April 25 and full services have resumed effectively. The doctors say they will now work with hospital management and other stakeholders to improve conditions and ensure better healthcare delivery. Now, away from that refreshing news, Pope Francis has been laid to rest at the Basilica of St. Mary Major in Rome, honoring his final wishes to be buried outside the Vatican, the first pontiff in over a century to do so. His coffin was transported from St. Peter's Square at the Vatican to his final resting place following a funeral attended by an estimated 250,000 mourners, including world leaders and monarchs. The beloved pontiff passed away on Easter Monday, April 21, at the age of 88. There is more in this report.
The funeral rites began with a mass at the Vatican, drawing thousands of faithful from across the globe. Cardinal Giovanni Battista, Dean of the College of Cardinals, delivered a homily reflecting on Pope Francis's enduring commitment to the causes he championed, caring for migrants, ending wars, and protecting the environment. On Saturday morning, over 250,000 people gathered at St. Peter's Square and its surroundings to bid a final farewell to Pope Francis during the Requiem Mass. Following the service, his coffin was carried in a solemn procession through the streets of Rome to the Basilica of St. Mary Major as thousands lined the route in tribute. Pope Francis will be remembered as a transformative figure in the Catholic Church. Since his election in March 2013, he became known as the People's Pope for his tireless advocacy for the poor, marginalized, and for a more inclusive and a compassionate church. Among the dignitaries present at the funeral were Prince William, U.S. President Donald Trump, former U.S. President Joe Biden, and French President Emmanuel Macron. The event also saw a significant moment as President Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky met for the first time since their tense encounter at the White House earlier in February. After the Mass and the solemn procession, The Pope's coffin arrived at St. Mary Major Basilica, where he was laid to rest. Meanwhile, in Ghana and many other parts of the world, parishes held prayer vigils to honor the late pontiff's memory. In Accra, a special Reiki Mass was celebrated at the Apostolic Nunciature, presided over by His Excellency Monsignor Julian Kabori in collaboration with the Ghana Catholic Bishops' Conference. As the Church mourns, attention now turns to the future. More than 1 billion Catholics worldwide await the election of a new Pope. Around 120 cardinal electors under the age of 80 will soon gather in the Sistine Chapel for a conclave to select the next Supreme Pontiff.
Now, Richard Akpokavi has been elected as the new president of the Ghana Olympic Committee following the GOC elective congress held on Saturday, April 26 at the Accra International Conference Center. Akpokavi secured an impressive 44 votes, defeating his opponent, Michael Agri, who received 19 votes. Gabi Ofei from the Channel One Sports Desk reports.
Richard Akpokavi was elected president of the Ghana Olympic Committee, securing a commanding 44 votes to defeat Michael Odum Agri, who garnered 19 votes in the GOC elective congress. This victory marks a remarkable turnaround for Akpokavi, who narrowly lost the 2021 presidential bid to then incumbent Benunu Mensah by just 7 votes. Akpokavi's leadership experience as GOC General Secretary from 2017 to 2021 has now paved the way for his 4-year term as president. Kofi Adams, Minister for Sports and Recreation, officiated a swearing-in ceremony for Akpokavi and other newly elected members.
I, having been elected to the office of the Ghana Olympic Committee, / Commonwealth Games Association of Ghana, do in the name of Almighty God.
Speaking after the election, Richard Akpokavi pledged to empower athletes and invest in women's sports.
Athlete empowerment. The athletes' voices need to be heard clearly. They are on every committee, on the executive board, we must hear from, because we are there for the athletes. So that's very important. Also, women, building the capacity of women. We need to do that. There are very few. You know, today we are doing 2 women or so on the board. That's not enough. We need to do more for the women. And then what is important for me also is that there's too many disputes, too much, acrimony. We need to come together as one body, as a GOC team, so that we can build and plan for the next 4 years for sports in Ghana.
Enes Danso, president of the Ghana Baseball and Softball Federation, was elected 3rd vice president of the Ghana Olympic Committee, securing 43 votes against Mohamed Mahadi's 19. Mauku Afajinu and Frederick Latte ran unopposed for 1st and 2nd vice president, respectively. For the 5 Olympic sports positions, Delphine Akwe, Ghana Swimming Association, George Lamte, Richmond Kwaku, George Tete, and Kamal Sule were elected. However, Prosper Harrison-Ado, General Secretary of the Ghana Football Association, fell short with 28 votes, missing a seat on the executive board despite a strong campaign. In his closing remarks, Minister for Sports and Recreation, Kofi Adams, urged the newly elected members to prioritize completing the stalled Olymp Africa Juvenile Sports Excellence Center at Amasaman, a key project for youth sports development.
I've been given a responsibility. The Amasaman project, please, when you sleep and you have to keep awake, that should keep you awake. And let's see how we can complete it and put it into place.
Now, the president of the Ghana Football Association, Kurt Okrekum, has been appointed as the 2nd vice president of the Confederation of African Football, CAF. CAF president Dr. Patrice Motsepe announced Okrekum's appointment during a press conference held here in Accra on April 26, 2025, following a CAF Executive Committee meeting. During the announcement, Dr. Motsepe commended Kurt Okrekum for his outstanding contributions to the development of African football.
My brother Kurt, and just say how proud I am of the good work he's doing, and I'll say to Kurt what I say to every other president in every other nation in Africa: when the Black Stars wins, we are happy. So you're doing good work. And also I want to thank our head of state, President Mahama for the meeting we had, and he's an outstanding leader and is doing excellent work. And, his commitment to supporting football in Ghana and to work together with our brother Curtis is excellent news for the future, because we do need this partnership between government and football. Vice President is homegrown. One of our most outstanding, and has made enormous to football in Ghana and on the African continent. And we are so proud that, when I arrived here, Ghana didn't have a vice president. When I'm leaving here, Ghana has a second vice president. Our brother Kurt, who's president of football here, is the second vice president of CAF.
And that'll be all for this package of the Channel 1 Newsroom on Channel 1 TV. I am Charles Osukumi. Thank you for watching.
Hello, very good morning to you. You're welcome to The Big Issue, your platform for incisive analysis and riveting conversation. My name is Selom Adunu. The show, as always, is live and interactive, and you can join us via our WhatsApp line on 0420-444-7033, 020-444-7033, or 0549-986-996. I will be happy to share your views with the rest of the world. There are two key issues we are looking at this morning. For the first time in our history, a Chief Justice has been suspended. That happened this week, and it's been in accord or pursuant to constitutional provisions. Article 146 generally deals with how Superior Court judges, including the Chief Justice, could be removed from office. As part of that provision, when a prima facie case is established against a Chief Justice, the President may suspend the Chief Justice, whilst a committee of 5 that will be set up by the President on the advice of the Council of State delve into the matters to see indeed if the Chief Justice is actually at fault. Now that process has been started, and so the Chief Justice is also being suspended. This has drawn many comments from many quarters. The GB has spoken, the MPP has spoken, other political parties have spoken. Today, we will look at what the key issues are. We'll look at the reactions. We will delve into the specific provision and see if anything could have been done otherwise. That is a major matter we are discussing today. In this week also, we saw some activity at the Tamale Teaching Hospital. The minister, upon news that a patient had died at the hospital, which generated a lot of uproar on social media, paid an unannounced visit to the facility. While there, he interacted with some of the medical practitioners there, including the head of the accident and emergency unit. That interaction almost became an altercation. The doctors got angry and felt that one of their own had been attacked. In response, they suspended services for about 2 or 3 days. It had to take the Yana Abukari, the overlord of Dagbon, to intervene. Doctors want an unqualified apology from the minister and also to supply them all consumables and equipment they need to get their work done properly. Indeed, the doctors had complained that they did not have consumables, they did not have some equipment, they did not even have water to work with, which made their work difficult, and they have just been improvising. So if they are improvising and an unfortunate incident of a death of a person happens, I think the general thinking amongst them is that the public should be a bit empathetic towards them as well, and the minister, who is their boss, should also understand the situations better rather than exposing them to ridicule. I don't know where you stand on this, but it has been a major discussion point also in the week. We will look at that also in some detail. I'll take a short break. When I return, I will provide you some updates, introduce my guest, and we'll get a discussion underway. Once again, this is The Big Issue. You are welcome.
Welcome. It's Play to Aid.
Get ready for the game show where every play has a purpose. Welcome to Play to Aid, the only game show where your knowledge and skill don't just win you prizes, they help change lives.
What sport is considered the most popular in the world?
Football. Every point you earn goes toward real-world support, from school supplies to health kits, clean water to emergency relief. Play smart, play big, play to aid. Catch all the action, the drama, and the heat.
Most commonly spoken language in Brazil.
Portuguese. Play to Aid every Sunday at 3:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Edna, let's begin.
The Play to Aid game show is proudly sponsored by Tang Palace, Giraffe Island, and VVIP.
Where politics meets power, where the tough questions are asked, welcome to Face to Face. Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou as he takes you face to face with the key players shaping the future of our nation.
I lost over $10 million at the trade fair.
You had a fight with the management of trade fair?
I don't have a fight with them. I just deplore the way they went about what they did.
Let's talk about the chief prosecutor of the state at the time that you were being prosecuted, Godfrey Yeboah-Dame, the Attorney General.
Yes. I think he was directed to jail us.
By who?
By the system.
Boku has been a failure for your government, though.
Can't be a failure.
You have not solved it.
No, you are not praising them, the previous government for solving it, which was even a more difficult case.
It's quite obvious that from these votes, the people felt that let's just let you go.
So they were disappointed in us. You are essentially the worst government in the Fourth Republic.
I don't know how you are doing that. If you based on the indicators.
Yes, based on the number of people who refuse to come and vote for you.
If that is your analysis, then why not?
No filter, no boundaries, just the truth behind the headlines. Deep, bold, and unflinching. Face to Face with Umaru Sanda Amadou airs on Tuesdays at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV, where politics gets real.
This year, take the first step towards a deeper connection with God and one another. Join us for the Family Consecration Service, a powerful journey of faith, love, and renewal. In 2025, we are called to consecrate our homes, our hearts, and our lives.
The Lord is protecting you with His favor this morning in the name of Jesus. May the Lord favor your going out. May the Lord favor your coming in.
To dedicate ourselves and our families to the path of faith, grace, and unity. Through prayer and reflection and a shared devotion, the Family Consecration Service 2025 brings families closer together, strengthens bonds, and invites God's presence into every corner of our homes. It's on Thursday, 1st of May 2025 from 6 a.m. to 12 noon. The venue is the Oil Dome, Royal House Chapel International, Accra. There will be renewal of vows for married couples.
On this occasion, I'm asking you to forgive me for all the hits and pain I have caused you.
Join countless families around the world as we come together to consecrate our lives in the spirit of love and faith. A consecration for today and for generations to come. Make this year a new beginning. Family Consecration Service 2025 for the love of God and the love of family. Join us this year. Together, let's consecrate our families and our hearts.
You're welcome back. This is the big issue on 97.36 FM, of course, on Channel 1 television and also on our socials. Two key issues we're looking at this week. The Chief Justice of the Republic was suspended. First ever time this has happened under our Fourth Republican Constitution. And we're looking at the suspension and the matters that have arisen therefrom. Give you an analysis of the key issues there. Also, the Tamale Teaching Hospital has been in the news. Some death occurred there. People were unhappy. People attributed that to medical negligence, even though it's still under investigation. The minister went to the facility and some interaction degenerated into some altercation. The doctors felt attacked by that, they say, and so they suspended their services for about 2 days. It had to take the Yana to intervene to get them back to work. We're looking at all of that. They've also made some demands. They want an unqualified apology from the minister and all equipment and consumables they need to enable them work supplied by the minister or the ministry. These are the two issues that will be engaging our attention this morning. But just to provide you some update, the President, John Dramani Mahama, has suspended the Chief Justice, Gertrude Tokonu, following the establishment of a 5-member committee to investigate 3 separate petitions seeking her removal. Channel 1 News' Hansen Ajiman reports on the sequence of events that led to this significant development.
Calls for the removal of Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu gained momentum after the presidency confirmed receipt of 3 petitions demanding her dismissal. In a statement dated March 25, 2025, the presidency announced that it had initiated consultations with the Council of State to determine whether a prima facie case had been established in accordance with Article 146 of the Constitution, but the process packed legal challenges. 2 individuals, including Member of Parliament Vincent Ekwesafua, questioned the constitutionality of the move, as Afua filed a suit at the Supreme Court contending that the Chief Justice should have been allowed to respond to the allegations before the President commenced consultations with the Council of State. The case remains before the court, with multiple adjournments stalling the ruling on an interlocutory injunction filed by his counsel, former Attorney General Godfred Yeboah-Damen. Meanwhile, March 28, 2025, Chief Justice Tokonu wrote to the President requesting copies of the petitions and a specific time frame to respond. The presidency complied, granting her a 10-day window to present her defense. However, the President raised concerns over the leak of a letter to the media. By April 7, 2025, the Chief Justice had formally responded to all 3 petitions meeting the deadline. Following a review of her submissions and in continued consultation with the Council of State, President Mahama concluded that the prima facie case had been made. On April 22, 2025, Minister of State in charge of Government Communications confirmed that President Mahama had issued a formal warrant suspending the Chief Justice.
Article 146 of the 1919, that is 146.10, also stipulates that when this is done, the president has power to suspend the Chief Justice pending the final determination of the matter. And that is exactly what President Mahama has done. So every step of the way, President Mahama has shown fidelity to the 1992 Constitution. He has gone strictly by the book and done things in the way that the Constitution specifically provides they should be done.
A 5-member committee has since been constituted to investigate the petitions. It includes Supreme Court Justices Gabriel Pullman and Samuel Esiedu, former Auditor General Daniel Yadomlevo, Major Flora Dalugu of the Ghana Armed Forces, and Professor James Jissa of the University of Ghana. In line with constitutional provisions, Justice Paul Bafuboni has been appointed acting Chief Justice pending the outcome of the investigation.
All right, so that was a report put together by my colleague Hansen Ajima, chronicling a sequence of events that led to the significant development of the suspension of the Chief Justice. My guest this morning, the Honorable Andy Apiakubi, private legal practitioner, former member of Parliament for the Asante Akim North constituency. Justice Abdullahi, private legal practitioner. Professor Kojo Apieje-Etua, Professor of Law at the University of Ghana School of Law. Also, Abraham Amaliba, who is Executive Director of the National Road Safety Authority, and of course, the Director of Conflict Resolution of the NDC, a former Director of Legal Affairs of the National Democratic Congress. These are my guests this morning. But let me start off with you, Dr. Honorable Andy Apiakubi. Good morning. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, brother.
Yes. I mean, have you been surprised by the suspension of the CJ? Was this something you expected, given the turn of events?
Well, I know from the background that the government had such plans to frustrate the CJ. I knew that, and I knew it would happen once it started. You see, sometimes you need to question the propriety of the action taken as different from the constitutionality of the action. I would think that it was improper for the president to have embarked on that tangent, but I wouldn't fault him also for the path he has taken, because what the Constitution says is what he has done, pursuant to the petition. But that again goes to the root of the matter, the Constitution itself. You see, these are some of the constitutional flaws that need to be reviewed, given the opportunity now. So, and again, when I came in,
yes,
you had given the indication that this is the first time we're having such a constitutional crisis. Chief Justice Akokosa also experienced the same under the First Republic. But it is not a pleasant thing to have. And indeed, I would expect that the judiciary is our last century. So all of us, if we have difficulties, problems with governance or with politics or anything, it is the judiciary that speaks to show us the direction. So if we extend the hand of politics into the judiciary also, then it means we don't have a place to run to in times of difficulty, when constitutional or even human rights are impeached. You cannot have a sanctuary to run to. So it's a very dangerous, situation we have now. And I would have hoped that, the Council of State would have prevailed upon President to probably. You see, more so when you see the substance of the petition not as strong as one would expect. So I was very disappointed that the Council of State returned a verdict of a prima facie case. Looking at the petition, I don't think so. And in any case, if they are complaining about judgment of the Supreme Court, you see, in recent times, I went to the Supreme Court with a prayer. It was declined. And I was so disappointed it was declined. Subsequently, some very senior members of the bar called me and said that yes, the line of argument was correct. The invocation of the appropriate laws were also correct, except that on the principle of directive principles of state policy, the state must survive. So you don't do things that will undermine the security of the state. And in any case, if, for example, the decision had come to me, the consequences thereof would have been untoward for the whole country. For the state. So, and I understand. For example, if you are to overturn the chieftain of an existing chief and say, no, you cannot be, let somebody else come. You see the uproar that it will come. So, well, I lost the argument because I lost the case, but upon sober reflection and upon consultation with very senior members, I understand that it will be better to sacrifice a personal interest than to sacrifice a communal interest. So, and sometimes you can't get the reasoning the way you expect. So, and I'm saying that the court may consider the consequences of a decision this way or that way. So we don't have to question so much. But again, in the court system, you have a right to even challenge the decision of the court. So the best way to do, not to write a petition for the removal of the Chief Justice, but rather you could go for a review if you are not happy with the decision of the court. Again, if we are saying that the decision is wrong, and for which reason somebody must lose his or her position, Chief Justice didn't give the decision all by herself. It was a panel of at least 5 Supreme Court judges. So if the decision is bad, for which reason somebody must be removed, then of course we should be canvassing the argument that all such persons who contributed to the decision must be removed. And is this the way we want to go, that any time a decision comes and it doesn't favor one person, that person will have to write a petition to the president that because the decision didn't come my way, just remove the Chief Justice or remove the whole panel? How can we develop our judiciary if we begin to behave this way? So personally, it's a very sad situation, a very sad event unfolding. And I would have thought that the Council of State, members of the Council of State could have...
But that should tell you that perhaps they took the issues particularly very seriously, because the Council of State, a very important organ of our system,
yes, but
very eminent persons.
That is why I'm so surprised.
Judges and the benefit of adjudicating on
that.
That
is why I'm so surprised. You see, this is a semblance of other jurisdictions where we have a second chamber. So they're supposed to act as the second chamber for us. So if something happens and we need to invoke their jurisdiction, we expect that they should complement that which the lower chamber would have done. But unfortunately, if we are all following the same...
Now, what would the lower chamber have done? I mean,
no,
the lower chamber, what would this lower chamber have done?
If it had gone to the lower chamber, and the lower chamber had even voted that there is a prima facie, there is a second opportunity for the upper chamber to also decide and say, look, looking at circumstances. And again, we are setting a very bad precedent in Ghana and in West Africa. You see, it affects investor confidence also. So we have to look at the totality of the outcomes before we come to a decision like this. So my disappointment is in the way that the decision came, and looking at the issues raised in the petition. I would have thought that this was not grievous enough to warrant the removal of the Chief Justice.
I see. Let me speak to Professor Kojo Epejito, a professor of law, University of Ghana School of Law. Hello, Prof. Good morning. Welcome to the big issue. I mean, your colleague.
No, it's not a colleague.
I mean, your professor. I mean, your student.
Yes.
Your former student
yes.
Says he is surprised or he is shocked
yes.
at the decision of...
The excitement of meeting him is one of the reasons that I came this
Oh, I see. The Prof, that's a good one there. Thanks so much. Said he's surprised or shocked at the outcome or the verdict of the Council of State's consultation with the president. He felt perhaps it could have been different. Were you surprised that the president came up with this particular decision, establishing a prima facie case and subsequently suspending the CJ? Hello, Prof. You may want to unmute. You may want to unmute, Prof.
I'm unmuted.
Hello, Professor. Could you update here?
I am unmuted.
Okay, great. Now we can hear you. We can hear you now. Good, good, good.
Okay, great.
Thank you so much. Did you hear my question?
No. Yes, I
Okay,
heard.
very good.
Very good morning to you, Prof.
Your student extends his greetings to you.
And good morning to you, Honorable.
Thank you, Prof.
It's been a long while.
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you. My answer to the question is that I'm not too surprised about the decision by the president or the turn of events, because the president is acting based on the dictates and tenets of the Constitution. And as was rightly said by Mr. Andy Apiakubi, the Constitution is loose. It has some loopholes, which therefore makes it very easy and possible for the process to move as to where it has gone to so far. And so, looking at the fact that it's also mandatory on the president, he's sort of bound to take those steps after one issue has been cleared, then the likelihood was strong that this is where things were going to turn up to. And so I'm not too surprised about where things have gone to.
Many people think that there is the hand of politics in this, and indeed, Andy Apiakubi alluded to that. Do you also share the view that the hand of politics might have extended itself into this matter, even though the Constitution is quite clear on what steps the president is to take?
Well, first of all, I think we need to understand that politics is present in almost everything we do. Even in our own homes, politics has a role to play there. And so we cannot completely divorce politics from the decision taking. But the question is, to what degree is the decision influenced by the particular party in government to achieve a political end? Or is it for the sake of ensuring that there are some stumbling blocks to the quality of delivery of justice, and so the steps taken are to remove those barriers and ensure that quality of justice is improved, and it also enhances our democratic credentials as a state. But I think the politics part, which we have seen so far, has degenerated to a certain level, which is not or does not augur well for to ensure that people would even accept the processes that are ongoing and to accept the final decision and outcome. And secondly, whether it may also lead to a politicization of further deepening the political divide that we have in the country. And that is where the worry is. But definitely there is a little bit of politics into it. It's normal, it's as usual. Yes, but as we have seen, it has gone to a level that is unacceptable. And that is why we need to tread carefully and to be able to ensure that we allow the system to work and we don't interfere so much and criticize so much, but allow the system to work, because it is as dictated to by the Constitution. You cannot fault what the Constitution has said. But what we are saying is that the Constitution itself is faulty when it comes to issues regarding the appointment of the Chief Justice, as well as the removal of the Chief Justice.
How do you mean by the Constitution itself is faulty? Of course, many people have spoken variously about the Constitution. Of course, there's a process to remove the president. People think it is tighter. There's a process to remove the Speaker of Parliament, the other two arms of government, quite tight, 3/4 and then 2/3 in both cases. But in the case of the Chief Justice, you don't involve Parliament. A petition is needed, and the steps have been detailed. How weak is that? I mean, you think that the matter should have been, or Parliament should have had a say in this? You know, how weak is it, and how do you think it could have been done?
There are a number of weaknesses. For example, the whole process seems to be opaque. Transparency is lacking in the process. And so you receive a petition, and it could be just one petition. The party against whom the petition has been raised may not know the contents and to have the opportunity to react to that until the yes. That option wouldn't have been available to the Chief Justice. So that is one major weakness with that process for removing the Chief Justice from office. I think number two would be the role of the Council of State. The Council of State, as we know, is not as independent as one would have expected it to be. And added to that is the other layer of the fact that is the consultation done by the president is the advice that the end comes out of the consultation is not binding on the president. So it is a mere formality, a mere procedure that needs to be followed, and that's it. So here, one would have expected that if you look at the process for removal of office of other justices of the Supreme Court, the process is tighter because, among others, it involves the Judicial Council. Yes. And we all know that the Judicial Council is more representative. And it's also the Judicial Council that is as close to the even in the case of Nigeria and India, the advice given by the Judicial Council is binding, or to a very large extent is binding until the president has given some solid reason to justify why it should not. But here we don't have that with the Council of State coming in. And then the appointment of the committee. We don't doubt the fairness of the president. That is not the point being made here. But the Constitution as a whole gives too much power to the president to appoint this here and that there and so on. This committee is appointed by the president. And so if initially there is some fear of bias from the president, and there's that political bias coming in there, the appointment of the committee by the president will also be tainted with that perception of a bias or the fact that the process has been politicized. I think that the president should not have the power to appoint. It's not to say that without the credibility of those that the president has appointed now, but the fact that the president does so, even if he does it with all the integrity and honesty and no bias in the process, there's that still there will be that concern about the nature of the composition of the committee and therefore the outcome that it will come to. Then we can also talk about the fact that there is no appeal process for, in this case, the Chief Justice. In the case of Kenya, for example, the Chief Justice can appeal the decision by the committee. And even in that committee, the composition is not purely at the discretion of the president. It involves somehow the Judicial Committee, the Judicial Council, and that the name given it has a judiciary in it. So it's similar to the Judicial Council determining the case against the Chief Justice. And there's also the possibility of appealing that decision. So these are some of the weaknesses which you can say are embedded in the constitutional process for the removal of the Chief Justice.
I see. Quite interesting. Just kindly hang in there for me. I know you have to go, but kindly hang in there for me. He's made quite a number of points. You shared the point, the view that of course, you did also say that the Constitution is weak. It's outlined a number of things: transparency, role of the Council of State, appointment of the committee, appeal process, etc. The issue about transparency lacking in the process. Can't we reason with the framers of the Constitution that they meant to protect the office of the Chief Justice? That's why they didn't think that it was useful to put out the allegations.
It's rather the case. If they wanted to protect the office, it would have been more stringent. But the way it is very easy for anybody at all to generate the petition. And indeed, we have to understand the weaknesses in the Constitution because of the era that the Constitution and what Ghanaians were looking for at the time. Because at the time, we were fed up with military rule. So anything different from what we had was seen
accepted
as better, or seen as we getting freedom from militarism. So we did not pay, attention to the drafting of the Constitution because we thought that anything was good. So all these flaws passed through the referendum. But in fact, if we had been diligent enough, we should have realized some of this. And indeed, we should have had opportunity to compare our Constitution with others. As Prof was saying, in Kenya, there must be an appeal system. There is an appeal system. And indeed, how would you take decisions about a Chief Justice without recourse to the Judicial Council? The Judicial Council is the body that, supervises the whole judicial system. And they also monitor the judicial wings. And it is the council that is representative enough of society and people within the law.
Is the thinking not that the Council of State is higher? So
yeah, but the Council of State could be higher by way of the hierarchy. But in the industry that we are all seeking to affect, the highest body in the industry is the Judicial Council. And how will you take decisions like this, particularly affecting a sitting Chief Justice, and the presiding council will not be involved in the matter? And we see, we play into the hands of politicians to affect even what happens in another wing of government without giving that wing opportunity to, affect the decision. That cannot be right. But again, it is because of the Constitution. I'm happy that Prof is also pointing out some limitations in the Constitution. And like I'm saying, it was because of the time that the Constitution was drafted. At the time, we thought anything different from the military rule was better, and we didn't pay attention. So we're getting all this. And we are happy that now we have the opportunity to affect it. Let it be seen to be a holistic review of the Constitution. In fact, Prof says something, and I want to agree with him, that constitutionalism, as they taught us in law faculty, is about how to distribute power effectively and judiciously. But our Constitution rather seeks to consolidate power in one person's hand, which is totally different from the expectations of that concept of constitutionalism. And you see, when it happens like that, then the president more or less becomes the supervising office of the judiciary. But what happened to the separation of powers then? And like Prof pointed out, even to remove the Speaker of Parliament, look at the steps you have to go through. And the institution, Parliament itself, is given the opportunity to also make an input. But what happened to the judiciary? We play into the hands of a president. We have to be careful with executive presidency, because it is not always the case that you will get a president that will be presidential. There are times that you get a president that will operate outside the realms of giving good governance. So
I'm still on this issue about transparency and the in-camera nature of the proceedings. The president takes the petition, which shouldn't be made public, together with the Council of State, makes a determination of prima facie. Is it not the case that because of the nature of that office, you want to protect it, So petitions will come. Some may be frivolous. Some may say things which they can not even substantiate. But if those things had gone out, they would have, even though not true, they could, or they would have the potential of tainting or tarnishing the image of the Chief Justice. So the President and the Council of State will deal with it at that level. If there's no merit in it, they dismiss it and nobody hears of anything.
Yes.
You know,
I agree with the in-camera
yes.
hearing. But what I don't agree with is the constitution of the Council of State. And you remember, some of the members are appointed by the same president.
And some are voted for.
And some are voted for.
And some are from normal institutions.
And our normal, some are from institutions. But in our normal scheme of things, you know that once we have a president, he presides over everything, especially in the executive presidency. And that even people who are coming from various institutions, the hand of politics goes in there.
So what are you saying? You're saying that once the president
nominates some people
yes.
to
So once
those people will think in support of the president.
Yeah, but now do we know what the president wants? Because the Constitution says if the petition comes, forward it to the Council of State.
Before even we had the election, we all knew the situation, the bad blood between the president and the judicial system. There were a lot of complaints about judicial decisions. Even during the campaign, they made mention of possible attacks on the judiciary. They said reset the judiciary because the decisions were not favoring them. And indeed,
but indeed, Kandapa, who was National Security Minister, no meaner minister, National Security Minister, had cause to suggest to the judiciary that the so-called unanimous FC was becoming a problem, so if they could balance it a bit. So that reflected the general thinking of the society. And he was coming from a security
unfortunately for Honorable Minister Kandapa, he is not legally trained. So
yes, he was looking things from a pragmatic point of view and from a security point of view.
I have discussed possibilities in judicial decision making, and indeed I talk about directive principle of state policy, which may be difficult for Kant to understand and appreciate holistically. And some of the things, when you go to court and the decisions or the arguments are coming, sometimes if you are not trained as a lawyer, you may find it difficult to understand the lines of argument, the cases that they are invoking, and the authorities that they are invoking, the principles of law that come from the cases they are invoking. You see, so it is not easy like that for somebody outside the judicial system to just say that I am unhappy with 7-0. Personally, those cases that brought 7-0 verdicts, I personally saw that
you were 7-0 indeed.
They expected the 7-0s. But on the case of the Afenyo marking application, that one, somehow I did not agree with the way it went, because I would have thought that at the time that application went, there was no pronouncement upon which the application was filed. So I would have thought that the application was earlier in time to the decision.
It was premature.
Or decision of the Speaker. So if I was there, I would have said that dismiss this application because it's incompetent. But they could still have refiled it. But again, like we discussed about directive principle of state policy, we knew that at the time, the constitutional confusion in the country. So the judiciary may have taken that into consideration. And in any case, the interpretation put on the article of the Constitution in 2020 in respect of crossing carpet was wrong. So by Professor Okwe, it was totally wrong. So I think the Supreme Court also thought that they had opportunity to correct the wrongful interpretation in 2020. So they may have been in a hurry to bring out the new direction, which will also get all of us to conform in a constitutional situation where there was so much uncertainty. And you remember those times Parliament would not even sit because these people thought that they were in majority. Those others said that they were, and the constitutional confusion required that the Supreme Court had to speak. But if I was part of the team, I would have thought that yes, you need to speak, but speak through the appropriate channel and let the procedure be clean before. Because when the speaker had not made the declaration and the application was filed, I thought that it was too early in the day. So let the speaker finish. And there's a case of Kwachi versus Attorney General. And the Kwachi versus Attorney General literally says that Supreme Court will not make a decision in a vacuum, because there must be an occurrence for which you will invoke the interpretive mandate of the Supreme Court. But if it hadn't happened and you speculatively file an application, you understand? So those ones, but again, balancing the expectation at the time, the constitutional situation we had, and also the wrongfulness of the previous interpretation, and the mandate of the Supreme Court to show us the way. I would have thought that it would fizzle out. We won't complain too much about that process. So I'm sure the Supreme Court took into consideration the situation at the time, and they gave the reasoning. In that case, if they had filed it in right time, that would be the same reasoning anyway, and that would be the same decision, and I wouldn't fault it. My only problem was the procedure that I complained about. Nevertheless, this Supreme Court decision that is infuriating the president and or whoever filed the petition, it is not a decision of one person. It is a decision of the full court.
No, there were a number of allegations.
Yes.
Not just one. So
yes, the number of allegations about the administrative default that they complained about. Have we really checked the service condition of the Chief Justice? Has she flouted any of the provisions under a service contract? And it is not only this Chief Justice who would have taken advantage of the Article 71 service conditions.
But you know that if I mean, assuming it was wrong, if it was done in the past and nothing was said about it, it doesn't mean that we should continue
what we need to do probably will be to then amend the service conditions of our Chief Justices.
But you see, it's curious to me that on the Council of State, it's a former Chief Justice who should know about that provision. I have not seen that policy. We're trying to get it, but I have not seen that policy. So the former Chief Justice on the committee, or the Council of State and the Judicial Committee for that matter, should have known about that provision.
Yeah, that's why
should be able to say
she dissented.
No, but I hear she dissented just in respect of one of the petitions. We don't have that for a fact, but we hear she dissented just in respect of one of the petitions. And so if she and it shouldn't be difficult to show that no, this is the policy.
Yes.
This is ABC, and that's what she has done. So there's nothing wrong with it. Dismissing that point entirely. But if we don't see that.
A group of 31 members, she alone cannot affect the decision. And assuming, and we all knew how people were even elected into a Council of State. Do you remember what happened in Kumasi? And somebody got re-elected.
But that election didn't conclude.
Yes, but I mean,
but that was just one out of many. Do you think
that is
that was just one out of many?
The same situation happened in many places. So this Council of State, as Prof was saying, cannot be independent. And you see, it is more skewed towards a political party.
But you see, the difficulty I have there is that, of course, people are aligned in one way or the other.
Also, when the president also nominates people to add up.
Yes, but I'm saying that there's a reason why we have the Council of State. We expect that, given their background,
neutrality,
given their background and experience,
yes,
they'll be able to see things differently. And they'll be able to tell the president, no, we don't think this is appropriate. We think it should be done this way.
But unfortunately, this is not the situation.
No, but so why are we saying that in respect of this, that is not the situation? Maybe on the totality of the evidence and everything they know, they feel this is the right way to go. And placing, so, I mean, why won't we accord them with a certain consideration of the national interest?
It's a decision that they have taken, and they have discharged their constitutional responsibility. Who am I to question it? But I have a right to disagree,
of course,
which
yes.
I do.
Yes.
And if this is the decision, and for all you know, people who are reading through decisions coming from such constitutional institutions are putting value on their decisions, and by extension, also putting value on the competence of such state institutions. So we have to be careful when we have opportunity to make decisions, to be able to make sustainable decisions. But if, on the other hand, and you are leaving a legacy, posterity will refer to all these things. You remember we discussed Akukoksa just a little while ago. So posterity will refer to what is happening now within our constitutional era. So all of us, we have to be very careful when we have opportunity to make decisions.
I see. Prof, I want to take you up on the Council of State matter again, because, I mean, again, these are eminent people. Can't we trust that these eminent people will put the national interest above all other interests they may have and come up with a good decision or a good verdict, or come up... Say that again.
It is our prayer.
It's our prayer. But
they do so.
Yes, and because they are human beings.
Yes.
And no matter what kinds of people you put on a particular committee, they may have some other interest. But our prayer or expectation every time is that they will put all these other interests aside and deal with matters in the national interest. So why are we not so why are we not so happy about the Council of State as it is and this decision it has come up with, or its advice in this sense?
Well, the Council of State, excuse me, if you look at the origins of it, it looks as if it was brought in as a means of incorporating some aspects of our traditional political systems into modern democracy. But if you look at the powers and the role that the Council of State or Council of Advisors will play or did play and play in our traditional democratic system, that is not the same as we have it today. We may have people of integrity and so on, but the political bias is still there, and their independence cannot be guaranteed as such. If you recall, when we did the recent elections, we saw in some places some of the political interferences by both parties, the major political parties, which occurred. And that speaks volumes about the nature of the Council of States. And secondly, as I said earlier, their decisions are not binding. If you look at the traditional political system, the king or chief cannot override the decision of the Council of States. And so it means that I agree with the view that the council should be abolished completely. But even if it is not, their powers should be increased, and there should be measures put in place to ensure the neutrality of the composition, so that when they give a decision or advice, it should be as binding as possible. Otherwise, what is the importance of it? It's just a charade that needs to be done away with.
Seeing the petitions, at least those ones leaked to the media, I can't sit in here confirm whether indeed they were the petitions or not. But granted that they are the petitions, have you seen them? And do you think that the allegations in there are enough to ground a prima facie case?
Well, in the first place, I've not taken serious notice of these petitions that have been flying about in the newspapers and on the social media and so on, because I think they violate the rules about how these petitions should be held or should be, the process involved. They should not be made available to the public. And so at this point, you cannot vouch the content of it. And so, and number two, this, if it is the case, this is what the committee is going to use as a basis to determine whether the Chief Justice should remain in office or not. And so in that sense, it has fallen into the realm of a decision which is about to be made by whether a quasi-judicial body or however I want to call it. So in that sense, it will not be appropriate to give specific prejudgment, if you like, of what is likely to happen. So I will not want to go into the content of those petitions and the responses by the Chief Justice as the media, some media houses are putting it.
Very well. So I'll come back to you again on the reactions you have seen so far. Abraham Maliba, the Director General of the is it Director General or Executive Secretary?
Director General.
Director General of the National Road Safety Authority is joined us. Of course, he's also the Director of...
He's also a student
of conflict resolution, the NDC. Yes. And of course, a student of Professor Kojo. Your students are in my class.
Yeah.
Not my class, in my studio.
No. We are still in his class.
Yeah. I see. Were you surprised about the outcome of the consultation between the President and the Council of State in respect of the founding of a prima facie case against the Chief Justice? Were you surprised?
No, so far the processes have gone in accordance with the provision, Article 146. Mm-hmm. And nobody can fault, at this point, any processes. Because even the good old Samuel Kuyeto has admitted that so far, nothing untoward has happened in terms of following the procedure, yes.
So the procedure,
yes. So the procedure is right, everything is on course, but the MPP is engaged in what I'll call legal sophistry, trying to, as it were, bring about things which are not connected to this. Now, if you hear a lawyer focusing on the spirit of the law and not the letter of the law, he's lost his case. He has no case, that's why he's always, can you see spirit?
No, but the spirit of the law is important.
It's also important. But first, you deal with the letter, and encapsulated in that letter is a spirit, but you don't separate them. You know? Now, the point is this. If it were political, and the Chief Justice has no baggage in her cupboard, NDC couldn't have done anything. But we have all seen the allegations. He says that, and I was listening into the discussions, he says that, because you raised the issue of the traveling expenses. And he said that, then we could just have said that she should. No, he said something, which means that
it was in line with the policy. It was in line with the policy. Then it should be amended if it's not
amended or something.
If it's not possible.
If we are not happy,
if we are not happy with it,
amend it.
Rather than punish somebody.
Yes. Punish somebody. And that's where I cringe. And I said that, did Laureate Lamte have the opportunity to pay back the hotel bills and continue to stay there?
But he didn't say she should pay, but he said amend it if we are not happy with it.
No. Once you have broken the law, you've broken the law.
Yeah, but what law?
Opportunity should not be given to you.
Yes,
to
but
do
we
those things
need to establish this. We need to establish whether indeed the judicial policy allows or allowed her to do
the policy is this: when you are official trip, you can go with your
spouse or anybody of your choice.
But if it is private, you go with your bodyguard. She changed it and went on private with her family. That's the problem. But is it enough grounds to remove her? That's what she's saying. That's what he's saying. And I said that this is not the first time Article 146 has been activated. It may be the first time it is activated in respect of a Chief Justice, but not the first time at all. Because others too face similar consequences. Laureate Lamte, could she have been told, refund the money, the hotel bills, and move into a private residence? She could have also been told that way. Charlotte said, could she have been told that, and even in the Procurement Act, there's even opportunity
to ratify.
We didn't give her that opportunity. So this is not a time to be giving people opportunity. I think the stakes are high for people at that level.
Do I get the impression that the CJ must leave at all costs?
I get the impression that there are people.
In fact, during an audit session,
there are opportunity to respond to the audit findings.
Yes, administrative advice.
Okay.
So it's also possible that even where you find some infractions, the audit report may advise that this be corrected. Not necessarily.
You see, I am of the view that she has not performed to the satisfaction of the people of this country. How come that even as at yesterday or 2 days ago, petitions were still coming? How come?
But you have opened the floodgates.
No, but this is the first time we are seeing in some other cases just like two.
We hear some 2 petitions have come.
More petitions.
2 more petitions.
And then the info analytics also says that about 58% of Ghanaians, or 50-something Ghanaians want her to go. This is too huge. At the moment, she is out of office for 3 days now. I don't think the judiciary has collapsed. Those who are saying that democracy is under attack, which democracy is under attack? How can one person who is under investigation, or let's say that, is democracy? No.
But Abraham, I mean, listening to you and a few others, it does appear that the CJ surely must go.
By
so
who?
we must find.
The NDC has not filed any petition.
Yes.
Tell me which.
No, NDC has not filed any petition, as far as we know.
So
but
people,
we of course, the funding of the prima facie case is heavily dependent on the president and what he makes of the council from the Council of State. So the president is of the view that this CJ has not performed to my satisfaction, has not dealt with my side of the divide well, and so yes, this prima facie case is well grounded. She must go, and so she will go.
How many members do we have? 31.
Yes.
You've insulted all of them. That
No, I've not.
That the president has railrolled the process.
The president consults them.
Look at the kind of people who are there, and you are saying this.
The president consults them.
Yes.
The president consults them, but the consultation
Didn't one
is
of
not,
his appointee?
Is it binding?
Are we not told that one of the president's appointee abstained?
Was it the president's appointee?
Or even
an institutional
the institutional, yes, has abstained.
In respect of one of the petitions.
One of the petitions, yes. So it tells you that if there
that abstention, if it's true, is very huge.
That abstention, if it is true,
and very rich.
If it is true, simply means that
it's a statement.
Simply means that the council is independent. That even people can look the president in the face and abstain. That's why it shows you. So it also shows that the flip side is that the situation of the Chief Justice is so bad that they couldn't have done anything about it. That's what it also means. Yeah.
I see. The guest before you came, of course, he spoke about, you've spoken about the procedure being right and the spirit and all of that.
Oh, but I had also confirmed that
procedurally, yes, it was right. But he made the point that, I mean, he was questioning the propriety other than the constitutionality. Maybe that's where the spirit comes in. Does it mean that everything that the law says should be like this? Then it means we must take it hook, line, and sinker, even though there could be some other ramifications.
Do you know that constitutions grow through interpretation? That's where we invoke the spirit.
Do you know that the framers of this constitution envisage citizens' participation? And if you look at Article 146, that is where you can see citizen participation. It's one of the areas. Now, if a petition comes from a citizen of this country, what you are telling me on this table is that the president should ignore it.
No, not necessarily.
That is it.
The president
Else,
doesn't
how
have to
were we going to deal with this matter? There are petitions that have come, and the presidents have looked into it, and it has failed. This same president evoked Article 146 to remove an NDC appointee, Loretta Lamte. And the interesting thing is that those who pursued that woman were MPP people.
How do you know?
I know, don't pray.
I know, don't pray. Richie Nyama. They were the petitioners.
They were MPP people.
So these people who are petitioning, are they not the NDC?
We'll see them later. Now, if at the time the president was exercising Article 146 to remove her, they didn't have problems. They didn't see it. They didn't see that the president was going wrong, but now they are finding faults. How do we explain that? So that's why I'm saying that they are engaged in legal sophistry. You know, a sorcerer.
I don't know if it could be. One of the issues has to do with the suggestion the CJ made to the president to nominate some 5 persons or so to the Supreme Court. Of course, that was the fulcrum of Professor Azai's petition that was dismissed by the former president on January 6th or so before he left office. We've seen that surface again. How grievous is it for a Chief Justice to make a suggestion to the president
happy
that these persons I've worked with are good enough to ascend to the Supreme
choice
Court?
of word, suggestion. When did it become criminal for you to make a suggestion of any kind to persons vested with mandate to make decisions? When did it become? And in any case, the same constitution says that even the decision of the Council of State served on the president is not mandatory. And so that could also qualify as suggestion. So why would you fault somebody who is at the helm of affairs in the judiciary suggesting to a president that we are short of members of, or we are being overwhelmed with work as a judiciary, and therefore let's have more members come in. And in any case, it remained a suggestion. If the president didn't want to take it, if the president didn't want to do it, he would have ignored it. As do you know how many suggestions could go to President Mahama even in a day? So many of them. But he is not under any obligation to even take them and use them in his normal scheme of work. So I don't think that it is proven anywhere that a suggestion will become criminal of a kind for that suggestion to merit a removal of a Chief Justice. So I totally disagree that it must be a subject of a petition. Because if you suggest something, we came here, before we started, we made some suggestions even about the studio. Does it mean that you are under obligation to fix what I told you about? No. So it is a contribution to your decision making, and you have a right to either take or refuse. So I don't see how that becomes a subject of a petition. So I think that is very frivolous. I'm disappointed that Prof would use that as a source of his petition. I'm very disappointed.
I think it's a serious matter. He didn't just suggest. She actually provided names.
Yes, he suggested names to
the names, yes. So it is different when you say manpower is low, we want more manpower. But to identify people to be appointed as judges, is it within your mandate? Because first, that is not within your mandate. And secondly, you are overstepping that mandate by even providing names. That is where that's where the misconduct comes. The misconduct is that we have never seen in the appointment of judges that the Chief Justice is involved. Now, if you are suggesting, what made it worse was the writing, putting it in paper, making it official. It's wrong. And I think that...
She said she was asked by the president to put it in writing.
Pursuant to the suggestion.
To defend the suggestion. If you say we need 5 more judges, I mean, defend it. So that's where she went. She got some data, X number of cases, year by year. This is how cases have increased, the number of judges on the Supreme Court.
So how did she come by those names?
Etc.
How did she come by those names?
No, but there are people she works with. If I work with you and you think I'm good enough, and you
is it not the president who does that and appoint and name the people?
So your view
what role has she got to play with that?
Your view is that she could have just said we need 5 more judges. Then the president will go through the process.
You don't know the conversation that went on between the president.
It is even wrong. That means the president.
And the president may have told her that you have some qualified hands.
So the president.
But should the president do that, or the president must?
No, the president will have to take a decision like that. And in taking the decision, he has a right to consult anybody. Assuming I happened to bump into the president and he said, "Andy, you have been in practice. I need to appoint 5 Supreme Court judges more." He could ask me from the Court of Appeal, and in your interaction or engagement with them, who would you think that would better qualify to be considered for appointment as a Supreme Court judge? And I said, Maliba, who is my friend, take him. So does it mean that you are not going to nominate me to any authority if you are giving opportunity?
No, he'll mention him for his board.
No.
That is more
He's
within
my
his
friend.
That's more within his purview. He'll mention your name to be on his board. The Road Safety Authority board.
And you know that I'm also interested in road safety. Is it the case that given the opportunity to select people onto the road safety committee, he is not even going to consider me because of my political inclination?
No,
is that the case?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that did she have the right to even suggest?
No, but if the president, for example, asked, I don't think the president.
So if it is the president,
because it did appear that she went to the president.